And we are live. Well, it's 12:10 p.m. for me, so good afternoon, folks from Perth, Australia. It's Rob for Sentinel with Angel and Amir.
Hey.
Hey, Amir, you there?
مرحبا كيفكم؟ كيف تمام باليوم؟
In English, please.
How y'all doing today? Good? Everything okay? Yes, no?
Yeah. Everything's going all right. Anyway, so, folks, wait, it says my connection is unstable.
You look fine.
You guys can hear me, right?
Oh no, you're
No,
freezing
you're
out.
Okay.
You're good now.
This is just really peculiar. Anyway, so this is a dedicated stream for Dr. Michael Heiser. An absolutely just prolific scholar in everything to do with combining the Christian worldview, where New Testament studies lack, really, to be honest. Combining that with his proficiency and his scholarship in Old Testament and the Hebrew Bible, ancient Near East as well. And unfortunately, he's fought the good fight in that area, but at the same time, he's also fought in the last year and a bit. Has it been a year or 2 years? The cancer situation.
A little over a year, I believe.
Yeah, over a year.
And so, a lot of good progress was being made. We've been praying for him. The blessed Lord, in his timing, has also allowed Heiser to provide material even during his physically weak moments. But yeah, the time has come where, as far as based on the message that Heiser has, sent publicly, that he only has a few weeks left to live, something like that. Yeah, so I just thought, let's just do it. Let's just make a tribute video where we share our stories of how we came across Heiser, how his work has impacted us, especially how it's impacted my life. I became a Christian. I came across Heiser in 2014. I became a Christian in 2015. His work was the catalyst to a lot of the research that I was looking into, starting in 2010. And yeah, I just want to tell you, Mike, that God bless you. And thank you for your service. Thank you for being a faithful steward. And I would like to boast. I know it sounds selfish for me to say this, but I would like to boast and say that I'm basically one of your biggest fans. I've read your works in the sense that I've even gone down the rabbit hole in all the bibliographic citation, all 6,600 citations. that particular figure that you've placed in one of your PowerPoint slides, to really see the dot connecting. Again, a statement that you said, that that you're a dot connector. So the dot connecting that you've done to establish, starting from Psalm 82 and the implications of Psalm 82, and to establish the significance of that divine counsel worldview, the Deuteronomy 32 worldview, and then the bigger picture, like in your reversing Hermon, the lost mission of Jesus, or what has become the lost. It's sort of like, again, like Walton, the Lost World series. It's like the bigger picture that now for too long has been lost largely in the church, lost in the sense the understanding and the knowledge of that that bigger picture and the bigger mission. And so, also at the same time, Mike will reassure everyone that this dot connecting is not unique to him. It's not all just original to Mike. It's the dot connecting is also a reflection on the state of the academic, the academic nature of things, and it's no fault. It's no fault of the academic field itself. It's just that when specialists start specializing in niche areas, and then they develop that work, and then but those works become isolated in and of themselves. Who is there? And there's so much now, but who is there to sort of now put the piece of the puzzles together? Mike has that gift, and that's basically the result of 10 years in the making. Your book Unseen Realm, which then, I suppose you could say, an Unseen Realm second, like a part 2, was the combination of Reversing Hormone, Angels, Demons, and all the smaller works. And yeah, so that dot connecting is to demonstrate that Heiser is not alone in the discoveries that he's made, but rather he's in good company of a lot of other people. And it's just that Heiser has been privileged in pooling it together and showcasing the coherent whole. And so, yeah, and in light of that context, this is why we want to thank you for that. And from here on out, if anyone wants to join the stream, just click the link. You can come into the room. You can share how you came across Heiser, what was, how did he impact you? What was the most impactful thing? Feel free to come on, share your story. And so I'll allow Angel and Amir to share their stories, and then I'll share mine, and then we'll go from there. Also, just so I can clarify with the outside audience, can you verify if my audio and video is coming in? Because again, this thing just keeps saying that the connection is low. So if my audio is cutting out, just let me know. So yeah.
I think your audio is fine, but your picture,
your audio is fine.
The visual is. You keep freezing.
Okay, so I was freezing then,
you're fine right now.
As long as my audio is fine.
Your audio is fine.
Yeah.
Your audio is fine. It's just that your your image keeps freezing up here and there.
Okay. As long as you can hear me, then that's the most important. I'd rather you hear me than I look clear. All right. Okay, so my video keeps freezing. Yeah, maybe it's something to do with my internet connection. I'll have to look into that. But all right, who wants to go first?
Steven, you want to go first?
Ladies go first. Ladies go first.
Awesome. Okay, so I think I stumbled upon Mike. I think it was 2015 or 2016, somewhere around there. So, funny story. My late husband was watching a 6-hour lecture. Excuse me. And it was the Gnostics and early Christian, the early Christian church.
That's the video I uploaded.
Yeah. It was, it was 6 hours long. But I walk in and like I was watching it with him, and I'm just like, I think I was making a cup of coffee in the kitchen, so I'm like listening, and I'm like, why is he in there like watching a Gnostic video? And I like walk in there and I'm like, this dude is teaching Gnosticism. And he was like, no, he's not. He was like, well, I mean, he is, but he's not, you know what I mean? And I'm like, no, this dude's Gnostic. It's like everything he's saying is Gnostic. He was like, no, just go watch it. And like, I'm like, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm stubborn, you know, like I'm not gonna watch it. And then like later, I'm like looking it up, you know, and I'm like, so I'm like listening, and I'm like, you know, I was like, oh, okay, he's contrasting, you know what I mean? Uh, you know, and then talking about Dan Brown and all this, and I'm like, so I go back to my husband and I'm like, okay, he's not Gnostic. He's cool, you know, he's good, he's good. He's like, yeah, no, yeah. So that's actually how I stumbled upon it, and then I was just like hooked. And I just like started looking up like all his videos, and then I found him on Facebook, and I friended him on Facebook, and I was actually shocked because he friended me back. I was like, hey. And then like I found more of his work, you know, and I started reading his books, and yeah, I went from there. And then like he started the Naked Bible group on Facebook, and then he started doing the Naked Bible podcast. I think he did the podcast first, and then the group. But yeah, I mean, that's basically how it kind of all trickled down. And then I got to meet him in 2017, and that was pretty cool. And Stephen was there. So that's actually where I met Stephen as well.
Wait, 2000. So wait, all this happened in 2017, around that.
Well, I found his work like 2015, 2016.
Sure.
It was somewhere around there.
Mm.
And then, I went to Virginia. I think it was Reversing Hermon. Right, Stephen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
it was at the Reversing Hermon, lecture in the library.
yeah. So, yeah, that was pretty cool. And so Mike's like, he's trying to get his projector to work, his little slide thing, you know, and I'm like sitting right next to it. So I'm like, believe it or not, guys, I was like the most introverted person and so shy. And like it was very hard for me. Like it took everything in me to like speak. And I was like, hey, Mike. And I was like, how are you doing? And he was like, I'd be doing a lot better if this technology would cooperate with me. And then I like laughed and like, I don't know. So it was kind of funny. And yeah, so I'm not even going to tell you. I've already told you guys the story about me having surgery 2 days before I went there. I had kidney surgery. So I had a big old hole in my back like the whole time. I was like in a bit of pain, but I wasn't missing it. Wasn't happening. So yeah. Good stuff.
By the way, Amir, and so like you guys keep sharing. I'm just gonna restart my computer and my internet, and then I'll come back within like 2 minutes. So the stream will still keep going. I'll just go back. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. So, all right.
Cool. All right, Stephen. So you want to share now? Stephen.
All right, can you hear
me? Yeah, I can hear you. God.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what happened. Yeah. Let's see. How did I come across Heiser? I first came across him several years back. I forget the exact year, but I want to say it was about 10 years ago. That was when I first came across him. because I was interacting with Jews at that time and counter missionaries, and a friend of mine would interact and discuss with them. And one of the videos they and I didn't know who Heiser was. I just saw the video. It was Heiser's lecture on two powers theology and Second Temple Jewish thought of exalted angels and figures, and etc. That was my first interaction. That was my first time actually come across Heiser, but I didn't know who he was and didn't really follow his stuff at that right then and there because yeah, it's about several years later I come across Heiser through Rob, I believe, if I remember correctly, and saw the same lecture, saw same stuff on UFOs and ancient Near East. And I was like, huh, I'll look into this more because at that time I had some questions in regards to the Old Testament and like how to better look into it. And that was how I came across Heiser. And of course, Rob was, well, I didn't know Rob at that point either. And I started digging more into it and more. It's like, oh, so this explains it. And it was mainly through his YouTube lectures on two powers theology, ancient Near East, and how that fits within the paradigm of how that makes sense of the Old Covenant, the Old Testament, and the world, and like ancient Israelite understanding of it. So it was through that that I was like, uh, it got me more interested in ancient Near Eastern literature and uh, yeah, and also some help. It also helped understand the New Testament as well, particularly Heiser's work and uh, like with the Book of Enoch and how people of Jesus' day perceived like the gods of the other nations and them being either fallen angels and or the disembodied Nephilim, children of these angels that co-opted with human women in Genesis, and how that made better sense in light of that with the New Testament and Jesus' mission and his over and how he came to break and reverse the curse that had him on in the Book of Enoch, which vowed this curse to happen if they did not carry out this mission, and how that led to like how those events influence and develop like all the corruption, all that's wrong with the earth, all the ugliness, and etc. That was because of that. Jesus came to reverse all that through his death and resurrection, and how that plays in a role with the kingdom of God. It's God's kingdom going out and taking back the territory and the nations, bring them back into the family of God. It's basically undoing Babel. It's undoing the event of Babel as well as Hermon at the same time. And the world is being restored back to God through Christ, through the gospel, the expansion of the kingdom of God. And how did that impact me? Like, well, reading Heiser's work and reading in conjunction also with like Walton and all this other stuff that I was reading with Old Testament, New Testament, uh, all that really not only opened some open it cleared up some cobwebs and questions I had, but it also made me see some things that because I was part of I was a Calvinist at the time and like it really opened my eyes to see like certain things that people were espousing that were nonsense. Uh, yeah, Angel, you remember. Yeah, and of course, it got me into. I've also had some debates and arguments with some friends over stuff like that, and yeah, but it also got me to open what Heiser's work also got me to try and interpret the Bible through a filtered lens that's based on particular presuppositions of certain theological systems. That is not how you read the Bible. And what examples of those? Uh, like Calvinism would be one, and certain creeds. Creed, and this isn't bashing on creeds. It's not bashing on creeds. It's that try to interpret scripture through creeds. That's not actually reading the biblical corpus. That's just really that's basically just having a presupposition and just reading that onto the text. Whereas that's not how we're supposed to do it. We're supposed to read the text in the world it was written in, the context behind it, and what it meant to people in that place and time and period. And that is literally that's literally that's literally just typical composition. That's college composition. That's literally English literature 101. That's literature 101, sorry. But even so, that is also part of historical methodology, because that part is literally incorporated into ancient Near Eastern languages and literature scholarship, along with, yeah. So that's what that's where Heiser's work really impacted me, is read, understand the text, where it's coming from, the world comes from, the time it comes from, the society and culture comes from, the metaphysics of ancient Israel and other ancient Eastern peoples in regards to the gods. And well, it it also it also got me open to where Heiser really impacted me was on the divine counsel theology, and how that made better sense, how that opened up. It really helped me to understand better, like Genesis, Deuteronomy, as well as Psalm 82, and yeah. And also and got to meet Heiser in person about 6 years ago. Angel, you remember that? Yeah. Well, it was pleasant meeting Heiser. What really threw me off was I didn't know how tall he was until then. Yeah.
You and me both. I'm 4'11". I have a picture. I don't know, like,
You're
if
the Hobbit. He's
everybody's
the
seen.
He's
I'm
the
the
giant.
Hobbit.
Yeah. Yeah. Because
Yeah, much
yeah.
distance between us. It's so funny.
Yeah, yeah, I'm 5'10.5", and he's like 6'2", and I was like, "Whoa, I didn't know you were this tall." And I showed up with some friends as well, and well, one of my friends just eats up a whole lot of strange stuff from YouTube and certain other stuff. He tries to the way he tries to do, not Heiser, but a friend of mine tries to um he tries to make the Bible fit with all these weird mythologies and histories of other countries, etc., and just some weird stuff. And he tried to throw that Heiser, and Heiser's like, "No, that's not how that works." And yeah, my friend thought that um my friend thought that heaven in Akkadian was Irin, but Heiser was like, "Oh, no. In Akkadian, it's Shamu." Yeah, and they had a back and forth, and Heiser was just, as soon as my friend started doing it, I'm like, "Dude, just stop, just stop, just stop." because I already knew, I already saw it was going to be a train wreck from there, and it's like, yeah, and then yeah, and then after the lecture, we got to sit with Heiser, have a little conversation, eat, and yeah, and well, and I had this idea I wanted to throw at Heiser in regards to Jacob's ladder, because I was studying Hebrew at that time, and I saw that the word for ladder could also mean stairs, and s- like, well, where does stairs fit in this? And my studying in ancient Near East and Heiser was like, oh, this must have been a heavenly ziggurat that Jacob was seeing. And I just asked Heiser, I was like, hey, I got this idea. Let me run by you. Do you think that what Jacob was seeing in that vision was a ziggurat? He's like, yeah, 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 that's what I literally believe. Yeah, I believe it was a ziggurat. And yeah, but what really what really got it's also one of one of the things that I also like about Heiser is how he uh exposed James White for not being Semiticist. I think we can all agree that that was one of the yeah. Um, but yeah, and
That was
also
probably the only drama that's ever happened online. Is the James White
yeah,
situation? But yeah, in
yeah.
circumstances like this, let's there's no such things as like enemies in the kingdom. You know, it's just one of those things that happen. So
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
it's just basically an in-house disagreement. But yeah,
right,
but yeah,
yeah,
Heiser's impact in regards to these days had on me is do not be afraid of your Bible. Do not be afraid of the scholarship. And this one thing he said, it was some years ago. A Christian's best workout is reading contrary literature, like from atheists to et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. And yeah, just dig in. If it's strange, that means it's important. And yeah, and yeah, we, in light of these news that he's only got a few weeks, all, all we can do is pray for him. And when he goes home with the Lord, let's continue on his legacy and continue to equip and build up the kingdom of God and the body of Christ in light of that.
yeah. Amen. On development and Jared, welcome to the stream.
Hey, what's going on?
Tribute for Heiser.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Just general greetings, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my Aussie sass coming as well. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, what do you think you're up here for, right? But yeah. I guess my exposure to Heiser, I never had the pleasure of meeting him in person. Uh, but he's um, but I was or I am a I graduated from my undergraduate with a religion minor, and I had been exposed to a number of things in a seminary. The religion minor was at a Christian school, so it was essentially Christian studies, biblical studies. I took basically nothing but biblical classes or classes on how to read the Bible because I thought, well, I want to read the Bible. You know, I want to know how to read the Bible intelligently rather than less than focusing on theology. Um, and so I did that, and I completed it. And it was after COVID that I think it was after COVID, and I was getting into a whole bunch of the soteriological James White Leighton Flowers type stuff, those sorts of circles. And I just happened to stumble on upon Heiser, and when I or upon I think it was upon his YouTube channel and also your YouTube channel here, and I listened to it and I thought I've heard this stuff before. Like some of this stuff sounds like sounds like stuff that I learned that I learned in college, like the like Genesis 1, the let us make man in our image. That I remember my one of my Old Testament professors saying, like, yeah, that's probably talking about the divine council, or like the divine what. Um, and Heiser Heiser gave a new perspective on that I hadn't heard before, and allowed me to re-examine those things. And well, he I have him to thank for being a better reader of my Bible. Quite frankly, I found his stuff, so I'm really interested in what this guy thought. So I bought a whole bunch of his books. I still haven't gotten through all of them. Actually, I'm reading Reversing Hermon at the moment, but I've read Unseen Realm, and I've listened to countless things by him, and countless Naked Bible podcasts, and yeah, he really he was really influential in the way that I think about the Bible now, and I'm really grateful. I guess that would be what I my story about it. My story about it. I really am blessed, blessed by him. I truly, I'm not very good at putting this sort of stuff into words, but anyways, I just wanted to come up here and say all that.
Hey, Lucas.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Thanks. By the way, thanks for that, Jared. That's really cool. I just want everyone to share their stories, and then I'll go last. So
Sure.
on development.
Hello.
Hey, man.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. I was having trouble with my mic. But
Are you the one with the shuffling sound, or is that Lucas?
That's me, sorry.
Oh.
That's okay.
No, when a train comes by, you might hear that, though.
Ah, it's all good. Yeah.
But so finding Michael was more. I was reading Genesis. I was deciding I've got to read the Old Testament. I've got to do it front to back. I've just got to do it. But I couldn't get past Genesis ever. I still haven't, because there's always so much more to learn. And I keep going back and thinking, this is odd language. This doesn't, like, from a storytelling perspective, there's something going on here that I don't know. And the first thing that I did was I found a video that you had posted from Hugh Ross, and I started watching those. And then because I was watching those and watching things that you posted on your channel, I saw that there was stuff from Michael Heiser. And then I started listening to him, and he's got a little bit different perspective than Hugh Ross does on things. And he goes into a lot more detail and started talking about how he came to the divine council things and his conversations with people. And I was just thinking, this is the kind of stuff, this is the reason why I couldn't get past Genesis, because I didn't have anyone to talk to about this who critically thought about it. I always would go back and think, well, there's more here. I don't know the language. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what story they're telling, but they are telling something, and there's a reason for it. And there's more to it than what I've been taught. So I listened to a lot of Heiser's talk and reference and going back and forth, and I started to realize that not only is he presenting a lot of information that a lot of other people before him have gathered, but he's doing something that I truly believe in for my learning experience going forward is something that I wrote about, which is that, life is too short to do everything on your own. You have to learn from the experiences of others. And applying that to my walk with Christ is there's going to be lots of things that I don't know. I don't know Greek, although I know enough about Greek to know when there's something to look at, like what does this say in the Greek and what does that mean and why. But someone like Michael who's done the work, who's read all these other people who've done work, and he's connecting those dots, and he's a believer. And then I think, how could someone so deep into it still believe, and then me question whether or not I should? Because much smarter people than me doing work that I haven't even come close to do. And I started to think that that model of wanting to be more like Jesus, following Jesus, comes from these examples around us of people doing the same. So it's just stepping stones all the way, all the people, and then Heiser's like this. He's got a great voice. Just listening to him is amazing. Just hearing that, because I can concentrate on it. I can follow what he's saying. And I don't get that from a lot of other people. I don't find myself being able to understand when they're going into one verse, referencing another, and then about to reference another one. And I'm following that thread, and I can stay with it. And he does a really good job of making that coherent. Unlike me, and because I'm a student, not a teacher, I have a hard time expressing that. But I bring up his work. I bring up that when I'm talking to other people, I say, "Oh, it's Michael Heiser. You gotta read this book that he wrote, because that explains what I'm failing to explain to you. If you want to know, like, that heavenly council thing, like, here I am trying to relay that information. I'm like, but there's no better way to get it than his book. I think it's already been done. The work's there. I don't have to do it, but I can learn from it, and that's very important to me. And so he's been very important.
Amen, brother. Yeah. Just to clarify for everyone, like, that's like a moment ago when I said, the dot connecting. So when when that person told you, read this book, or when I say read this book that Heiser's written, I just want to have a pushback against any presupposition people may have that, and this is to no offense to other people who write other books, but when you go to a Christian bookstore, like a typical, what Heiser likes to call a Barnes and Noble sort of category, which again, this is nothing about like an ivory tower, say, scholar versus those who may not have the means to be at that level. And in other words, I'm not dismissing other books and other people who have written other books. It's just that there are books that are written in Christian literature, fiction and non-fiction, but I usually, literally, and I just have to be honest, are sensationalist. They are books written with not that big of a bibliography, and it's just it's possible. Interpretations are given in a way like it's possible it's this way, and I think it's this, and I think it's that, and so it becomes like a private interpretation sort of thing. And again, you're free authors are free to do that. They're free. They have the free right to sell their works that way, and on it goes. So it's again, if someone were to present those books and say, read this book, so I'll throw in a random name, not to throw him under the bus, but say like a Joel Osteen, This Is Your Day book or something like that, right? Okay, Joel Osteen's, I disagree with his theology. I know the drive he has, and that is he wants to make people feel good. I know that that's his heart, even though I disagree with the whole Word of Faith movement. But there is a heart there to reach out to people. But then I'm still there is a big audience of Christians that are technically not interested in that work because he's just expressing his thoughts. Joel Osteen, I suppose, has that gift of like being a motivational speaker, that sort of thing, with a Christian veneer. So now, coming to Heiser's works. So, if I were to say, hey, read Unseen Realm, Heiser is actually commentating or taking us through his journey through the scholarship. That's why it's so special. Will you see someone like Joel Osteen do something like that with his books? Again, I'm not trying to like put anyone down. All I'm saying is Heiser's gift to the church is that he's pulled in the church what those who have come and gone in the church, who themselves have been necessary for the body, but whose voices may have been lost because of their hard work, and maybe their work is too dry, for certain readers, or maybe they didn't communicate the ideas in a so-called popular level. So Heiser's gift is that he didn't find that dry, or he found that interesting, and so then his 2004 dissertation became then the Unseen Realm, and then now his later works after that is nothing but like I suppose you could say like specialized studies and a reflection on his life's work, which is the Unseen Realm. And then the Unseen Realm in itself is, again, a pooling in together of hundreds of voices that have contributed to that work. So it's actually not really Heiser's work. It's the combination of all these faithful stewards of the gospel who are specializing in their own academic fields, and then Heiser's connecting all of that together. So that's why when I say read Heiser's work, it's not one man's ideas. It's a combination, and then Heiser then gives his own epilogue thoughts, as you can see in his journey. So yeah, I just want to preface that's if you are listening to this for the first time and you're wondering why so special, well, this is why Heiser is special to us. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say too, I think for me, he had a brilliant way of pulling the whole narrative of the Bible together. And when you go to church, you learn Jesus died for our sins, and that's basically the whole narrative that you kind of get. And Heiser just pulls this whole thing together, this whole thing of history, and just ties it into the gospel. And it's just this beautiful narrative, and it just gives you this passion to understand it and know it. And I don't know, I feel like it was just so beautiful how he tied everything together. And I don't want to say make it simple, because it was hard. It was hard to study everything and you know what I mean? But after you got the whole picture, it was just this beautiful mosaic painting that I don't know. Like I'm an artist, so that's kind of how I picture things, put it into a painting. But like just everything just tied together, and it was like that makes more sense. You know what I mean? Than just this man coming into the earth and like
He's
dying for
basically,
us, and
yeah.
like
Yeah.
like the church makes it so boring, and there's just so much to it, and it's so interesting. And I think that like if people really understood the whole narrative of the Bible, that it just makes it like so much more like impactful on your life and your walk and everything, basically.
Yeah. So yeah, Lance says, I only recently read Unseen Realm and Supernatural, though I've been listening to him since Coast to Coast. So this comment also reminded me that his work, Supernatural, is nothing but a very tiny little book summarizing Unseen Realm. So if ever there was a book where now he's giving his own like devotional text without any sort of dot connect, he's just saying it like in summarized form, Supernatural will be it. But Unseen Realm and all his other works, again, he's actually giving credit, and yeah, he's giving credit to other people and allowing other people to finally have their say. Because, again, one of my frustrations with the church is that your typical average Sunday school or your pastor, again, I'm not trying to like throw them under the bus, but they don't make any of these dot connecting. And people have, a lot of Christians have been hungry and thirsty for, well, where do we go from here, sort of thing. Or maybe they did not even think that it could go this deep, and lo and behold, for the sake of those who don't have the privilege or to access this high ordered level stuff, so Heiser's service is to go, hey, look, don't be intimidated. This is basically he's paraphrasing 6,000 plus scholarly works in that one book. That's basically what he's doing. And so, yeah. Hey, Converse, it's good to see you, brother.
Hey, Rob, how are you?
Converse, what's going on, bro?
I'm keeping it together.
Yeah, I understand. Trust
Yeah.
me. What can you say? I mean, it's rough to see Heiser in this type of shape, you know. Heiser really brought people like us together, you know, and just hearing your guys' stories, it just reminds me so much of mine, you know. There's just so much like I can resonate with from like pretty much everything that's been said so far, and you know, it's just it's a really interesting dynamic that Mike brought to the table, because he really filled in like most of the gaps, let's say, you know. And so like just to keep with what you guys were doing, like as far as our kind of stories about where we've like ran into Mike and stuff, is like I remember like I grew up in the church, and I can remember after high school, just somebody told me that Christian is like, you're a Christian, right? And I'm like, yeah. And then they told me that Christians believe that Jesus was God and things like this. That I'm like, are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure he's the Son of God, right? And there's like all these little things like that where I'm like, how did I not hear about any of this stuff? And then it was even before I had ever met Heiser, right, or ran into any of his stuff, I knew I needed him because of passages like when Jacob wrestled with God, right? When I'm reading and I'm like, yeah, he's like wrestling with God. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, there's no way this is God. Like, so then I'm like, this is like really hurting my faith, because I'm not understanding what's happening here. And you just realize there's something missing, because I keep running into all of these things that make me go like, there's, so I actually was falling out of faith for quite a long time. And so I almost consider myself like a type of deist or just a general theist. And then I can remember the first time I ran into Heiser was I was following the guy. You remember the guy, Chris, from Verse by Verse? Chris White?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
Chris White.
He made that aliens debunking. Yeah.
Ancient Aliens Debunked, right? Mike Heiser and so that's my first kind of encounter with Heiser, and then Chris's work, of course, and then I started listening to Heiser like every chance I could. Of course, I bought all of his books, audio versions and everything, right? And yeah, Heiser just kind of brought all of the threads that were missing and said like there are answers, and this like gives you hope. And the last thing maybe I'll say is I've had a channel for a while, and Heiser's probably one of my biggest, if not my biggest influence on my entire studies, like for the last 8 years probably. And I kept saying to myself, I'll get Heiser on one day, and I even had people saying like, Heiser will come on if you invite him. And I'm like, yeah, I'll get Heiser on one day, And I kept putting it off until maybe a year and a half ago. And I finally was like, stop putting this off. Okay. You need to talk to Heiser. But there's always this thing where you're like, yeah, but I want to have everything that I want to ask him in order. I want to have like all these pieces and I don't want to miss anything. But finally I was like, forget all of that. Okay. And I finally was like, all right, I'm having him on. So I messaged him and I'm like, I'd be crushed if he wouldn't come on. So I was like, Dr. Heiser, I've been appreciating your work, all this type of stuff, right? But then I was like, and I'd find it really charitable if you would find it in yourself to come on and talk with me, And of course he did. And it wasn't Rob, maybe a few weeks later that we found out that he had cancer. And I don't know, I might have been the last interview that he did. I don't know of another one after me because it's right after that. And so that made me just like the gravity of the situation kind of sunk in, And I was like, God, like, I'm just so glad I have that, to like look back on,
Yeah.
So, Heiser loves strange things, and well, he's getting ready to see some strange things, I'm sure. So
That's it. Yeah.
So, Heiser. Heiser is the source of so many people getting accused of being heretics and polytheists in their church. So, anyways, I was introduced to Heiser through ultimately you, Rob, but it was kind of a journey in itself. I was going through the whole young Earth creationist ordeal, trying to sort that out, and with my pastor at the time, he's pretty involved with he was pretty involved with the scholarship, but he was even unfamiliar with Heiser and even Hugh Ross and all that. But he ended up showing me a book, one of John Walton's Lost World series, and he wasn't quite sure of what the book was about either. And so we both went through it and tried to figure it out. And that kind of raised a lot of that. That was the introduction to, this ancient Near East mythological parallel to the Bible. And that got me really fascinated and looked for more content. And providentially, you started putting a bunch of Heiser stuff up there, and I was gravitated towards that. And it's like, oh wow, okay. This is making a lot more sense now, because like Heiser was able to, bring it to a layman's understanding, and one of the things that Heiser likes to, in my observation, he likes to wrap on is consistency. So having a consistent model, a consistent way of thinking and methodology really like is part of his whole like who he is. So he was able to take John Walton's stuff and other people's stuff and make a consistent model out of it, like with John Walton and Amar Anas and several other people, to take their material and synthesize it together to make a consistent model. And that's what really drew me into Heiser. But it took me a long time to understand that concept, what he was trying to do. Because at first, the first thing, my first thoughts of Heiser was like, what is this guy talking about? I'm so confused. But at the same time, like, it's really intriguing and he's answering a lot of questions. But yeah, like, I want to know more. So thank you, Rob, for putting those videos up. I couldn't find any other long versions of his talks. All I kept finding were small clippets here and there that didn't give the context that I wanted. I wanted the whole, the whole video, the whole lesson that he gave. And you are the only person to put those out there that I know of. So big thank you to you. Thank you to his family, Heiser's family, Calvin and his wife and everybody. And they're such a huge blessing to us all.
Amen, bro. So we've got some newcomers in here. We have Marv, Rob, Jared. Jared, I think you spoke a moment ago. And Sam.
Hey, everyone.
Yeah. Oops, someone dropped out.
Hi, Rob. I've watched your stuff for a long time. I've never really joined on anything, but I first found out about Heiser actually from Chris White as well, from Ancient Aliens Debunked. I used to watch Chris White stuff all the time in like the early days of YouTube, and I loved Heiser because I was into the weird, Christian Middle Earth stuff, and I loved Heiser a lot. I still love him, of course. He changed my whole the way I look at the Bible, and the way even my mom, who raised me in the church, looks at the Bible. I exposed her to Heiser's work, and we're all just very grateful. I've told so many people about him in his work, and I'm just really love him and everything he does. I watched all the Fringe Pop stuff. All that stuff was a lot of fun. I saw him on Canary Cry Radio a few times for the really Fringe stuff, and he was great. Probably his most the thing that was probably the most important, or the thing that affected me maybe the most, was many years ago. My wife actually left me many years ago, and I was searching scriptures about whether or not I could possibly remarry someday, and I was very troubled and disturbed about it. And I was searching around about it, and I actually ended up finding like a sermon, and apparently it was one of the only sermons he ever preached. And you probably heard it, you've probably seen it, but he taught
the 40-minute one.
Yeah. He got like a letter from a guy who basically, it could have been written by me. Like, I could have been that. It wasn't from me, but it could have been. And that whole sermon just brought me a great deal of peace. And I had already loved Heiser from before I heard that. And I don't know, it was a big blessing. He's really impacted my and many of my friends now and my whole family's life with his work. So I really appreciated it. I just wanted to come on and say that. That's it.
Awesome, man. Yeah. Who would like to go next? Tui, it's good to see you, man. As
Good to
Amir
see you
calls you,
too.
Habibi. Oh, by the way, everyone in the comments section that keeps asking the question, did Mike pass away? No, he did not. I need to, like, maybe do a caveat or something, but yeah, he's still very much alive. Who would like to
Pastor
go
Oli, it
next?
almost seems like premature grieving.
Yeah.
Hi, Rob.
Hello.
Pleasure to see you again, you and everybody. Thank you
Yes.
for giving us the opportunity to express ourselves in gratitude to the man that really revolutionized the way we read scripture. I think we can say that I'm in a heartbroken state by now. It's a very difficult episode in our lifetime. I think that all I can say, and I've been listening to all the people that has talked right now about Dr. Heiser, just thanking him for what he has done through his ministry, his scholarship, everything. He really he really made me fall in love with my Bible again. And you were saying something very true about him. He's very special in that sense. Remember, before going to bed, almost every night, just turning the Naked Bible podcast on, falling asleep as I was listening to it. Trey Strickling and Dr. Heiser. All I can say is just to give thanks to Dr. Heiser for everything. And now, just looking forward to the future. What else we're gonna do with everything he has shared to us. And I think you have done a great work by putting his content, his videos, his talks, everything available to all that people that is yet to know Dr. Heiser's content, the Divine Counsel, and everything. So I really thank you, Rob, for what you have done. You have done a great job. Yeah, and just very difficult. By the time I saw the post he put on Facebook, I was speechless because I know what the doctors have said about everything, his cancer, but I'm just still holding on the miracle. And I will pray to God to make it possible till the last moment. If that's not the case, it is what it is. So again, thank you, Rob, and I just wanted to express my gratitude in this roundtable tribute to Dr. Heiser. So thank you.
Amen, bro. Okay. Joseph Gibson, welcome, bro.
Hi, thanks for doing this, man.
No, it's my pleasure, and all of us are in it together, so yeah.
Right.
Who would like
Sort of
to
like
go
the
next? Yeah.
sort of like the next wave, I feel.
Right. It's, yeah.
You got to pass the baton on to the younger generation sometime.
Right. Well, I mean, considering that we all came up during the popularization of things like Zecharia Sitchin and the disclosure movement and all the stuff, I feel like we were all kind of sucked in by it.
Yeah, we're definitely part of that generation of sudden reinterest in biblical studies, but it's all the humbug of biblical studies.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like we had to be exposed to all that stuff in order to come to understand that that what the Bible's talking about is absolutely real, but we didn't know that because it wasn't accessible to our generation.
Mm.
And that's why Dr. Heiser is so important.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for my part, I recognized in Heiser a conversation that I desperately wished I could have had it in college when I was getting my degree in biblical languages, and conversations that I desperately wished I could have had it in seminary and just couldn't because they would have been too subversive. Talking about the Baal cycle would have been way too subversive for my little conservative seminary. Or talking about Formgeschichte, or talking about just any biblical studies in general, or what was sometimes glossed as the historical critical study of the Bible, is way too controversial for some of American Christianity still. And it's nice to have a voice saying that, yeah, there's some humbug in there, but they're believing what they're believing for good reasons sometimes. Sometimes it's only reasons that are good only in their own heads, but they're believing them for good reasons. And they're worth listening to, if only to ponder them for a little while and see if they have something good to add.
Well, and even in my Southern Baptist upbringing, which I rebelled full force against, even to talk about, the book of Enoch, right? That was, I remember my uncle's second wife mentioned the book of Enoch at a Thanksgiving dinner, and my grandfather led into her. And, the idea that there's extra biblical texts that flesh out the story, while not inspired, they're just as important in accessing the meaning and the context. So even shutting that down, not even getting into the heavy, meaty stuff is, that's what I was up against. So that's why I think something like Zecharia Sitchin appealed to me so much, because on the surface, it felt scholarly. It felt like somebody was doing their homework and not just dismissing anything that they didn't agree with. When it turns out that's all it was.
Mentioning first Enoch, it's really interesting. One of the hermeneutical principles that I learned while learning especially biblical Greek was that the most important context, say you're translating and trying to exegete part of the Gospels, one of the most important contexts is the immediately preceding context. So if you're translating part of the Gospels, read 2 or 3 vignettes immediately before. That's one of the most important contexts. Now let's expand that to, we're in the 1st century. The most important context is the immediately preceding context. Why don't we read more of the Second Temple literature? If the most important context is the immediately preceding one, let's read some more Second Temple literature. What was the milieu that Jesus and his disciples was living in? I didn't get any of that in seminary. That was too scary. That's where all the liberals lived in their studies.
Can't have
By the way, Tui, what you just said there, literally the very second you just said that, Sushi just said exactly that. I have to credit Heiser completely on making me lose fear to study the Bible nakedly, hence Naked Bible podcast, and not be afraid to allow God to challenge my presuppositions, and for his message to finally clear up after. And that's the point. when I keep harping on the dot connecting, the irony is that there's this fear to step into this scholarship because you're presuming that's just where the liberals are, or that's where the so-called critical scholars are, and that's where the so-called Bible debunking takes place. When lo and behold, that's actually not the case. And so, yeah. So when you look at the Bible nakedly, so stripping it from all the biases and the filters and the so-called like theological lenses that's developed over time, which ironically again, those lenses were developed practically ex nihilo, but not exactly, but close enough in their own ways, because they themselves were struggling with certain things and building up a model to try and make sense of the data, and so when you strip that down, and by the way, the reason why we stripped that down is because the more we discover archaeologically and textually, and the more we discover of the more ancient past, then those so-called filters that arise up later on in church history happen to, even though they are later and after the fact, the interesting thing is that they are actually outdated because we're going back further in time, which means there's a lot of things that those filters have actually missed, and no fault of theirs because they didn't have it. Things like the Dead Sea Scrolls. When the King James translation was made, there was no Dead Sea Scrolls to help the translators. So now the King James is outdated. It doesn't mean we throw it in the bin. It's a product of its time. But Dead Sea Scroll research is now revamping biblical translation, and in turn, with Heiser's interest, things like the whole Psalm 82 worldview, that is now it's made the gospel that much more coherent. That's the point. If here's the thing, if these discoveries that were made caused things like Psalm 82 to make the gospel more corrosive, then it would have gone that direction. And then we might as well just throw our hands in the air and be like, all right, whatever, let's just leave Christianity, that sort of thing. But it didn't go in that direction. It actually further went into the demonstrating the gloriousness of the gospel, and Heiser's ambition in that was to demonstrate that. So, yeah.
Well, and I think a pair. Go ahead.
I wanted to add to that because you were talking about King James being outdated because of the scholars not really having all the same work, but it's also kind of outdated because we don't use that language anymore. Even that Old English, I know enough Old English because of Shakespeare to know that I don't know Old English.
I'll only use the King James with 17th century people. I will use a modern translation with everybody else.
Because even the word wherefore...
A modern King James.
But, and that's another thing that...
the modern English translation.
He has a more up-to-date way of talking about what it says, because he knows that context. He knows that ancient Near Eastern context. So idioms and things like that, which I had no idea existed, and in Hebrew...
Oh, and actually, you know what? Here's a little trivia fact. Heiser, I remember Heiser being interviewed on I don't know, it's a podcast with birds. Some weird UFO religion podcast, but it's named after a bird. I forget now. And I uploaded that whole 7-hour interview on...
Is it Canary Cry?
Yeah, that one. In that podcast, he says, and he says this very rarely, but I remember it from that one, where he says that he was commissioned by Logos Software to literally, letter by letter, and in some cases word by word, do an interlinear with the King James, with the interlinear of Hebrew and Greek. And and Heiser said, I think I'm the only one on this planet now in light of Logos, because when Logos was just beginning, as far as I know, he was one of the first like editors, as part of that software. So it's quite possible he's the only one by hand, but digitally, to link literally every word between the Leningrad Codex and the Hebrew canon and the Greek with the King James translation, which thereby, I mean, think about it. If you had that project, that means you practically have read literally every word in the King James translation. Which then as a specialist knowing the language, you can then see, like, oops, that translator got it wrong there.
Well, yeah, but
yeah.
Not only did he read every letter of the King James, but beforehand he, I would assume, read every letter of the Septuagint, and so he had his headspace. He had all of this as he was going through, and I would agree. There's not a person on this planet that's got all of that upstairs with his background in Greek and Hebrew languages. Like, he said something in one of his presentations that really made me think every time after I read the Bible, which was, if you say to somebody, I'm going to Vegas, right? And Vegas is a Spanish word, but to an American, when you say Vegas, it conjures up all of these images that are not implicit in just the word Vegas, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that opened my eyes to the idea when he said you have to read it in that context, what he meant, which is it's the connotation and the imagery that people would have been familiar with even just a simple word that we wouldn't necessarily have access to. 1,000 years from now, when somebody reads the term Vegas, are they going to know about what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas? Depends if it's preserved or not.
What I was just thinking about when, what I wish sometimes is like that Heiser would have. I'm like, man, why don't Heiser debate, man? I just wish Heiser would do debates. But then I think of it, I'm like, well, it makes him so cool when he's just like, catch me at the scholarship. It's just like, I don't need, look, just write a paper on it. Like, I'm not.
He's only done 2 debates.
Right. Yes. He's like, I'm not wasting my time with rhetoric. I just do some, write a paper on it and I'll read it. But man, I wish he would have done more,
I think Dr. Peterson is a clear example of stay in your lane. So I think Dr. Heiser understood stay in my lane,
I remember
do the
Heiser,
work and I'll write it down, but I'm not gonna get on social media. I'm not gonna do the silly stuff with it.
To quote Heiser, Heiser's famous phrase, "Debates are for the lazy."
Right.
Yeah.
And he said, if you want me, like, I'm paraphrasing what he said, but it's like, if you want to engage with something, then just read. And I remember like a clip, a Jordan Peterson clip, where he's talking to, like, I don't know, like the whole like woke culture thing. And,
insert journalist. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he literally tells us straight, read more. And I'm just thinking, like, hang on, did these clips occur around the same time when Heiser said that, read, and then like a day or two or a week in between, even Peterson was communicating the same thought. So yeah. Also, Faithful to God, welcome, bro.
Hey, how you guys doing? Unfortunate
Doing all right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very saddened by the news of Dr. Heiser. He was very impactful on me as a person who was once deceived by the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. I was really impacted by his work dealing with the divine council. And you know this, Rob, because you had the video at one point on your channel, his debate with Rakash Yar of GOCC.
That's one of the debates.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And that was so hard to find. I found it. I'm just like, yes.
Yeah.
So.
I have it on my channel too, man. It's one of those things when you listen to it, man, you can see why it's important to have a good, solid foundation when it comes to the biblical text, understanding it in its appropriate ancient Near East context. Those were the kind of things that I didn't have when I was deceived by that doctrine. But glory be to God that He raised up someone like Michael Heiser to help people like myself and others to really understand the Bible in its appropriate context. But absolutely saddened by the news regarding him. I think all of us should keep his family in prayer. And yeah, man, he had a tremendous impact on my life, man. Very much so.
Yeah, it reminds me of the point I wanted to bring up earlier when you were talking about access to the Dead Sea Scrolls. So I don't think it's an accident that at the same time they, roughly speaking, that they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, that Nag Hammadi was discovered. And I think that that the rise of the interpretation and the digesting of Gnosticism. I mean, I've long time, observer slash, follower, I guess you'd say, not follower, but paying attention to what they're saying of people like Mark Passio, David Icke, who base a lot of their worldview on Gnosticism. I think that there's sort of some Holy Spirit working there. The fact that we have somebody like Dr. Heiser doing the work with inspired scripture, knowing that at the same time, in parallel, we were going to get this rise in Gnosticism and the people who were going to offer that up as an alternative to scripture. And the most dangerous thing for me about Gnosticism, it's very alluring. And they're not afraid to talk about the supernatural aspects of our plight. But the most dangerous part of Gnosticism is that it removes sin from the table. It makes us all the victims. We're just along for the ride. And I see the hand of God working in humanity by giving us somebody like Dr. Heiser, knowing that at the same time, when all of us would be of age, looking at all this stuff on YouTube, going over, watching David Icke's 9-hour presentations or getting involved with Mark Passio's videos, they're coming from a good place, but they're using the wrong source material, in my opinion. So I just want to see what you guys thought about that, because that's something that had me pulled and twisted way off in the ether. Was, and growing up with things like The Matrix and Truman Show and things like that, it was almost like I felt like they were trying to tell us that this is exactly what's happening. And, I can't help but think that that's for a reason.
Most people's access to Gnosticism was almost non-existent before the 1940s, 1950s. Before that, you'll find little whispers of it, maybe in the anthroposophists,
the Kabbalion,
maybe little occultic groups like that. But after the publication of them in English, now it's available to a popular crowd, and they can run with it whether or not they've got historical chops to actually handle it or not.
Precisely.
Mm-hmm. Hound brother.
Hey.
Yo, dude. It's good to see you, bro.
Good to see y'all too.
Yeah. Huh?
I said good to see you all too.
Yeah.
See familiar faces. See an angel.
The circle is now complete. Hound is here. So, yeah.
Well, thank you guys for allowing me to sit in. I'm not much of a participator in things like this, but I couldn't pass up. I couldn't.
Oh no! Yeah,
resist.
welcome to the stage, Joseph. Like chill.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we're all family. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah,
I think what I'll do is
typically don't.
Yeah.
Get into live streaming or anything. I stay as far away from that kind of technology as I can. But this is a special occasion.
Yeah.
I think I'll share how I came across Heiser. Unless, Sam, you've been quiet.
Yeah, can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that maybe two anecdotes. Sorry for my English; it might not be as
That's
well.
okay.
I'm not native English speaker. So I remember, like, when I think I saw the first few videos from Heiser, might have been from Rob's channel, like 4 years back, and I was wondering, like, this is a really strange guy, but I really like what he's saying. But he's saying some maybe slightly unorthodox things, right? If you come from a more traditional evangelical background. And I went to his website, and it was still the old website with the quite a bit longer introduction text about me or about the purpose of his work. And there was one sentence that like really hit me, that struck me, and it was like, in Heiser's opinion, every person who does biblical seminar or theology degree or anything like that should be required to do a course in basic formal logic and reasoning. And at that point, that okay, if I need to know anything about any topic, that's the first commentary I'm going to consult, because like as a programmer, I'm really into the whole logic thinking stuff. And like I thought, so we can reason about theology in that way too. So that really caught me, and I have been getting more into his stuff since then, with his books and with the podcast. So yeah, the second anecdote was I once like many years ago, like maybe 10 years ago, I prepared a small input for a youth group, and I felt like I wanted to find something challenging, like that we could treat as a topic in the youth group. So young naive I went and found one of the psalms where I'm not sure if it was Psalm 81, but it was one of the psalms where it's the phrase of "you are God's," right? And so I thought, oh, that's challenging. And so I consulted like a kind of a little bit older but really good German commentary, Bible commentary. And what I found there was really unsatisfying. And so I had to go to that youth group, and we discussed it, and I shared my view on how commentaries would explain it. But it felt like it's the whole thing, like the guys must be judges somehow, because the kind of equivalent that God is a judge and that kind of thinking, right? And it was so funny when I years later discovered the whole interpretation that Heiser gives, and the whole rest of the backstory to that, to the supernatural worldview. And that's really, like, I often think back at the time, I think like nobody would ever have known about any of those kind of interpretations that Heiser would bring us, which are, as we all know, not his own findings, but what he shares from many other scholars, and just kind of puts it in a neat way for us non-scholars to consume, I guess. And so, and just I think just like to like why I quickly joined here was he kind of, I think I would say he revolutionized how I like my whole faith and belief system, and in a very good way. And not just like from today to tomorrow I changed how I think about the Bible, but so many small inputs question change how you approach things. And it has, like, I would say it has opened a huge world for me of how to approach faith, theology, and all those issues. And like I have changed so many of my views but I'm very confident now about them, much more confident, I would say, than in the strict past literal sense that so many of evangelicals have, right? Or whatever literal might mean. And it has blessed many aspects of my life, and for that I'm super thankful. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Howard, would you like to share anything?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I can't even remember how long ago it was since I encountered Heiser. I'm not that great at remembering times. I know it was before the Unseen Realm came out. I basically stumbled on his website, and read through his PDF articles on Psalm 82 and other topics. And then I kind of let it pass for a while. And then later on, I went back to check again and found his book had actually come out. So I found that. And then I think I met you, Rob, on Faith Life, where I sent out a call for people who had read his stuff. And yeah, I entered a great community. Like others have said, my view of how to interpret the Bible, even how to deal with historical scholarship as a whole, was massively shifted. I definitely would not be the person I am today right now if I hadn't encountered that. I would probably be on a very different path.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And definitely Hound and I would not be trolling each other ever since then. That's
yeah, no.
I wouldn't have met any of you, so
I wouldn't have met Hound, wouldn't have met Rob, wouldn't have met Angel, wouldn't even have met Patul either. So
yeah. I went to Texas and I met Zach.
Yeah.
We had dinner.
I met Angel IRL. But yeah, no, it's not just the material put out, it's the tools to move on and to build from that. I think that is going forward with what Heiser has given us. I think we need to remember not to stop in place, not to freeze and become static, but to keep building on top of the firm foundation that he's set before us here.
I heard an analogy about learning biblical languages and studying scholarship about the Bible, like hard-nosed scholarship, that it's sort of like watching a football game on TV versus actually going to the game. If you've got a bad translation, maybe you're only able to watch the game on a 10-inch black and white TV, but you're able to get the facts of the game more or less. But reading
listen to it on AM
and having actual access like that is like being at the game, and there's nothing like being at the game. Things get ineffably communicated to you when you're there in person that can't get communicated to you through the TV. If you've ever had a friend go to a football game and you merely watch it on TV at the same time, just compare your experiences. It's radically different, and it's the same game, but there's so much more that you get access to. And Heiser's one of these popularizing scholars he's buying tickets. Maybe they're not at the 50-yard line, the $100,000 tickets, but he's buying us $500 tickets way up in the nosebleed seats, but we're actually able to be at the game.
Well, and considering some of the stadiums that I've found myself in, I'd much rather be here than anywhere else. I mean, it's that my descent into Gnosticism was fueled by my struggle with sleep paralysis and what I experienced in that state, what I ran into, let's say. And I think for me, because growing up, I was taught that everything about the Bible had already been discovered. When stuff comes along that's seemingly new, or at least had never been on my radar, it was so easy for me to go down that path of like, whoa, hey, there's noise coming from this building, but I've already been into this building, and they've said me that there's nothing else to see here. And I think that's if I had to practice some nutshelling, I would say like that's what Dr. Heiser woke me up to the fact that we haven't even scratched the surface of the scriptures, right? We haven't. you could read it every day, all day for the rest of your life. And if you understand how to read it, you're going to be unpacking it for the rest of your existence.
Yeah, it's infinitely deep. I remember spending months just on Psalm 104, and the whole just ended up being absolutely bottomless. I finally had to pry myself away and just stop writing notes on that psalm. I'm going to move on to the next one.
Right. You gotta. It's like if you only pay attention to one of your kids, yeah, you gotta make sure you spread the love around. You know.
Very good analogy. Yeah.
Yeah, there are still a lot of anti-intellectuals out there who say, well, we don't need our pastors or priests or theologians to waste half a decade of their life learning the biblical languages. We already have plenty of experts and plenty of English translations. They're good enough. Well, I don't find people saying, well, we have high-def broadcast TV. Nobody needs to buy stadium tickets to see the Super Bowl anymore. Just watch the stream. There's nothing like being at the game.
Well, and you know, in keeping with my background, I'm not in the habit of quoting Alphonse Capone, but when he said that, you know, it's a product made by the totally unskilled, sold by the totally unscrupulous, and bought by the totally bewildered, that's what you get. That's the situation. That's the preconditions for me. When you don't have that guide, that teacher who has spent his whole life learning Greek, learning Hebrew and Semitic languages, learning we need that because we need the skilled and the scrupled to help the bewildered.
Yep. It's like having one carefully curated streaming service, and they have only those cameras, and only those are the only cameras you're allowed to see of the Super Bowl game. No, the more cameras, the better.
We also need more people like him to be encouraged by it and continue doing similar things.
Right. Well, and that's what I'm
buying tickets.
That's what I'm trying to, we talk about connecting. That's one of I would say I feel like you talk about kindred spirits. That is something I'm something of a synthesizer myself as far as, pulling things together. It started with sleep paralysis. It went into the aliens and cryptids and paranormal and the study of things like the secret teachings of all ages and connecting all of those dots and synthesizing something of a narrative that if you were going to, taking a page out of This Present Darkness by Frank Peretti, if you're going to come up with a battle plan, a strategy of subversion, it's very clear to me how all roads lead to Rome, and in this case, all roads lead to the pit. As far as all of these different camps, seemingly unconnected, you can connect all of them, and then you're left asking yourself the question, why? And that's where I was at when the book Reversing Herman came into my life. And so I had the substrate primed and ready with all of the years of research and anecdotal evidence gathered from spending hundreds of hours and sleepless nights, probably contributing to the decline of my life as it happened a few years back, to be able to have that hit right when I sort of kind of reached a dead end with all of that other material, because I do believe it's all connected. It's part of a type of it's all different types of warfare being carried out against us as as human beings, as God's creation. And the church that I'm part of, I do the best that I can to not come off as absolutely insane. But I do think that as followers of Christ, because I think that's what ultimately this is about, it has to be. As followers of Christ, we need to be aware of all of this stuff, and we need to be able to see how it all connects and how it all goes back to Genesis. And I don't think that that's something that like our church talks about, the post-Christian era. And I don't like that term, but I know what they mean by it. In the postmodern era, I do like that term, because postmodernism for me is what is, holding sway over at least our nation, the West as a whole. The antidote to postmodernism and post-Christian is reintroducing these, because I have to believe that the peoples of 3,000 years ago, they didn't know, they didn't question what the lights in the sky were, or what the things visiting them when they were asleep were, or what those things that they were seeing out in the forest or creeping around their back door, right? They knew where all that came from. And like Graham Hancock says, we're a species with amnesia. And I don't necessarily am speaking to that where he's in the context he's talking about, but I do agree with that idea, is that we're a species with amnesia. And I think it's, it's important for us as the being past the torch as the next generation of Christians to reintegrate all of these separate fields of interest and study, not only because it's all connected, but because I also believe that that's, like myself, how we're going to bring people into the kingdom. Is they're going to be interested in this topic because of a personal experience, a lived experience like myself. And through following the rabbit trail that is, is at this point not very hard to start to pick up, they're going to come to the overwhelming conclusion that I think all of us have, particularly myself. I don't mean to speak for everyone, but.
Well, yeah, Rob, let me say one more thing before I go, and I'll make some room for other people that might want to come in here. There are a couple of highlights the last time I spoke with Heiser personally, when I had him on, that I really loved. That I really, when I think about them, they just make me smile, make me just think about Heiser's overall affable sense of I don't know, he's just like a fun person, and he's able to put things in very clear and easy ways that sometimes it's hard for me to put things in that way. And one thing that I really appreciated was I played him a clip of Charlie Daniels sending in a question to this show of Christians around this table on a Christian morning show. And he's like, I want to know what happened in John 10 about, who, what is he talking about? Ye are gods, I want to know. And they just went all over the place to be like, oh, it's, Psalms, there's some poetic stuff in there. So it's and then it's oh, well, he said to us, that we're made in God's image. So we're, technically, and they're trying to imply all these things. And, after Heiser just said, this is just embarrassing. And I was like, he's like, Charlie's the guy asking the good questions here, right? And that's one thing that stuck with me. And the second thing is, and I've got a video clip. I've never put it out, but me and Dr. David Falk talking privately about some other stuff. But Heiser said this one thing when I had him on that I just cannot forget. He said, you never grow into fundamentalism. And I told that to Dr. Falk. He said, yeah, oh, you had him on? Oh, yeah, I'm going to check that out. And I said, yeah. You know what he said about fundamentalism? you never grow into fundamental. And he laughed so hard. He got his wife. He's like, hey, listen to what Heiser said. He like told her, and I'm just like, that was just so perfect, man. So, I just love those type of memories and things like that. And so I'm praying for Heiser every day. I know you guys are, hoping for a miracle, but Heiser's always got a special place in our hearts. And Rob, your content has always been there to supply me when I was like, I want this full lecture, so I appreciate you too. And there was another channel. Do you remember that other channel? It's maybe Abraham something.
Yeah, but that was an odd one, that channel. I think it was yeah, I know the channel you're talking
Yeah, it had
about,
some
but
of his content.
it just took snippets of videos. Like someone was just pulling in, but there was no. I don't know what that person. I think that person was like a weird Unitarian.
I don't know who they were, but yeah.
Like bits and pieces was used from different content and.
Did he have an Isaac Newton profile? Did he have an Isaac Newton profile on his YouTube channel?
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he's I think he's Unitarian if I remember correctly, because I think he may have had Dill Tuggy. It's been
Yeah, for a long time it was just Rob's content and his content, and maybe a couple other little clips. But yeah, so I appreciate it, you guys. Love everybody. Always be praying for the brothers and sisters, and yeah, you guys take care.
Hey, Converse, stick around. I'll share my testimony before you go.
Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead.
There's a Heiser clip I want to share with all of you, which I think will be very inspirational. So, my faith journey started in 2010. All of you, I think, know my testimony, like my Opa, his passing in that year, and I came across scholars like Heiser, Hugh Ross, like a combination of all these scholars, 2013 onwards. Heiser was 2014. And the reason why how I found Heiser was hearing all of your testimonies is very interesting, because you're tackling biblical issues and then you're discovering things like the Psalm 82 stuff, which then Heiser happens to be then the link. That wasn't my approach. Mine was totally left field. So, although my Opa was a Christian, he happened to be a collector of strange stuff, right? One of which happens to be Zachariah Sitchin's books.
Yeah.
And now he didn't believe it, but I'm obviously young at the time. Like I was 21 in 2010. And I'll be dead honest. Just like how Heiser himself said on the on that Jim Baker show, the Jim Baker interview, where he tells the Jim Baker audience that he did not know, like back when Heiser was young, when he was a teenage, he only knew like Adam, Eve, Noah, Jesus, and that's about it. Like he didn't know the discrete details that build up, right? He just knew the names, so to speak, and that's it. But I did not know Heiser's testimony until years later, obviously. But that is technically me. I grew up in a Christian family, but I did not actually I did not know all the details. So there was a naiveness there and an intrigue, and at the same time, sort of like an obliviousness and also like a numbness to it. I wasn't really scared of the so-called hell thing or God, and I was just apathetic. So, but because of my Opa's passing, that sort of triggered a certain sense of intrigue, and at the same, it was like a nihilistic intrigue, like
a curiosity.
Yeah, but it's not just like it's not like I'm trying to like solve, say, the quantum gravity problem or some grand thing to win the Nobel Prize. Rather, it was a genuine. It was like a slap in the face to go, Rob, you're not alone. Thousands of people for thousands of years have asked the same question. And so in my own little tiny corner of the globe. Like I knew, like my mind started to sort of just grow up. I started to mature quite quickly and just realize, okay, stop your procrastinating. And in other words, where at that age, although I was a high functioning, say, student in school and in education, and in other words, I was high functioning with just the packaged, systematized education you get, and this will do. Like, this is all you need to progress forward. On you go. I grew up so quickly. Like, my opa's passing impacted me so much that I came out of my own matrix world, so to speak, and I just wanted to. I realized, I'm my own man, so to speak. Like I can think for myself, and I'm intrigued by this. What have other people asked and said, and on it goes. So long story short, hey DJ, okay.
Hey, God bless.
God bless you, bro. So by the time I reached certain segments of the Bible, like the Nephilim stuff and all that. Then I came across Zichen's works on my opa's shelf, and then I'm freaking out going, hang on, wait, what?
Yeah.
Like, I'm coming at this with complete wait, what? Is this serious? Is this legit? So this is what happened. I typed in Google. This is how it happened. I typed in Google back in 2014. Is Zichen wrong?
Classic.
And then I came across this website called zicheniswrong.com.
Yep.
Wow.
Because that's the first question you ask.
I'm like,
is this guy for real?
Yeah, like I'm seeing all this other stuff like Zichen debunked. Well, obviously 2021, that's too late. But I'm seeing other stuff like no, that's still too late. But anything, say from 2010 back, like these are the websites I'd be seeing. These are obviously more recent websites like 2020, but this one was the first hit actually. Zicheniswrong.com, and I'm thinking, oh, so I clicked on this, and then it comes up with this, relatively okay website.
Oh, that brings
like
back memories, man. I haven't been on that site in a little bit.
Like it looked, what intrigued me was, the UFO up there and the pyramids. I'm thinking, okay, this seems like, it seems okay, let's just see where this goes. So, what's this all about? Now, what made me intrigued about this man, who is obviously Heiser, is the way he wrote, because the way he thinks and writes is basically the way I think. And so, in other words, it's like someone who is pretty much sitting by my side and talking my language and saying, "Hey, bro, don't drink the Kool-Aid with this one," sort of thing, right? So
do better.
So yeah, so this is his introduction. This is how I was introduced. So welcome to the website devoted to addressing the claims of the ancient astronaut hypothesis popularized in writings of Zichen. Who's behind the site? My name is Mike Heiser. Who am I? The short answer is that I'm a scholar of the biblical ancient Near Eastern languages, cultures, and religions. Why do I bother with this stuff? Because I don't like ancient texts manipulated to promote false claims. If I were a lawyer, I'd feel professionally obligated to tell you if someone was giving you bad legal advice. If I was a medical doctor, I'd owe you the truth if I knew the medicine you were taking was bogus or could kill you. And, and then what made me really laugh out loud was, I don't doubt that Zachary Zichen is a nice guy. He's just wrong. Nothing personal. So it's this sort of sass that made me go, this guy is really cool.
That's funny. I've heard about this site, but I never visited before, so that's funny.
He's a lot kinder than I would ever be. If you try to practice law without a license, you go to jail. If you try to practice medicine without a license, you go to jail. But any idiot who thinks he could use Strong's lexicon, suddenly he's a theologian.
Yeah. So obviously, then I
even further.
Go for it, Amir. Amir, you going to say something?
I was going to say, Patuli, not only does Strong's Concordance make you a theologian, it makes you a professional linguistic scholar in Hebrew and Greek.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And it gives you a time machine as well. I don't know if you guys know that.
There are so many things where Strong's is not going to help you, and Blue Letter Bible is not going to help, and even Logos will not help you. Like, if anyone studied Greek here, the strong aorist versus the weak aorist. If you mouse over a Greek word in Logos, it's just going to say aorist, active, indicative, third person singular. It's not going to tell you this is a weak aorist, and it's not going to tell you this is a strong aorist, and it has a different sense. It's intransitive. So even simply having access to the tools doesn't mean that you're understanding what the tools are giving you as far as data.
Even further, it will not help you with the aorist middle participle.
Yeah, it's not going to tell you how to use the middle. It's not going to tell you the dozens. There's like 15 pages just on the imperfect verbal aspect in Daniel Wallace's grammar.
So, I was eating up the site. I kid you not, I spent 8 hours systematically reading through this website because for example, the first thing he has is Nibiru, and I like where he puts Nibiru first, then 12th planet, then Anunnaki, Nephilim. Like, in other words, he's tackling down the most likely hit reference or say word in Zichen's work, because to me, is Zichen right that Nibiru is this 12th? Oh, there goes the train. Is Zichen right about the 12th planet? Because I found this quite intriguing in the sense that let me show you why. In 2012, what movie was released in 2012 by one of my favorite directors, movie directors? Prometheus. And that came out in 2012, and I was, again, intrigued by the so-called astronaut hypothesis that Prometheus was promoting. So, that's, by the way, that's how I came across, Zichen's work, and I'm noticing that, Prometheus is nothing but just a rehashing of Zichen's work. So then,
right, like you can't tell me that the engineers in that movie are not the Anunnaki.
Yeah, exactly. So, when Heiser just simply showed me, like, look, you can actually look at it yourself. You can go, here's a summary paper on Nibiru. You can actually, look at what Nibiru represents. And he even had a video showcasing the word search and so on. And Nibiru is nothing but another word for what we call Jupiter. And it's like, wait, what? Like, that's it? And so then, obviously then, once you go down Anunnaki, Nephilim, like Anunnaki, Anunnaki and Nephilim are sort of interchangeable, but the point is, Anunnaki is something like those who in the rocket ships came down, and when really Anunnaki is just the underground spirits that, roam around. So from there, what happened was I then went to his blog, and his first blog post, this is his very, very, very first blog post, it's called A Biblical View of Ghosts. And he starts off, again, in that same sassy humor. This might seem like a weird way to kick off the Naked Bible blog, but it's actually a good subject for illustrating what will make this blog different than any other Bible study blog on the web. Like, what? This is a pretty bold claim, but you see, by now, if I came across his blog post first, I may have called his bluff, But since I was intrigued to see how just straightforward he was with the Zichen debunking, this then intrigued me going, okay, because the whole ghost thing is part of, again, my journey, but, with respect to my opa's passing and, like, that whole that supernatural question that I was raising in my journey. So
Yeah.
then when he starts breaking down that there is a lot of assumptions Christians make, but let's just stick with the scholarship. Yes, I'm not denying the Christian worldview, but at the same time, let's just break down very carefully don't forget, this is 2008. Like, obviously now in his latest works, he's basically in a very nicely fleshed out way, he's been able to give a more sophisticated rundown. But this is like the beginnings of his what would become the unseen realm, these categories and so on. And he's just like, look, this again stuck out to me, where he's like, so this distinction can be clearly made that there are non-human spirits and ghosts, and those are separate categories. All right, that non-human spirits and ghosts, and in other words, all of these are separate categories in the supernatural world. We'll have a good bit of data to begin thinking about a biblical view of ghosts. You'll get to see my theory live or die here, up close and personal. So I'm like, dude, this guy wants to just, do like a sort of like peer review. Let's just see where this goes, sort of, like, let's just ride this train and see where it goes, right? And this is then he spoke about LibreNex software, which is the Logos 3 and that's how I got involved with getting my LibreNex up and running. And so I have to thank Heiser for, talking about LibreNex. In other words, I have to thank the people who made Logos Bible software, because that then opened the door to all the scholars and the journals and the commentaries, and that otherwise I would not have gotten. Otherwise, if I were to get these resources and we didn't have that software, then I'd have to get it like manually and physically, and it'll just be like a massive bookshelf, behind me or something. And so, yeah, in a nutshell, this is how I came across Heiser, and then one of my first videos I uploaded on my channel happens to be the one that Angel spoke about, the Gnostic lecture that he gave. And so what I'll do is I'll play a snippet. So at the 5-hour mark, Heiser is asked this question about, and this is I think this is 2006, this was recorded, where he's asked a question about biblical scholarship, and here's his response that just, let's just say it sealed the deal for me with, okay, my training in the sciences and in my education was that I didn't care about sensationalism. Hence what I said, I was apathetic about the Christian faith, even though my family was Christian. But here's a Christian who cares about skeptical thinking and critical thinking. So I guess you could say there was a trust issue there, which then I started to then trust his leading in this. And in other words, the reason why I started to trust his leading is because he was encouraging me retrospectively or retrojectively to continue to be, like, he's encouraging me to continue to be skeptical through this journey, and at the same time promising that the end result is that the truth of the gospel is what you'll discover. So in other words, he's like like that famous Clint Eastwood line, like, make my day, or what's that famous line, like he has nothing to worry about.
A man's got to know his limitations. Is that what you're thinking of? That's
something like that, like kind of like, yeah. He's standing back saying, look, I've been there, done that. I'm not fearing your decisions. The point is, if you stick at it, you'll discover things that I've also discovered, but I can't spoon feed you. Like that's not, like, Heiser, in other words, Heiser is saying, I don't like to be a spoon feeder. Just come with me on the journey and see it for yourself, and I just leave it up to you, sort of thing. And so, and I think everyone who's been here sharing their testimony has basically shared in your own way exactly that, and that is, he didn't force you into all of this. Rather, he was just kind of like he was also asking these same questions even well before, 20, 30 plus years ago, like, and he's reached a time in his life to then put it all, like put it all down systematically, so that we can then sort of just review through it and go, yep, there we go. That's why we are now, well, for me anyway, that's why I'm a Christian. And so yeah, here's a very intriguing question that was raised, and his response here is then what sort of like, okay, this guy needs to be heard, and I really like the way he's presenting his argumentation and his honesty and so on.
Yes. We always had some scholarship of a great deal of depth back in the early church in thinking of concepts that pretty much outpace what's in the thought structure of today. What's happened to that type of scholarship and higher level of thought in our quote-unquote religious institutions and hierarchy?
Yeah, I'm having one of these moments of what I should say and what I want to say.
Classic.
Yes.
In an attempt to be nice, I think part of the problem is a general, the only circles I can really speak for are what I have seen in Protestant evangelicalism. And I think that because of, for historical reasons, namely the late 19th century on, when you had the rise of Darwinism, and Darwinism as a school of thought permeated the institutions of higher learning and created what became known as the fundamentalist controversies and debates of the early 20th century, that produced an inherent or a systemic suspicion of higher education, because the universities were the places that were cranking out Darwinism, and it's not just Darwinism, but it's 19th century German philosophy and the things that worked well with a Darwinist scheme, a Darwinist perspective of reality. And the church was sort of blindsided by this and began to look at institutions of higher learning as just, these are just, intellectually speaking, dens of iniquity, and people who go off and get higher education come out corrupt, and they don't believe the faith, and they're just it really created an atmosphere of anti-intellectualism that is still evident to some degree within what today would be called fundamentalism, even though I don't want to mischaracterize it, because fundamentalists tend to, they start their own institutions and they have PhDs like everybody else, but in the mid to early 20th century, you just started to get a very anti-intellectual tide within the church. That's one issue. The other issue, I think, being a little less nice, is just frankly laziness. We just seem, especially in our culture, to prefer being entertained over thinking. And a lot of what's in the culture reinforces that. It's the old nerd complex, where if you're not going to go off and essentially, party and just really be alive to have fun, if you want to be serious, what's the problem with you, kind of thing. In the modern church, we just have instances where, I've actually had Christians come up to me and ask me why I've wasted my life studying the Bible. You're smart, Mike. You could have been a doctor or a lawyer. What are you doing this? You could have made a lot of money. I've actually had people tell me that and ask me that.
Wow.
There is an anti-intellectualism there. I think it's a worldliness that we tend to look at ourselves vocationally for how much money we can accumulate, how much wealth we can accumulate. We are too lazy to want to be intellectually stimulated because it's not going to lead to a profit, at least as we can perceive it. I think you have all sorts of forces that are that are intertwined and combine within the church to perpetuate an anti-intellectual stance. I'm trying not to make too sweeping of a generalization, because I know lots of Christians with PhDs in all sorts of fields that really care, about learning and sciences or humanities or whatever. But the lay community, people like you are the unusual ones. I hope you realize that. To me, having a lay person or someone who has who maybe didn't go to grad school, just the average person, you get into adulthood and it's like, man, I want to learn lots of stuff. I just find it interesting. I'd rather go read this book than go watch American Idol. I mean, that's wonderful, to meet people like that. I've had grandmas in their 60s order my dissertation from my website. And they'll tell me, I don't know Hebrew or Greek, but I've read everything else on your website, and this is what's left. I mean, I wish we had more of that. But the reality is we don't. And I think it's because it's just not valued, because it's not a money thing. I think the church is just very worldly. I mean, I don't know any other way to say it.
Wow.
I think it's misplaced priorities.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
I think churches should make their pastors be theologians and hire theologians on staff. That's the way it used to be. Theologians aren't exciting, but the church rises or falls on their backs. Speaking outside of Providence now. But it's because of guys like Athanasius, attended the Council of Nicaea as a lowly secretary, that we have the Nicene Creed. Because he saw through the issues very clearly and articulated, said what needed to be said, because he had the intellectual bandwidth to do it. He wasn't alone by any means.
I think
amazing.
Athanasius was a teenager at the time, too.
Mic drop.
Mic drop. Pun intended.
Yeah.
I don't agree with everything Heiser says, but there's plenty to agree with. I would say that he's pretty on the money with that one. But as I was saying, all types of people are all types of people. I think now it's just that the anti-intellectualism is just the loudest voice. And I'm speaking probably last decade is what you'll get, because that's a lot of YouTube stuff. But imagine, like, you're going over that pseudepigrapha, that apocryphal stuff. That was like from what I'm getting, that was like, hey, let's not critically think about this, but let's just come up with some kind of fantasy world to fill in gaps. And there wasn't a whole lot of thought in that, and that's what comes out of that.
Something Heiser didn't mention is that people like all of us here are far more dangerous to the church being interested laymen than we are if we happen to become a pastor. Interested laymen are dangerous to the institutional church, and that's a good thing.
I think we lack two things. We lack an ego where this material is concerned. We haven't based our professional credibility on anything, because I don't have any professional credibility where this is concerned. And two, I think that, like he said, we don't stand to make money from this. This isn't something that's lining my pockets. So the motivation there is purely altruistic. When I talk to people at my church about the things I've learned and experienced, I'm not doing it for attention. I'm not doing it for money. I'm not doing it for edification. I'm doing it because, just like, if I was a lawyer and somebody was giving you bad advice, so on.
Mm-hmm.
It's also, we have like a genuine interest and like passion for it, and we want others to like share in that as well. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's not like, I want to be a pastor and I want to, drive a BMW and whatnot, and like have a nice house and stuff, but I mean,
once you've tasted and seen that the Lord is good.
Yeah. You want to spread it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever I haven't listened to that lecture before. Funny enough, I think I remember listening to that 3 or 4 hour Trinity in the Old Testament on this channel. I think it was on this channel, Rob. But I don't think I've listened to this one before, so I'll have to listen to it. That was some powerful stuff. Michael Heiser, Dr. Michael Heiser is looked at as being like very scholarly, but that was like some like powerful like spiritual stuff. I was just reading today in Mark 8, when Jesus says, "What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and forfeit his soul?" So I don't doubt people have told him, "You could have been a doctor making a lot of money," type of thing. But man, he did great work getting people excited about the Bible, and that you can't put a price on that. So.
Yeah,
and the relationship he had to all of us, right? Like he was our. I mean, if the church is just a body where two or more are gathered, he was our church theologian. And we didn't have to pay him a dime other than, buying his books and, telling the people about it. But, he wasn't on staff for us. He was doing it for us.
That was a lot that that I found interesting about him, is that he wasn't, he was teaching like thousands of us for basically nothing. And it's an education that you would have to spend thousands of dollars to go to school to learn. And he was just like, "Here, have it," "Here, have it." Yeah. And we just took it,
I did spend thousands of dollars on the education. I got my BA in biblical languages, and I kept on being told, "No, don't go look there. Those are the bad people."
Nothing to see or move along, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to add to what Tui said about the interested layman being dangerous.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there's a thing where pastors can get have a very narrow focus, because kind of what they're doing is there is a lot of focus on kind of that pastoral aspect, dealing with the problems of the community, as opposed to actually being freer to focus on the attaining of knowledge. And for people like us who are here just for the pure interest of the thing, it's like, this is fun, and then we encounter large swaths of truth that nobody is talking about. We're like, why is no one talking about this? This looks important.
Yeah.
And I think that gives us both the opportunity and the drive that someone who did go to seminary and just went through their course and became a pastor, a lot of times that isn't available to them. I think I've met people who've gone into ministry and then they encountered Heiser afterwards, and they're like, "Oh, I have to change how I'm approaching this situation now."
Yeah. This is a good
like,
argument.
Scratch everything I said in my sermons before. We're starting over.
Yeah, this is an argument for giving your pastor a good salary. Pay your pastors so that they have the time and they have the leisure to really dig in, because this is what will make them good pastors.
Yeah.
That's if they have the interest to do so, though. Like, they have to have that hunger and that interest like we have,
Oh, yes.
Otherwise, I mean, a lot of them, they go to school to be pastors, they get their MDivs, and it's a job, It's not really that passion that, a lot of us have to really dig that deep,
Well, and I think I can't think of a curriculum on the planet that is going to, assign your reading list. You have books like Messengers of Deception by Jacques Vallée, or go through and listen to the I would venture to say hundreds of thousands of hours of anecdotal stories of people's encounters with different things and different, whether it's aliens, whether it's spirits, whether it's dabbling in the occult, what we're now figuring out about the cryptid phenomenon, and like that's only the layman's territory, because I have thousands of hours of time where this is what I want to do, and that's the danger of the layman, is I'm not beholden to a curriculum. I can wander the space and the landscape and expose myself to these different things that any teacher in any subject that's taken seriously would probably, at best consider as woo-woo. So
yeah, and
that's another.
Something interesting about Heiser too is that he actually kind of delved into that whole Christian Middle Earth thing like we did. Mm-hmm. And then he noticed that there was like so many of us that were like so hungry for this information. And he just, you know what I mean? He just picked up on it. You know what I mean?
Right. Because I think without, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. Go.
I was just saying, without that access to true biblical scholarship, you're left with more questions than you ever come up with answers in anywhere else that you look in life, whether it's the paranormal or even into politics or sociology, like any subject that we can find, it leads you to more overwhelming questions than it ends up answering, unless you have this access, I think.
Yeah, Heiser is definitely like a intellectual shepherd, right? Do you feel like he wants to lead you into some areas that you might find dangerous? Some of the ideas that you look into Heiser is representing, you start to get a little worried, like, what did I get myself into? But he's got the like shepherd's pole to like make sure you stay. And there's a great line from a lecture series that I'm listening to for the last couple of years. It's called The Modern Intellectual Tradition, but they said, what was the difference between the German student and the American student? Why was the German student so much better than the American student? And they said something like, the American student was saying, here's my father's money, tell me what I need to do to have a career, a job to make money, and so forth. And the German student was saying, here's my father's money, induct me into the worldview, what's going on here. I want to know, basically what's happening in the world, because you're kind of an outsider. And so I feel like that's kind of the difference between Heiser and your average church, is Heiser's inducting you into the worldview of the Bible, the kind of like, overall.
He's in touch with the zeitgeist of this era, the spirit of the times.
I remember Dr. Michael Heiser saying that as a pastor, they used to have something different with structures back then. You wouldn't get a PhD just like in 8 years. It'd be like a double program where you get a BA and then you would do like 4 years over again to kind of establish that BA, if I remember correctly. I haven't been to that type of college, so forgive me. But then when they go and get a PhD, all the people surrounding that person with a PhD would expect him to know everything, when there is still so much information out there. And people are expecting, especially like the people in church are expecting their pastors to know so much and to have every single question answered. And so what he was doing was trying to get that information to everyone out there as much as possible. Not just the pastors or the scholars, but everybody. So I appreciate him for that.
Yeah, I think it's worth remembering here that, like Heiser said, he kept telling us that he wasn't doing anything original. He's just bringing in consolidating all of this material that's already there within, say, the academic collections, and what he's done for the community, the Christian community, is consolidate this and then put it in words that are easier for the layman to understand and give them kind of that step ladder up into these higher levels of thinking and higher levels of learning. But by no means has this been massively comprehensive. There is so much work left to do on the similar framework that Heiser's done. I don't think he could have done it if he had several more lifetimes. And so going forward, we really need to be stepping this. We really need to be stepping this thing up and going in there and bringing this down and delivering it to others.
Well, and I feel like in my own life, I hit a dead end with all my source material, as you naturally would. And now, just like that lady who bought his dissertation because that was the last thing to read, the idea to me is very clear that, okay, all the time and energy that I've spent wandering the landscape, tipping over logs and seeing what crawls out and collecting, specimens that, fit the profile. Now it's time for, that logos style study of the scriptures. Because like I mentioned earlier, I still feel like we've only scratched the surface, that going down this path, we are going to continue, especially and I think the field that is ripe is eschatology. So for me, it's like, okay, I've been there, done that with everything else, and now, the last game in town is literally just dissecting the Bible as we've been taught by him.
Yeah. Do you guys mind if I tell how he impacted me, or Rob? Did you?
Yeah, go for it. No, go for it. No, that's my testimony and my story, and that's it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Thanks for sharing, and I can't wait to listen back to hearing everybody on here, how he impacted them. And I'll have to listen to that lecture you just had on here for sure. One thing is that I did grow up Christian. I felt like it was okay. And then as I got older, I got married pretty young, and then something pretty traumatic happened. As life goes on and life gets hard, as it gets hard for anybody and everybody. Start looking into why this would happen and why God would allow this to happen. And so I ended up looking at like apologists, some pretty big name apologists, and searching them up, and that worked for a while. And then you end up getting disappointed by some apologists, some pretty popular ones you may know, by getting caught with some scandals, and then you just gotta get disappointed again.
Yeah, we don't have to name names, but I know who you're talking about. It hurt me too, very bad. I grew up listening to him on the radio every Sunday.
Yeah. So I mean, you look at some of the answers they give for the Bible, and it's like yeah, that's okay. And but some of these cultural issues, they hit you pretty hard when they bring out certain verses of the Bible, and that's kind of hard to understand. It's like, man, Jesus is so good, and then there's some really tough stuff that's super hard to understand in the Bible. And so I ended up going searching through YouTube and whatnot, and I come across some videos, and for some reason I see a bunch of people in the comment section on YouTube recommending Dr. Michael Heiser. And so I come across his video and some of his lectures that he did at a church, just talking about the unseen realm. And so I watched that whole thing and I eat it up. It was so good. And he ends up willing to hit subjects. You just type it on YouTube. What does Dr. Michael Heiser think of this Bible verse? Like the she bears and the 2 kids, or the 40-something kids, or something like that. And you get that, and it's like, wow, he is not afraid to tackle these hard passages. And I super appreciated him for that. And then I come across like the 3 or 4 hour lecture that I just mentioned. I think it was on Rob's channel here, actually, about the Trinity in the Old Testament, and that got me super excited because I deal with a lot of people who tried to deny the Trinity, and that was a super exciting lecture for me. And so the fact that he got me excited about the Bible is something you can't put a price on, and it's that type of thing that'll make people just think about the Bible more and more. And I just can't help but think like that it just starts something in your life that you'll never forget. And so I really appreciate him for that. And yeah, I think that's it.
No, to your point, man, that it's like he drew me in by taking down something that was my de facto substitution for a relationship with Christ. And then, like you said, I never in my wildest dreams thought I would become a Christian, have the passion and the intensity of faith that I do now. And of course, there's peripheral life experiences like divorce and things that happened to me, you know, all of that contributing, of course, but I never thought that I would become a Christian and have the intensity that I do for it. And I never thought I would take the interest in the scripture that I have now. Like it did never, you'd ask me even 5 years ago if this is who I'd be. And I would, like, if you told me this is who I'd be 5 years ago, I would have laughed at you. And it's like you come to the door because he's talking about something, and then once you develop that relationship with him, as I think we all did, that's when you really get the fire lit, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the whole thing with the spiritual warfare was really got me really interested, and the 3, what would you call it, not original sins, but the first 3 how would he put it? Because he would
rebellions?
Put the 3 first rebellions, because there would be the original sin, which is Eve eating the apple, but then there's also the spiritual aspect, the Satan fell first, or the Satan, whatever you want to call it. But there's that aspect. And then there's the aspect of Genesis 6 and Genesis 11. And when you combine all those factors of why it seems like the world is the way it is, that made complete sense to me, and how Jesus is on the journey to take back everything. The Deuteronomy 32 worldview, combining with Genesis 11, and how God is working his way to get back everybody. And that just made complete sense to me. And so that was the thing I wanted to
Well, I mean, you got to love somebody like L.A. Marzulli, but there's so much missing from that. And most of his stuff is behind a paywall one way or another. So it's almost like you can just sort of steer completely around him and go straight to somebody like Dr. Heiser, who's the only person that I know of other than Dr. Heiser that even tries to tackle this is Chuck Missler. But it's like you can just circumnavigate that lack that L.A. Marzulli brings, because he's not a biblical scholar. I mean, I consider him on par with somebody like David Icke or Jordan Maxwell, where he's presenting the information and he may or may not be a believer, but at the end of the day, it does feel very much like it's to sell books.
Yeah. I mean, just quick comment on that. So Mazzulli, Maxwell, Missler. I mean, Chuck Missler would probably be the much more conservative out of those, like L.A. Mazzulli and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But like recently, I started rewatching some Chuck Missler videos just to see where I've come from. I used to watch a little bit of Chuck Missler back when back in 2010. I found him pretty cool, like just sort of like that cool vibe, and let's read line by line, verse by verse, and he's breaking it down in those videos. But then, yeah, Chuck Missler just had this habit, like a Zitchen. I mean, I'm not saying Chuck Missler is Zitchen, but he'd go into this habit of, far-fetched ideas. But Chuck Missler gave the impression that there's some sort of verification to this. Like, say, the Genesis 5 genealogy apparently reads out like a gospel truth. Like, Adam to Noah translates to, man is appointed model sorrow. The blessed God comes down, teaching that his deaths will bring everyone rest. It's like, and then Chuck Missler will be like, how the heck did this hidden message be in Genesis 5 for all these, and so when I start to have, more trust gained through Heiser, and I have to be honest that there's a bias here in the sense that because of his CV's demonstrating the rigor by which he's coming from, and that is a rigorous academic, is this part of peer review or not? So in other words, all the guys you just cited, none of them have actually gone through peer review, even Chuck Missler. Right. And then when I discovered Heiser debunking a lot of Missler stuff, like for example, that very example of Genesis 5, there's a whole blog post that Heiser's written dedicated to that, where he goes through each name and says, no, that's mistranslated. It doesn't read the way Missler wants you to think it reads. Which then I suppose you could say, I didn't like throw the baby with the bathwater with Chuck Missler, but as you mature more in your methodology and your research, so Heiser's, again, one of Heiser's encouragements, I suppose it's psychological but also practical, is to not trust anyone, in the sense that don't just immediately think that whatever anyone's saying is that, that's gospel truth right off the bat. Rather, hear it for what it is, and let's see where the data leads, if it's put to the test. And that includes people like online communities, like atheist communities, the whole, Mythvision, the mythicist communities. So in other words, don't be intimidated by them, even though they may give the impression that they're well read or they speak about things that you've never heard before. But you may be intimidated by, like, oh boy, here we go again. I have to, like, is there some truth to what they're saying? Like, no, like I've in the last decade of growth, where I've transferred my educational training over into the arts, and in this case, it's not that I've been to seminary, but I'm like Heiser and my academic library, they, where I have access to, say, JSTOR and, those peer-reviewed papers. It's like I've made that to be like a proxy seminary where I'm tackling through, here are the established papers. Sometimes there are papers that respond to prior papers, see the development of the argumentation, and then it's like a heavy weight off your shoulder where it's like, okay, if anyone does come up with a radical idea of something, be it Muslims, whoever, I don't just immediately freak out. It's like, all right, thank you for that argumentation, I'll now go and do some homework and see where this. In other words, every time I've done it, it's always been to my benefit. And and then Jesus coming true yet again, who he is and so on. So that's why, and so coming back to Angel's point, that's why Heiser doesn't need a paywall per se. I mean, think about it. Why would you need a paywall when you're already an established scholar and all you're wanting to do is just share the content? But again, those who, they have quote-unquote content to share, but maybe that's their means of, income. Who knows? I mean, Heiser did try that later on, which was the Awakened School. But for most of his work for the church has just been basically reviewing content that's published for our benefit, to then encourage us to then go to that content, which is behind a paywall, like academic paywall, to then read for ourselves, and so yeah, I don't know. I hope I'm not repeating myself, but that's just to respond to that bit that was discussed. Yeah.
Well, and I think on the continuum, on the one end, somebody like Sitchin, and on the other end, somebody like Dr. Heiser. The reason why I would put somebody like Missler closer to Heiser is at least he is a pastor. He is talking about these subjects he's not afraid to talk about the subjects. And I think the difference between him and Heiser is years of study and dedication in the scholarly pursuit, and his, I think, not in defense of his hermeneutics, but it's just that. It's why we have that concept of interpretation. Whereas somebody like Marzulli, it's like I think like he tends to appear as a Christian, and I can't speak to his relationship to God, but it's very much that, like, I'll go on to this podcast for an hour, I'll give you the Kandahar giant story, and then you'll buy all of my stuff. And I didn't fall for it, but I kind of could ascertain or kind of think ahead that once I did that, I would have more questions than answers, because he doesn't, from my understanding, the people who have, bought up all of his books and DVDs and stuff, there's no meat there. Where's the beef, right? I mean, once you're done with his very easily accessible, like my 16-year-old niece can, go through that information in an afternoon. As far as that sort of that very superficial presentation, then you just like, okay, but then I still haven't been introduced to a serious study of the scripture. I've just sort of been entertained, and I don't doubt that stories like the Kandahar giant have happened to people throughout human history, post-flood, remnants, if you will. That's entirely possible. But I have to say, I've always felt like the Kandahar giant story was fabricated, or at least a composite. I don't know. I don't know what you guys think. Because it very much is like, okay, if I can substantiate giants and put it in a narrative that's so modern, like in the, out in Afghanistan and Iraq, which we all grew up, that was our 9/11, and the war on terror was our world. Long before COVID was damaging our collective conscious, we had 9/11. And so I feel like it was like, okay, if I can establish the reality of giants, then all of a sudden I don't have to do the scholarly work. Genesis 6 now is substantiated. And that lack of depth and that lack of scholastic integrity does the whole thing a disservice, in my opinion, because it's going to give atheists and skeptics more ammo, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, so for Heiser, the scholar for him that really basically pushed him over the edge to then do what he did, I believe, is Amaranus in 2010 when he published that work on the origin of the watches and the ancient Near Eastern origin of it. And yeah, in other words, Heiser's musings, like his wondering about that watcher stuff with Jaap Kalu, he is now a guy proficient in that area, finally giving A to Z introduction to the whole thing. And then Heiser's like, all right, all the Genesis commentaries prior to 2010, you're all outdated.
I remember him saying that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, because your pastor's going to pull down a commentary, and if it was written before 2010, just don't even bother having the conversation.
Yeah. Well, only with respect to Genesis 6. That's
right.
Yeah. So, but yeah, JD and Saint Ronan, thanks for joining. If you want to share your tribute, feel free to do so. And
hey, God bless you guys.
God bless.
Yeah, I watch your videos all the time. I actually found Heiser through, I think, first it was through Dr. Brown, because he had interviewed him for the Angels book on his channel. And about this time, this was about 2018, and I think that I was about to go to the Middle East, to preach the gospel and stuff. But before I went though, I heard about it, and I said I'm gonna look into that. But I just went, and I came back like months later, and then I said, you know what? I'm extremely curious about a lot of these spiritual things that I've heard overseas with my friend, because one of my friends that I room with when I was out there, he used to tell me about watchers and angels and demons and different classes like seraphs and cherubs, and I was like, how do you even understand that? Like I didn't understand how he got to that point. And I said, okay, I've been reading the Bible for how long, and I don't understand these things. And so for some reason it stuck in my head. So when I got home, and I got home around like February 2020, right before lockdown. When I got home, I started to look into these things, and then my friend, another friend of mine, he sent me Heiser's. Actually, he sent me one of your videos. The video that you made of him refuting James White. I think
Yeah, that I kind of just to summarize that I was the one having an axe to grind with James White, so I used Heiser as my weapon, I suppose. But it's not that Heiser was directly responding to James White. It's me through Heiser. Yeah. Anyway, but the past is the past. So yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we all still have an axe to grind against James White, so.
Well, I had seen that, and I said, "Whoa, that was a really compelling answer. I never heard that." And I kept looking into more videos. So I was on Sentinel Apologetics. Then I also went to this other one called House Form Apologetics, which has a lot of his stuff there too. And then I kept listening to this stuff. I was like, "Yo, this is addictive," but I don't hear this stuff much. And then eventually I looked into the podcast itself so I could watch it in order. That was the first time I ever actually listened to a podcast, because usually, aside from like Dr. Brown and maybe some occasionally Alpha and Omega Ministries or James White, I didn't really listen to them. But that was the first time I went through like episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I ended up watching the whole thing after like a year or so. And I bought the Unseen Realm, and like the landscape of my mind changed, the way I view scripture, the way everything. I was shocked. I was a bit scared at some points. I was like, man, I don't, like you were saying, like Rob was saying earlier, I was like, yo, I don't trust anybody right now because it's like I felt like I was lied to for so long. And then after a while though, I said, okay, I can't be like that. I just have to examine more thoroughly things. And we walk you through the process of peer review and walk you through even like what's underneath scripture, like the nachash, nochesh, nechoshet thing. I mean that just threw me off. I was like, there's no way that that could have been hidden in my Bible right then. That none of my commentaries ever said that. And I had no idea about the distance between academia and the Barnes and Noble type stuff. I had no idea. Um, then I just kept looking into it. It's and then after that, like I grew a lot. I mean, I also wrote this in his the little I wrote something about this in what do you call it? That little community group that he has now on the DRMSH channel. But because I preach the gospel a lot and go and preach to many people and stuff. And when I tell you like the entire paradigm shifted when I preach to witches now, when I preach to pagans, sorcerers, um,
I
Jews,
live in
Muslims.
Portland, and that's all that's here. There's the people who go to my church, and then that exactly what you were talking about.
I know Portland, man. Actually, the
Yeah,
friend I was talking about was from Portland, by the way. But
yeah.
but yeah, like Portland, like that. I've seen videos of preachers out there,
Hmm.
and like it's like I'm talking about places because I'm from New York and places in New York that are similar,
Hmm.
same spirit, everything, and all that type of like when I speak to them now, it's so much different because I can come to them with the not the same worldview per se, but I say like, hey, I understand that you um you welcome certain spirits, you welcome certain gods, and I'm not here to say to you that they don't exist, but I'm here to ask you, can you trust them? And they'll be like, well, what do you mean?
Mm.
I'm like, what do you mean? And then I'll say
Wow,
like,
good point.
yeah, it's like, I'll ask them which God can they trust. And like, for example, there's one guy that I spoke to a few months ago, and he is actually believes in Norse gods, which was bizarre to me. But he said, yeah, and I said, so how do you perform rituals to them? He said, well, sometimes I cook pieces of bread and I like offer offerings right on my windowsill and cook this, that, and I was like, really? Like when I asked that, I wasn't really expecting a real answer, but I got a real answer. So I guess it was the spirit of God that led me. I was like, whoa, it was elaborate, but I was like, whoa, what? And but then after that, I said that I said, well, can you trust them? And he said, what do you mean? I said, so you're aware of in the Edda that that Odin and Loki and all these other gods are tricksters. And he said, yeah. I said, well, how do you know he's not tricking you? Like at what point do you like at what point do you stop like cease offerings to them? And then he said, I don't he said, I thought about that before, but I don't know. And I said, that's why I couldn't get into paganism years ago. And I realized even when I was saying that at the time, I was like, whoa, like the way I'm preaching is like way different than I used to preach. It maybe years ago I would be like, that's a demon, man, you gotta repent, this, that, and other. Gave them like very basic things. But and it's not wrong, but I know that Jesus tended to move with wisdom where people were at. So but I told him, I said, um, in my book, it says that according to Deuteronomy 4, that the stars can draw people away to themselves. So I'm asking you not to be enticed, and I'm telling you that there's a higher God than all of them. And it says in Psalm 97 that all these gods will bow down and worship Yahweh. And I told them about Yahweh after that.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So
Wow.
anyway, I mean,
Yeah.
Are you from? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying,
I was
like,
just. No, finish your point, JD.
I was just saying that my whole paradigm shifted. That's all, man. It's like, yeah, I'm grateful for her, man.
That
Yeah. So
reminds
my.
me of the. Go ahead. Sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no. Go for it, Saint.
Oh, I was just gonna say that. Hey, that reminds me of that video on. I mean, it's a cover, and Dr. Michael Heiser's video. It says, "This is not how demons work," or "This is not how demon possession works." I think when you refer to the term demon, it's something that has you choose these things that are not, or let's say rather vacuous. You know what these are, but you continue on anyway. I mean, I've never looked at demons in a different way. I just used to think they're just, humanoid beings with red body and horns. But Michael Heiser goes into detail with this. He's this is not exactly what a demon is, except after what Dr. Heiser told me.
Yeah, it's connected to their intent and their desire is more so to do with, again, what Heiser would call a type of psyop. It's the battle of the minds, really.
Yeah. Have you guys read Sorry. That just I have to really say really quick that Jacques Vallée talks about that same thing in his book Messenger's Deception when he was talking to a guy about his opinion of the UFO alien abduction phenomenon. It was a psyop. That so sorry that I did that.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, but that's in essence. Then that is Deuteronomy 4. I think it's 19, right? Like, don't bow down to the entire array of the sky, but Yahweh is given to every nation. And then Deuteronomy 4, that verse in Deuteronomy 4 is then summarized in Deuteronomy 32:8. That when God separated the nations, He subjected them to these other Elohim, and so when you're talking about a change in okay, hang on, the biblical story is not just a little bit of Romans 5, a little bit of Genesis 3, and Romans 3. Everyone's fallen short of the glory of God. We're all in Adam, dead in sin, and for God so loved the world, He gave His only Son. So, and then Acts 2, repent and be baptized in the name of Jesus, and thou shalt be saved. And then that's it. Do you see how I've jumped from Genesis 3 to, like John 3 to Romans 3 to Romans 5 and Acts 2? Like that is, I hate to say this, James White, I love you, bro, but still, that is your typical, 80+% of the and
follow the bouncing ball.
And you're not going to consider all these other, scripture that showcases a lot more is going on behind the scene than just. Because I agree with the standard, for God to love the world and what that means and the sin problem, but the sin issue, when you're seeing Jesus quote Psalm 22, and in that psalm you then have the introduction of the Psalm 82 elements of the Bashan entities and how they're gaping their mouths at the suffering person on the cross, and then when Paul in Colossians 2:15 says that Jesus has paraded, like how a Roman procession, how they parade their war booty down a street, showcasing their victory. Like Jesus is in mockery, is parading the divine beings down a sort of procession. Like, how then do you put like what about those passages? What, you're just going to ignore them? So in other words, okay, the Colossians 2 is a perfect example of what I'm saying, because Colossians 2:14.
The Bible is not a bag of trail mix.
Yeah, Colossians 2:14 says that He's taken the sins, our record of debt, literally in the Greek. He's taken our record of debt and stamped it on the cross. So then your classic, typical evangelical takes Colossians 2:14 and just sticks with Colossians 2:14. But hang on, there's also other stuff going on behind the scenes that Jesus has accomplished. The very next verse, 15, then says, and he's made a public spectacle of all the, the divine council elements,
Exactly.
right? And
That's
it's both. It's not just the sin issue. There's more going on cosmically, and
And
yeah.
it's funny. So little. It feels like so few people like think about what does the victory of Jesus on the cross over the forces of darkness mean, right? I'm not sure which part of the script that mentioned it like that, but I had once a friend like really interested in theology, and we had lunch at times, and he came to me and said, and he knew much more than me, and he said, like, Sam, what do you think? What does it mean, like, that Jesus had victory over those forces? And like, we both had no idea, and like, nobody in the average church has any idea of that. But it's actually a very essential part of it. But it just seems like we're postmodernists are afraid to talk about that, or postmodernist Christian maybe, about the whole supernatural issue. So that's really fascinating to me that we overlook that so often.
Yeah, I mean that's what. Oh, go ahead.
Well, with James White, we have to remember he's part of the Reformed tradition, which is really 16th century. It comes out of 16th century, and adds that he's a presuppositionalist. So he's completely wed to this idea, in spite of the new data. But what Heiser is bringing out, what we pick up from Heiser and what we pick up from scholarship is new data that adds more to understanding Scripture, to properly exegete the text, and to understand the text in the world comes from, in the metaphysics of ancient Israelites and Second Temple Judaism. However, people, particularly of the persuasion of James White and those of his particular tradition, particularly of his idea or form of thought, they're not open, but they're unwilling to grant access to new data to update the theology, because the idea, but maybe if you read like the Baptist Confession and Westminster Confession, these are creedal statements that they are to be wed to. This is it's basically their starting point, their presupposition. And the problem is, what do you do with those presuppositions when you have conflicting data, or data that would shed light, hey, this is not how this should be really understood? Naturally,
it's the difference between a deductive top-down method, where you're starting with a system, and what Heiser does in contradistinction to that is he's a bottom-up inductive scientific, more like the scientific method, starting with data and building a room that fits the data most comfortably, like you construct a shoe to fit the foot.
Exactly. Rather than abandon the hypothesis when it's falsified, you have to posit more ad hoc just to rescue that hypothesis. But
yeah, that's why I was so excited with somebody was mentioning, like, that was Rob, like mentioning just like 3 or 4 verses, and that's why I was so excited when Dr. Heiser started mentioning Genesis 6, Genesis 11, Deuteronomy 32. That's why the world is the way it is. It gave a more holistic thing, and I understood why it was, like, because of man's depravity. This is why the way some of the world is, but that doesn't explain why the whole world is. And Dr. Heiser, he takes this idea, and he doesn't just do it in a scholarly way, although he gives us a scholarly reason for it, but he takes it to the real world thing. And I like how, I'm sorry, I don't know who the brother is who was just explaining his
JD.
His JD. Okay. Yeah, that takes it to a real world issue of taking it to like real life and preaching the gospel to people. And when you listen to Dr. Heiser's podcast, he's talking with these 2 women who do
Yeah.
What you describe exorcisms in a certain way where it's involving the Watchers.
Dude,
And
those
he's
episodes? Oh my
so
gosh.
intense. So intense, right? And you get a better understanding of these spiritual beings are real. And it's like you're not going to dismiss it. You're going to say they're real. But that is such a good point. Can you trust them?
What was that interview? Was that interview on Fringe Pop? I don't think I've come across that one yet.
No, it's on his podcast, in Naked Bible.
Okay.
The Fern and Andre episodes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm still wading through all of the mountains of material.
Yeah.
As far as because I'm still going through. He did a 13-hour lecture broken up into 2 parts. I'm drawing a blank on the title, but it's basically coming off the heels of the Unseen Realm. So it's like there's so much content and it's so dense, but that right there is that's something I definitely want to get to.
Yeah.
Move to the top of my queue.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I haven't listened to all the episodes of the podcast, and I got excited for those because Dr. Michael Heiser is not just dealing with the scholarly realm, but he's dealing with real world issues, like taking these resources and applying it to. Some people might think they're crazy, but he is dealing with these issues that real people have to deal with, and it's giving them help and to see the glory of our Lord Jesus Christ.
And I wanted to bring up real quick, and not to go full send with it here, because you can look it up for yourself. But if you guys haven't heard of the story of John Dee and Edward Kelly, our brother who was talking about how he ministers to witches and pagans, if you even tell somebody a nutshell of the story of John Dee and Edward Kelly, then you understand very clearly about, who you can trust, can you trust, and when you're talking about he can appear as an angel of light, and then that sort of that psychological operation, that faking mockery that they do of, that what was once their first estate but isn't anymore. I encourage you guys to read. It's not a long read, it's not a long tale, but read the story of John Dee and Edward Kelly and what it means to be deceived by something that you think is an angel. And that's I just wanted to make sure I brought that up to you if you haven't already. That will greatly increase your ministry, especially to people who believe that scrying and channeling is legitimate.
I'll look into that. I mean, because it's like even like when it comes to major world religions, almost every single world religion is attributed to an angel of some sort of divine messenger. Like we know Mormonism, Muhammad, Charles Taze Russell, everybody, Seventh-day Adventist, Ellen G. White.
It just opens the floodgates. Like, for example, DJ Roll has been watching my Clubhouse debates with Muslims, and how, like, now in light of all this, there's now my mental gears have shifted to how now I engage with Muslims that I know other Christians would I'm not saying other Christians would struggle, but rather their tactic, I think, is now becoming stale to the Muslims because it's the same argumentative tactic over and over and over again. But now with the Divine Council worldview in mind, it's like Muslims are caught off guard with that.
Just real quick, like the Clubhouse. Yeah, I mean, when you get on there, it's like you become super hyper focused on arguments on Clubhouse, and
but that's thanks to Heiser scholarship. Like my mind now is, in other words, I've taken all these years off, quote unquote, as a sabbatical. Doing the Heiser approach, and now I've come out seasoned with respect to now what has the scholars really said about the Bible. For example, our good friend David Falk.
Hey.
Oh, that's cool.
Hey, bro.
Hey.
Yeah, so
Dr. Falk. What's going on, bro?
You just came off a really long stream. Now you're back on. You're doing double time.
Oh, it's been a day.
so even like David, his scholarship in Egyptology, just fantastic. So I'm obviously a layman, an interested layman, as Heiser put it in that clip, and I hate to say it, but when I go back into those rooms and I engage with not just Christians but Muslims, again, it's like I remember back when I first got involved with online discussions was back in like 2012 with what was called Pal Talk, and that's how I met some of the people that still engage with Muslims today, like Chris Claus and those guys, and it's the same stagnant, no growth type folk. It's like nothing has changed in the 10 years since that I first got involved, and it's sad. It's depressing to see. Yeah.
Can I ask really quickly, Rob? Does it basically just reduce down to people saying, "Well, Muhammad was a child molester"? Like that's.
Yeah. Then it goes down to that. I'm just thinking, okay.
Yeah. It
let's be more. Yeah. Let's be more sophisticated here, and then when I try and be sophisticated, as you saw in those Clubhouse premieres that I just put, all those Muslims, they don't like that sophistication. Again, I'm not boasting. It's just that's just the way I am now, and
they're used to pedestrian. They're used to pedestrian.
Well, sometimes different cultures, like I don't know how many because I deal with Islam a lot, not as much as some other brothers, but if you listen to somebody like Christian Prince, you have that type of temperament, and this is the type of culture they deal with. So you got to be kind of harsh with them. So most of the time that works, but then once they start hearing that argument over and over, as Rob said, then you kind of got to bring something new to the table. And so we did a room today about how Islam steals from Gnostic sources and non-canonical sources, and it was really good. And hope to get you in on the next one, Rob. I know you're busy.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Yes.
No, you're good.
I just realized. Oh crap, I missed that.
You're good, man. Yeah. I know, and you're like really good on it, so I wanted to get you in on it. But we're doing more parts. But it's just amazing how you'll find sometimes new arguments, and I get super excited for new arguments, and you're right, and you got it. And then once you realize that these people are kind of blinded, maybe even by certain like different gods or watchers, try to bring something new to break open that hold on them, and so yeah.
By the way, I wanted to just quickly show this, and then we'll get David in on the discussion. So a moment ago, when JD was sharing on where he goes and evangelizes to witches and so on, and then how we tackle the issue of how evangelicals have this very narrow-minded, like one verse in the Old Testament, one verse in the New Testament, that's all you need to know. To give a graphical illustration of this, so a friend of mine who is in Texas A&M, he's an engineer, good Christian mate of mine, he put together a PowerPoint presentation. In fact, what I'll do is I'll quickly show you the title of the PowerPoint presentation. Do you guys know Rasha Christie? So this is at Texas A&M. So
no.
He made this 3 persons, 2 powers, 1 God presentation.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite because him and I are big Heiser fans. We researched Heiser the same way. And he is one for presenting a Heiser's material in like a meme-like structure. So he took a classic yeah, he took a classic painting, in somewhere in Rome, and he just cut out like this one individual over here, which would be, say, you and me, once upon a time, and there's God, in this case Jesus, and he's like, okay, but when you read Heiser's work, you get this.
That's awesome.
There's a lot more going on. There's discussions going up here, and there's discussions going down here. Like, it's so hilarious because, see, there's one guy debating issues here, there's one guy debating issues here, then there's a bishop debating here. Then, you know. So then he also he also did this. This is really funny. He's like, polytheism in my Bible? It's more likely than you think. Free PC check. and then he did because he's a big Lord of the Rings fan, so because he's giving this presentation, so he's connecting like polemically to, hey, you know, even Tolkien was thinking in similar terms, and then if I come down to this slide, where is it? One moment. Oh, I think it's at the start. 1 second. Here we go. So this is to summarize what we've been discussing. This is it. Biblical arguments for the Trinity. So this top-tiered argument is your typical like Unitarian argument that
Clubhouse
goes
people.
into. Yeah, the Old Testament is Unitarian. Once Jesus showed up with his radical claims, the Jews had to reevaluate their concept of God and develop the Trinity. A more sophisticated argument. There are hints of the Trinity in the Old Testament, such as let us make man in our image. In retrospect, we can see this is Jesus. Then the full-blown ancient Near East, Second Temple, Heiser's, you know, introducing us to all this. The Hebrew Bible expresses divine plurality in two distinct concepts, the divine council and the two powers in heaven. During the Second Temple period, many Jewish thinkers speculate on the identity of the second power in heaven. The early Jewish followers of the Way continued this thought trajectory by ascribing the identity of the second power to Jesus. In response to the growing Christian and Gnostic movements, rabbis in the 2nd century CE condemned the previous Orthodox two powers view as heresy. This last bit was what I tried to explain to that Muslim panel in my last Clubhouse premiere. And you see how the Muslims just reacted. Because stuff like this, like I'm just regurgitating it like this is like Sunday, like as if to me this is Sunday school level. But to them, they've never heard of any of this stuff. And again, it's sad to see because they just don't have the means of being introduced to it. And yeah. Anyway, David, how are you, bro?
Yeah.
It's been a day.
Yeah.
This has been one of the more rough ones.
Yeah, I'm yeah. I don't. Yeah. Anyway, I'm thinking of you. Let's just put it that way.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Like it's been tough for me, just so you know. Like I'm sharing your, you know. So.
But I'm here.
Speaking of popularizing scholars, like Heiser, we have another one in our midst.
That is true.
Because of exciting news in the Near East that came out in the last week or so in Revue Archéologie. There aren't a whole lot.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
There aren't a whole lot of people out there who's going to explain to the layman, why is this so exciting? Why are all the scholars getting excited?
Well, I mean, that find was just spectacular. I mean, there's just no way to say it any other way. I mean, that find was just, it's a once in 50 years kind of find. I mean, it's not every day you get a new language dropped in your lap that important historically, comes with its own dictionary, comes with its own grammar, comes with its own alternate translation in an other known language, and tells us about the history of Hebrew at the same time.
If anyone doesn't know what we're talking about, head over to Ancient Egypt and the Bible, the channel on
The
YouTube,
stream.
and look at the latest two videos that have come out.
Oh man, I'll have to check that out.
And frankly, all the scholars that work from it are just as giddy about this as I am.
Mm-hmm.
They're just totally giddy.
In the Bible?
Yeah, something like that.
What's it? Okay.
Well, this is hilarious because the guy that taught me paleography, Hebrew paleography, just mentioned in class one time, and I distinctly remember this. You know, maybe 50 years in the future, if we get super lucky with the politics of the Near East, maybe we'll dig somewhere underneath the Temple Mount and someone will find something in Amorite, and we'll be super lucky to find anything.
Well, the crazy thing is that scholars have been suspecting for 50 years that Hebrew might have been descended from Amorite. We just never had the texts. We just never had the smoking gun. We had name seals. We had pieces of vocabulary out of Akkadian documents. But we had no grammar, we had no literature, we had no sentences, we had nothing to really hang that on. We were just going, okay, Israelites got Amoritic imperfective names. Amorites had Amoritic imperfective names, of course. Therefore, we are assuming one came from the other. But not everyone agreed with that. That was nowhere near a ubiquitous consensus. But then this tablet just comes walking in the door. Sometimes he do. Literally off a plane from Iraq. It's seized by customs, and we see this Amoritic text with a translation in Akkadian. So we know we're translating this right. And it looks just uncannily like Hebrew. Just amazingly like Hebrew. I mean, you just can't believe it. Just...
Oh, whoa.
So yeah, you go. Here's Haaretz.
So does anyone else draw the parallel between the looting of the museums in Baghdad and stuff? Like, because I've been led to understand that our invasion of Iraq was for more than oil. So does this have anything to do with that?
Well, it probably. It was probably before then. Okay. ISIS probably, when we started, when we had invaded Iraq, and ISIS started controlling various sections, there was a lot of looting going on.
Okay.
So
I heard a train of thought that said very much the same way that the Library of Alexandria was basically just looted and taken to become the Vatican Library. Like I said, this is just what I've heard. The Library of Alexandria wasn't destroyed per se. That the stuff, the important stuff, was taken away, and that's what we know as the basis of the Library of the Vatican. The reason why there was we went into Iraq when we did, and there was all that looting going on, especially in museums and historical sites, was to confiscate stuff that shouldn't be around for scholars to get access to. Does that have any truth to it?
I don't think so. I think it's more along the lines that the Iraqis had so much of this material that they just stored it in their basements. And this happens at museums. I mean, museums are more than just, say, public venues of middle-class beneficence.
Right.
They're also storehouses for material you don't know what to do with yet.
So like the Smithsonian, how there's probably so much stuff in their basements that it's just waiting to be discovered.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was the same also at the Cairo Museum, and apparently even more so in Iraq. In Iraq, it was just there was much material in Iraq that it wasn't open to the public. It wasn't open to scholars. You had to get special dispensation to even look at their archives. They really had a tight lid on their tablets.
Well, but I guess operating from, that layman's point of view where, the trust no one, X-Files generation, everything is a conspiracy, it does make me think that there's material in these places, and you could argue it's innocuous, that it's been, just it's overwhelming the amount of it, but it seems to me that there is some kind of dedicated effort to keep, like, from the Smithsonian, from the Vatican Library, from different places where they don't want us accessing this information.
Okay, okay.
So that's
I'm fond of saying.
No.
Sorry.
Oh, I just want to say, like, that's sort of what I can contribute, is sort of like being the voice that says, hey, is this on purpose or not? Not to say that it is or isn't, but just to ask that question.
I think one of the things we should be clear about is that incompetence is virtually indistinguishable from malfeasance.
Yeah, that absolutely. Okay. Right. Yeah, thank you. That's the headspace that I was looking for. Absolutely.
Okay. We have to understand that when we talk about tablets in, say, cuneiform tablets, we have a huge amount of these. 90% of all the documents in the ancient Near East are cuneiform tablets. 90%. We're talking here about hundreds of thousands of tablets. So many tablets, we don't have the money or the time to translate them all. So
well, if I take 2 seconds to think about it, based on what you're saying, they would have to have translated them to know what's in them, to know we shouldn't have them, and that hasn't happened yet. So
yeah, exactly.
That's the kinds of that's the kind of thought processes that I'd like to be able to go down with people that I talk to.
Yeah,
that will take that first step, but not go down. So thank you very much.
And it's not even like Egyptian documents. Okay. Now, of the documents we find in the ancient Near East, 9-ish% is Egyptian. Okay. But you can look at an Egyptian document and kind of get some sort of indication of what it might contain by doing a brief scan of it. Okay, a good reader of Egyptian will be able to do a brief scan and go, oh, I see a word here that I recognize that might be really, really important. Like slave or army or something like that. This is not true of cuneiform. You have to do seriously active mental processing of cuneiform to read it. Let me give you the difference here.
And we return to the Sitchin deception idea,
Let me give you here's the thing. Egyptian language, you're reading hieroglyph, there are determinatives there's things there that will give you clues about what it says as you go along and read it. All the letters are uniliterals or biliterals or triliterals, but they don't change much in their phonetic values.
Okay,
so you've got a really good idea of what you're reading as you're reading it. Cuneiform, particularly Akkadian, is not like that. Think of this more like the Enigma machine from World War II.
Okay.
Where you've got rotors. Okay. So you begin at the beginning. You might, if you're really, really lucky, you'll start a word with a ideogram.
Okay.
Which is kind of a determinative, but it's at the beginning of a word instead of the end. Okay. So it's at the beginning of the word. Then you get the first cuneiform symbol. And that can have 3 values. 3 or 4 values. So you're in your head, you got all 3 or 4 values. Then you get the next the next cuneiform character. May have another 3 or 4 phonetic values. So you got to save that in your head too. And then you got the 3rd letter, 4th or 5th. So you're having to store in your head all these potential values
for your cuneiform word. And you're having to then move the rotors around until they match into something that's comprehensible as a word.
Would you say that's what Daniel was doing in Daniel 1, where they being taught the Babylonian language? And
the 600 or 900 sign forms.
Yeah. It's really, really difficult to sight read cuneiform, particularly Akkadian cuneiform. You get rid of cuneiform easy. That's really easy because it's one sign, one value.
Yeah, it's alphabetic.
It's alphabetic. I mean, it's beautifully easy. I mean, I love you, critic. It just it doesn't get better than that. But Akkadian isn't.
Yeah, occasionally sign lists will provide like up to 70 different translations of just a single Sumerian word.
Yeah. It's brutal.
So then people...
You can't just... I mean, if anyone tells me they can sight read Akkadian, I gotta wonder, are you really sight reading this, or are you just reconstructing this in your head to then read it? Because I used to see this all the time with people, my Akkadian instructors. They would read something, they would go, they'd look up at the ceiling, and you go, okay, this is what it says. After about 20 seconds of processing. Yeah, you're not sight reading it. You're just using your mental acuity to reconstruct it, just not on paper.
So then my question would be, the people who use this language every day, could they sight read it? Or was it something that's the same? Okay, so the process we have to go through is not the same process they had to go through to read it.
Yes.
Okay.
Then the reason why is because they were fluent in the language. The only language it was their primary language. So for them, it would have been intuitive that if they had seen 3 cuneiform that look similar, it would have just sort of clicked in place that that's the word they should read.
Sort of like in modern modern English, how a word can have several different. Yeah, so like you can give me, like I think Michael Heiser's his classic is run, right? So run, it's got like 25 different usages, and we as native English speakers, just reading run, we can automatically fill in the value for run, depending on the context of the sentence and what we're reading, and it's just automatic.
Or think of it as another way. I think of it is like kind of like modern Chinese, modern Mandarin.
Okay.
Where you have a word with 3 very, very elaborate Chinese symbols. Yeah.
Okay.
That's going to change the meaning when you get to the end of that. But a native Chinese reader is going to automatically know what they're reading. Because that's what they sort of grew up with. That's what they're familiar with. We are going to have to take that Chinese word and break it down and figure out what those 4 characters mean.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
Is there like computer-aided tooling to help with those translations? Because that seems like a perfect task to get aid with digital tooling.
I'm sure there's some natural language processing wizard who's trying to get cuneiform, especially Akkadian, run through. But boy, a lot of it is just a lot of hard inductive reasoning, working through signs and finding glosses, and then trying to read it as syllables.
So it's not purely mechanical process of constructing the words per se.
Okay. It's much easier to process Akkadian once it's transliterated.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And frankly, most modern Assyriologists are going to transliterate it and then use computers. They aren't going to start with the cuneiform. The cuneiform is the hard manual labor. And computers are not good at that.
Nobody's invented OCR yet for Akkadian.
Exactly.
Right.
No
that would be the next one.
golf tees. I mean, essentially. I mean, everyone who's ever worked with Akkadian and cuneiform knows it just looks like someone threw golf tees up in the air and they just landed on the floor randomly. There you go. Read it.
Just thinking about the complexity of some of these things. When you have something and you have no idea what it is, how are you going to display it and talk about it unless you're a flat earther? But my neck's hurting pretty bad. I got to lie down again. So God bless.
Yeah. Well. God bless, bro. Because the book I got on Ugaritic, it shows that it has cases, like it's not same as Greek, but it has its own case, like nominative, genitive, dative, and accusative, and Akkadian has that same casing. And this is this one friend told me, because he studied Akkadian. Akkadian is object, subject, verb, or object, verb, subject. It's like backwards, whereas in like
the verb typically is at the end.
Verb, subject, object, and
the verb's typically at the end.
You could theoretically teach Hebrew like that with cases. Like you could think of the lambda as a dative instead. You could think of the bait as a genitive, kinda.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm fond of saying if students learned Akkadian before Hebrew,
ooh,
boy, that would make them killer when they.
Hebrew...
We lost
with Hebrew, students... I can see that.
I think there seems to be lag or something.
Oh yeah, it's a few seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
If students learned Akkadian before they knew Hebrew, they would have a cakewalk when it came to Hebrew.
Just quickly,
absolute cakewalk.
DJ Roll, before you go, that discussion you had on Clubhouse, is that recorded anywhere? Was that on YouTube or?
We recorded it on Clubhouse, and so if anybody wants to take it and put it on YouTube, that's fine. Hunter was busy. Amen Podcast, I don't know if you know him, but he might put it. But
so wait, did you have Muslims come on and you're just sharing, or was it just you guys sharing?
It was just us sharing, and we were going to invite Muslims on the panel. It was kind of a long, just kind of a presentation, because it was multiple people. But next time we'll try to make it shorter so where they can come on. But there was a lot of good information shared on there.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, man. Yeah, blessings to you, and yeah, thanks for sharing your thoughts on Heiser as well.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. No, that was great, and God bless everyone on here, and have a good night or have a good day.
Yeah, God bless.
Yeah, that combo would have been excellent. Heiser and David, if there was like in other words, Heiser interview you on your book with respect to Egyptian furniture, and
I'm a huge fan of Heiser. I mean, look, I people will look at some of my work and say, hey, okay, you're a critic of Heiser. I said, look, I mean, where I criticize him is really on the niggly stuff, really on the peccadillos. Heiser and I agree more than we disagree, by a long shot.
In all things essential unity?
Well, it's not just that. It's the fact that, we are looking at these from different approaches. So there is going to be a disagreement.
Sure.
He's looking at it from a Second Temple period perspective. I'm looking at it from a late Bronze Age perspective. We are going to have different perspectives on the literature. But I think his ideas on the council, the Divine Council, were absolutely profound. Absolutely profound. And dead accurate in some instances. Not all, because this is where I would disagree with him, but enough that his ideas should be taken seriously.
I remember looking back in some Google Docs, and my first citation of Heiser, I said of him, a fascinating alternative to the traditional demonology and angelology. That was my first impression of the guy. I think I saw him in some of the early Inspiring Philosophy videos where it seemed like some of the videos were a one-horse pony. Heiser was getting cited over and over. I didn't know who this guy was, so I decided to look him up, see what popped up on Google Scholar, because, well, what he seems to be saying is pretty good, and IP seems to be citing him a lot. I got to look into this guy.
My first contact with Heiser was actually at ETS. Now, I never met the man in person, but I remember going around the book tables, and there was a stack of his books on one table. I mean, there was nothing else on the table, just his books. Whoever he was publishing with, it was just pumping him. It's like, well, this is interesting. What's this? I pick it up, start thumbing through it. Ooh, I bought a copy right there because it's just like, oh, this is interesting and provocative. I like this. So it was just like, okay. And of course, I got into it and I thought to myself, oh my gosh, this thing on Job, dead on. Wow.
Probably your first Old Testament scholar that's saying exactly what the Hasatan figure really is. Yeah.
Now, I did disagree with him on Exodus. All right. You can't blame me for that, okay? You can't blame me for disagreeing with him on Exodus. But Job, oh, totally, I'm totally agree with him. But then I got into some of his other stuff too, and I thought to myself, he had some of the most how do I say this? One of the things scholarship often lacks is creativity. We tend to be rigorous, not creative. When we're creative, we tend not to be rigorous. Hans Gudiga, a creative scholar that is complete crud because he has no rigor. You know, he's surface deep. You get down beyond that, and there's nothing underneath. So to find a scholar that has both creativity and rigor is a rare find.
I think I've been trying to find a way to express what Dr. Heiser is to me, at least, and that's, you know, I couldn't have said it better.
I still remember his solution for the Uman and Thuman. And it was just, I could not believe how really interesting that was.
Oh yeah, he actually gave a paper on that, didn't he? At
yes,
ETS.
he did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, his
early dragon dice.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
the dragon. It's essentially 20-sided dragon dice.
Well, the study of magic has just kind of exploded in the last 20 years, and Heiser was just on the cusp of that.
Yeah. What an inventive and interesting solution.
Was that a paper he wrote?
He did write a paper on it.
Yeah, like a paper / presentation.
Mm-hmm.
This is going back, anywhere between 2008 and 2012, somewhere around there. Do you think? Like, okay. Yeah, somewhere.
Because I haven't come across that material yet.
We find in the archaeology 20-sided dice. And on each facet of those dice is a letter. And we don't find them for the Hebrew, but we do find them for Greek, going back to 400 BC. So,
and I didn't play D&D. What's the significance of that?
The significance is the Urim is a single dice, and the Thummim are a pair. So 3 dice. Each one, so you roll them, and you get a triconsonantal root, which comes out to a Hebrew word. You start the word with the Urim, and the last 2 letters give you the divination.
So
like similar to the I Ching.
Mm-hmm. Except you roll it, and you might get a word that says fight or run. or hide.
So in Acts 1, remember when Matthias is rolled and chosen?
So it's an ancient magic 8-ball.
It's a ancient magic 8-ball, but it's more clever than that because you can actually roll it and not get a result.
Okay.
Because you could get nonsense. And that nonsense was seen as a sign that it wasn't divinely done. There's one king who takes these dice and he rolls them over and over and over again because he's not hearing from God.
Yeah. So do you
Wow,
see the
this is the
significance?
This is the first I'm getting this piece of information. It's
It's really a profound reading.
A layman. Yeah. Because like I
clever solution. A very interesting piece of scholarship.
I feel like you like the scholar, the person who's like, this is your job, this is your profession. You guys are aware of all these pieces on the table, but I'm still finding stuff that is like just knocks my socks off. Like it's like there's still so much to be like. I don't think I'll ever stop fully learning about all this. Like I'll never get to the point where it's like, oh, you know. So it's
who stops learning?
You know, oh, I don't.
I mean,
certainly not.
I mean, the whole advantage of being a scholar is you just can continue learning.
Yeah,
I consider myself a perpetual student. I'm always learning.
The beginner's mind. You know, that's I think, and I spoke to that earlier before you joined us. That the interested layman, I don't have a professional credibility to uphold, and I don't have I don't have a reputation that I'm trying to even perpetuate or establish.
Don't worry, you don't want one. It's just a liability.
Right. It's like you get all the awesomeness of learning this stuff without any of the heat that comes from being, in the ring, so to speak.
But it was a really cool.
Yeah, I'm just looking for that paper.
Really
now.
cool observation by Heiser. Really cool.
I have to read that paper.
Yeah,
here
here
it is. I found it. This is his ETS presentation. So it's titled "The Old Testament Response to Ancient Near Eastern Pagan Divination Practices." So it's not that he's denying it, rather it's a polemical response utilizing that for their own means.
That is an excellent paper. If you want a very short introduction to how magic as such worked in the Near East, that's a great introduction. And it's really short. You don't have to pick up a gigantic book by Frederick Cryer and read it. This will get it done real fast.
Here you go.
Right, because
God,
all of this. Go ahead. Good.
God provided such means to the Ephod, the Urim, and the Thummim with respect to the ancient, the Israelite version of divination.
But again, I have to. Again, it says that God allowed those
basically the practice
people. So that's my question: was that form of divination sanctioned by God? Is my question, or was it another form of like John Dee and Edward Kelly or the I Ching or anything that we think is a message or a connection with God that really isn't?
Oh yeah, it was definitely sanctioned. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
David,
Okay.
Saul, Solomon, all of them it says in the Bible, all inquire of Yahweh for portents and oracles, and they use the prophet, the ephod, the Urim and Thummim.
Okay. So it's not that no divination was allowed. It was only a very specific type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's even part of the priestly garments.
It was to be God. It was
It's one of the accessories to the garments of the high priest.
So then what would you say to people who practice I Ching or channeling or Ouija board or whatever their form is? They claim that theirs is sanctioned. I mean, Edward Kelly, or not so much him, but John Dee was absolutely convinced that what we understand as the Enochian language was coming from angels, right? Like he was totally convinced that he was talking straight up to angels until it started to get weird. And so I've met people here in Portland where I live that truly believe that when they are channeling, that they're talking to, let's say, an ascended master. And that ascended master is sitting in the same room as God. It's like, well, I'm not God, but he's in the same room as me. Let me ask him. And you're like, I feel like that's it. There's a relationship there between what you're telling me is a sanctioned form of that communication and everything else.
It's really going to depend upon the method.
Okay, because that's the significance I draw. Because all of this for me, all of this work is in establishing or being an instrument of God and trying to be, part of bringing the kingdom, here in whatever way I can. And so much of what I deal with is people who are practicing these things, and I try to tell them, hey, I don't think this is any good for you, and but they're so convinced.
Well, David would have known about these other methods of divination, but in 1 Samuel, was it 22:23, where it's he wants to know, is Saul going to come down? Are the rulers of Keilah going to deliver me into Saul's hand? He knows the only way to do divination that's Yahweh sanctioned is I have to go get the priest Abiathar or whoever it was, or Ahitub the priest, to inquire of God for me. And I need the ephod to do that. They knew of other modes of divination.
Okay. And but they were aware of so like if you're tuning a radio here, they knew what station they were going to get with those modes.
Some divination was forbidden.
Okay.
Like, for example, you were forbidden to contact the dead. This is not to say you could contact the dead, but you were forbidden from doing it.
Was that because you're not actually talking to the dead? It opens the door for that trickster spirit or that, imposter, so to speak.
Well, we're not given the reason.
Secure connection. Okay. All right.
We're not given the reason.
In that blanket, but it's not a secure connection, I guess.
Yeah.
You're
probably the best analogy. That's a good analogy. Yeah. It's not a secure connection.
Yeah, you're very vulnerable. You're very prone to hacking.
Yeah, Ahab's son, the king Ahaziah, tries making divinatory requests, but it's to the Philistine god Beelzebub, the god of Ekron.
Exactly.
And Elijah the prophet scolds him, saying, is it because there's no God in Israel that you're sending to inquire of Beelzebub, the god of Ekron?
Right.
Or take the witch of Endor.
The only acceptable subject.
Take the witch of Endor. When Saul consults the witch of Endor, she's expecting her familiar spirit. Okay, she's expecting the familiar spirit. And she's shocked that Samuel actually comes up. That was a surprise. She wasn't expecting that. So that's one of the reasons why it's forbidden.
And bringing this to Heiser then opens or removes the dark glass, so to speak. Where Christians are confused even of that reading with, conjuring up I see an Elohim coming from the ground. And so then the Ugaritic scholar Nicholas Wyatt, apparently when Heiser was giving his paper about the Elohim concept in the ancient Near East, that it just means place, it's a place of residence term. Apparently Nicholas Wyatt, one of the, I suppose you could say, the guys, like, you don't want to contradict him, I suppose. Or if he says yes, then it's good, right? So apparently he stands up at the back, goes, yes, finally got it, finally someone's explaining the word, like, it's not just, like we think of God as a set of attributes or something. It's rather it's a yeah.
Well, I mean, this is probably a little easier for Egyptologists to understand anyway, because we have the word for God, nature. And nature can be anything from the highest god, Amun-Re, master of the universe, right down to some weird, shifty shadow in the corner of your room. So the range here is so broad as to cover practically all sorts of spiritual beings. And I think Elohim can really fit that sort of broadness of scope. As I said, it's something that's easier for us Egyptologists.
Go for it, Amir. Yeah.
Dr. Falk, in regards to that, is this the quote unquote resurrected dead and resurrected end quote of Egyptians? They come back temporarily, then they have to be fed and all that, or I'm a little rusty when it comes to Egyptian ritual and metaphysics.
Oh, as in, do they have an opening of the mouth ceremony thing?
Repeat the question.
Not that. Like EK apologies. We had you on that one time. It was about. I was talking about the resurrection of the dead in Egyptian cult ritual or mythology. They come back temporarily, but they have to be provided what have you. Then they have to go back to the duat, something like that.
Yeah. Yes, they do.
Would that be the Elohim or the Nechel in that particular context?
Well, typically the spirits of the dead were not Necher. They were Ba, they were Ka, they were basically elements of the human being. But they're generally not Necher unless they are being perceived as, say, ghosts. Now, Egypt did have ghosts. It did believe in malevolent spirits. They believed in, say, that the dead could come and walk among people in disembodied form. And they might call them Necher. But they generally regarded Necher as being non-humans. Generally. Not always, but generally.
So like modern demonology subscribes that what you're dealing with was never human. Then you get the idea that it's like the spirits of the Nephilim, right? They weren't human, and they can't really, they're kind of stuck between heaven and hell because they can't really go either place.
Yeah, sort of. Or basically even minor malevolent spirits.
Okay.
If we accept, for example, even within, say, monarchical monotheism, the whole idea that you have a vast fauna of spiritual entities.
Okay. So the question I would ask you is I've got a lot of people who, and there's been a huge resurgence of people who are talking about the Fae, fairy folk, especially with some of the work going on, missing 411, talking about stuff going on out in the woods. That people are either were already believers or kind of like you see the comments on some of these videos like, oh, it's the Fae, and they're attributed as like trickster spirits, but I've always been confused as to whether or not they belong to that non-human entity category or not. Like where do they fall in your opinion or your expertise?
I think they fit more in that non-human category.
Okay.
Now,
so
I also
along the lines of like Loki and the Norse gods or stuff like that.
Not even necessarily that. There's a huge variety of paranormal phenomena out there. I mean, this is one of the things we have to sort of come to terms with as, say, Christians.
is that
Exactly.
our pneumatological spectrum is very, very narrow because we haven't considered the options. We kind of see the pneumatological spectrum as, well, you got humans, you got angels, you got gods. God, that's it. No, you got a lot of other beasties running around out there.
Right. Hence the cryptids and things like that could be a potential explanation.
Powers, powers in high places. You have watchers. There's all sorts of different fauna of spiritual entity out there, as diverse as, say, the biological realm that we have on planet Earth.
So think of it in terms of an ecosystem.
Taxonomy.
Yeah,
But
think of it as an ecosystem.
Okay. That
think of it as an ecosystem.
Nutshells it perfectly for me.
Yeah, a spiritual ecosystem that our particular denominational tradition tries to limit to very narrow, specific categories, but all while it's ignoring the rest of the terrain outside the walls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, for example, you might encounter some sort of spirit that is not an angel. That's a completely possible. That is not angel, not human.
Doesn't have your best interest in mind.
And does not have your best interest in mind.
Right.
Exactly.
Right, because this is what all of this is about for me, is understanding the complexity and the scope of what's behind the veil and what is able to interact and do whatever it wants. Because as a young person going and looking at all of these different camps and seeing them as individual and almost from a Darwinist material perspective of aliens being EBEs with nuts and bolts craft, or Bigfoot being undiscovered species, a paleo or an a species that we haven't found, like a living relic. But then with all of the paranormal that is associated with these phenomenon that seem to be A, unconnected, and B, reinforcing that worldview that we aren't just a spinning ball, and you look at the Milky Way galaxy and you're here, and then Bigfoot usurps not only our place in evolution but confirms evolution, kind of thing, that those powers, those principalities have artfully crafted these things to draw people away from God. And
think of it like this. Think of the vastness of the universe. Just take a moment. The vastness. Billions of stars in billions of galaxies. Vastness as far as the mind can conceive. For billions of miles. Think of God. The vastness of God. On top of that, who's infinitely more vast than the universe itself. And then think about the diversity of Earth, and then correlate that diversity with the possibility of the vastness of heaven.
I apologize, Doctor. I hit a back button and I just came back in. Do you mind backing up like the past?
Sure, we'll go over this again. We'll do this again. Okay. Well,
I'm sorry. Of course, I hit that button.
Okay. Think about the vastness of the universe.
Yes.
Billions of stars, billions of galaxies.
Yes.
13 billion miles in any direction. Think about the vastness of God, who's infinitely more vast than that.
Yes.
Now, think about the diversity of life on planet Earth. And then compare that, say, to the vastness of heaven. Heaven's going to be a huge place. It's going to make Earth seem like a speck.
So what we're talking about necessarily isn't physical, but it's still a place. It's not a planet you can get in a ship. It's not a planet you can get in a ship and travel to like a boat. It's a spiritual dimension.
It's overlapping planes.
Okay.
Overlapping planes. So you're not talking about going, you can't get in a ship and get there. But there's a way to travel there.
Right, because it's like in superposition with here. Right?
Yes, in
like
superposition.
It's here, but we can't access it, right? We don't have to necessarily go anywhere, but we can't get there from here.
We've got the universe, single space. Heaven, double space. The domain of God himself, third space. That second space is where the spiritual powers reside. And it's vast. And that is where you're going to find the diversity of spiritual life. If we can call it life.
Because I think that's, please correct me if I'm way off base, but I feel like all of this is more important to the church than I think even, certainly more than the proskos, but the idea of trying to predict the end times or being able to sort of, eschatology craze, that this is the most important thing for the modern church, at least from my perspective, because now we have podcasts, we have YouTube, we have all this stuff where now isolated incidents of encounters with different things that used to go to the grave with people are now flooded or have flooded our space. And especially as a person who didn't start out as one, but became a Christian because of this information leading me to Christ, that the work of Dr. Heiser and everyone else is contributing to this body of knowledge, that we understand that like the biggest threat to mankind isn't the Russians. The biggest threat to mankind isn't COVID. The biggest threat to mankind is this stuff that not only do we refuse to necessarily talk about in the church, but that from my experience, by and large, Christians, they ignore it, right? They know it's there and they choose not to look at it.
So I'm going to cue some music to David's response.
So I just need to know if I gotta chill out.
We are standing.
Hey Rob, you try. Veckel's rubbing off on you now, Rob. Watch out for that stuff.
Okay. Sorry.
Boy.
Okay, go for David.
We are standing on the shoulders of giants.
Absolutely.
And one of those giants is Heiser. We are standing on his shoulders and we're looking and we're seeing off into the distance. But because of the work he did, which is based on the work of other giants.
I'm just
but that's how I started the stream. I started the stream that you have all these books, sensationalist, self-published, buy my book, Heiser, and then when we say read Heiser's book, we are recommending Heiser's book because he is giving credit to everyone else, unheard voices that they don't care about being popular. They just care about, oh, this is niche area that I can research and study. And then Heiser's gift for us is that he's threaded all of these works together to make this coherent picture. So he's standing on giants' shoulders as well, and yeah.
Well, not only that, but if he's a giant, he's also I think a lighthouse, because I mean, just in this experience here with you guys tonight, he's brought so many people from different backgrounds and walks of life who have gotten caught in some of these tar pits to all come, and whether I'm, just a humble, interested layman, always looking to learn more, or, you guys, this is your profession, this is your pursuit in a scholarly, rigorous way, that he's bringing us all together, and maybe this wouldn't be happening, like it's a product of this information and the times we live in sort of coming to a head. Like, but I would feel like maybe more important, I mean, not to be flippant, but maybe more important than all of the work is the friends we made along the way.
I mean, like, for example, as a seminarian, I was one of the first at that institution, one of the first students to actually try and pick up Ugaritic and Lernic. It just so happened to be that one of my Genesis professors was one of Cyrus Gordon's last PhD students. And so I had a golden opportunity to pick up Ugaritic and start learning it. But unfortunately, because my tradition had anti-intellectualist leanings and this deep suspicion of higher learning, because of the damage it had done to the church, say 100 years ago or so, I didn't have anywhere to go to ask questions like, hey, Dr. So-and-so, why am I reading all of this cloud writer language in the Baal cycle? What's all that about? I'm translating, hey, why does this particular corpus in Nicholas Wyatt's book, why does it look suspiciously like Psalm 92? I think I'm getting that one right. The voice of Yahweh booms, and the voice of Yahweh this. It sounds super suspiciously like Baal. What's going on here? I didn't have a Michael Heiser to give me a gestalt, a way to view this stuff in a way that made the Old Testament and God's people coherent. There's one time in one of Heiser's podcasts, he said this, and I'll remember this forever. He said, "Well, you all better sit down for this one, because this is going to be a super profound thought. The people who wrote the Bible were literate. They
love that line.
They were conversant in the things that made up a literate culture. They wrote what they wrote for people who could read it.
They read
in
books.
literate discussion about the literate world of their own time."
Oh, it's like when I was explaining to my mom how Paul clearly was a reader of Marcus Aurelius when he wrote, "Why do I do the things that I don't want to do, and don't do the things I want to do?" And it's like, well, yeah, Mom, he would have been reading Marcus Aurelius, because there were books back then, not many, but if you could read, you read all the books that you could get your hands on, and Meditations would have been one of them, especially for early church fathers. So it's that, I guess that's that same idea for me. That he validated.
Like,
just going
Luke
back
is
to
obviously familiar with this stuff too. Like when Luke talks about Paul and Barnabas at, was it Lystra or Laconia? He makes these obvious allusions to what's happening in the fable of Baucis and Philemon. Luke was obviously an extremely literate person. Mark too. Rob, when you were going through making your Mark commentary, all through your commentary, you're making reference to, well, obviously Mark's a very literate person and knows how to write like a literate person.
Yeah, I had to see it for myself to see it.
I'm kicking myself years later that it never occurred to me that the people who wrote the Bible were literate. and that's why it looks like literature.
Oh, I guess I never had that. I never had that assumption. Now, I mean, I'm just going to comment on your professor who was the last student of Cyrus Gordon, because I know what it's like to be the last student of a professor that's out of it.
Oh, he was so lucky. His PhD thesis was supposed to be on the virgin birth, and he begged Cyrus Gordon not to do that topic. And finally, after like 10 meetings with Cyrus, he finally relented and said, "Fine, you can do something on coins."
I know that as the last student of a professor, you're in a real sort of special position. I was the last student of Kenneth Kitchen. Okay? I experienced the things that most people wouldn't believe. It was just like, you're kidding me, right? It was amazing. I mean, I saw this man's life from the inside. It was just, whoa. Like, I had tea with the guy like 3 days a week. It was just like, holy crow, this is such a privilege. And the stuff I learned from him, I could never have learned on my own.
Is it sort of like at that position, do they kind of take all the stuff off the shelf and kind of pass the torch?
Yeah.
Is that like
it's like the floodgates open. There's nothing hidden. You see it all. The good, the bad.
You hear about that with like the story of when Werner von Braun like spilled the beans on his deathbed to his assistant. So I imagine it's like that with people in science and scholarship that, when they know their time is running out, it's like, okay, I got to do a data dump here, so that this doesn't go to waste. Is that what's going on?
Well, they're not just doing a data dump. They're giving you what they feel is the most important stuff.
So it's distilled.
Distilled and curated and condensed.
The work that still has to be done, too.
Yeah. I mean, for example, one of the things I got out of Kenneth Kitchen, first of all, I got chronology out of the guy in ways that most people would have never have seen. He taught me everything I know about how to do a chronology. He showed me his method for epigraphy. I mean, how do I say this? It's inductive. His method was inductive, but so effective, it wasn't even funny. Like, I mean, it sounds stupid. Okay, I'll say this. This sounds pretty. He said the first thing you have to do is live with an inscription. Live with it. You take the photograph, you stick it on your table, you have tea for 2 weeks. And you just live with the thing. My first inscription I really had to engage. I have 3 monitors set up here. I put the monitor up on one monitor, or the inscription up on one monitor. And I think, okay, whatever. Day 5, I'm looking at it. It's like, whoa, I can read this. I know exactly what it says. It's just like, this is magic. It's absolute magic.
Wow, what a privilege.
But, you wouldn't have gotten that if I had just, taken like a class or anything like that, because they don't teach you that. This is stuff what you get from these professors who are retiring is stuff they don't teach you. It's stuff they
don't
live.
really have anything to lose. Yeah, does it have anything to do with the fact that they don't have anything to lose? Like it's not.
No. It's just they're just living it out at that point.
Okay.
Like imagine, just imagine, because this is something I've thought of myself. Imagine, so you have, say, Paul and writing Romans, right? So it's a packaged text from A to Z. Now, I'm pretty sure Paul spoke and thought and read and did many other things in between writing Romans, even prior to writing Romans, even after writing Romans. Like, there's just a lot more that goes on than just this text that the author has written. So, like in a much more personal interaction with Kenneth Kitchen, I can well imagine the discussions that have happened that would never be written down. It's just, yeah, it's just a fact of life. Like, yeah.
So then it begs the
You're living the lifestyle of the scholar, not, and you're living it with him.
Mm.
So it's not book learning. It's a practical, hands-on learning that you cannot get any of the way.
So like when Uma
really
Thurman
crazy.
goes to live with Pai Mei, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's really
that idea of going to study from someone and like literally being the one who cooks them dinner and like washes their clothes and stuff. But while you're doing that, they're teaching you stuff that they've never taught people before.
Exactly. In my case, I had to go get groceries.
Yeah.
Kitchen and I would go every Wednesday, and we would go up to Woolton, Sainsbury, and we would buy groceries. Then we would go and have tea and say maybe tomato soup or cheese on toast at the local buffet, or not buffet, diner. And he would start talking about the ancient Near East.
What did you learn from the grocery shopping and the dinner and
the Daniel diet? And
there had to have been something to have learned from that, though, right?
Oh yeah, there was actually a lot I learned from that. That was not wasted time.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, I got to know him as a person, and really what he did, his life work, and his personal stories of what he did. Like, I mean, one of my favorite stories of his was his encounter with Leonard Woolley, the guy who found Ura Sumer. All right. Now, you have to understand
I knew that name was familiar.
Mm-hmm. Leonard Woolley was a lot older than Kenneth Kitchen. I mean, he's in his 90s now, so you can kind of imagine. That's a huge discord. And Kenneth Kitchen was like 8 years old. 8 years old when he met Leonard Woolley at a lecture at the British Museum. Okay. And Leonard Woolley is giving his lecture on Sumer. And Kev Kitchen asks, he finally gets his chance. He's an 8-year-old kid. He asks Leonard Woolley the burning question that he wanted to always ask him. Was Abraham a real person? And Woolley responded, of course he's a real person. With all the wife troubles he had to be a real person.
On all the dumb decisions he made regarding his wife.
Jeez. Well, that hits close to home.
Oh, man. All the travels Abram did after doing dumb stuff, all those had to be quiet car trips.
Yeah, totally. But talk about an interesting meeting of persons. To hear from Kenneth Kitchen, in his 80s and 90s, about this childhood memory when he was 8. Talking to the legend Leonard Woolley. And the question he asked and the response he got. I mean, that's something I could not have gotten anywhere else.
Not going to find that in a biography anywhere.
You're not going to find that in a biography. That was wild. I mean, you might find it in Kitchen's biography, but I got it from the horse's mouth. I mean, it was also a big privilege to be included in Kitchen's biography. You know, as the last student too, you know, you do get that certain, you know, they will mention you. They will mention you. They'll talk about you because you're the student they last remember. You stick in their mind.
That's pure magic and experience like that. You can get a little bit of that maybe if you're an undergrad and you start making friends with faculty and faculty who have connections. If you can make connections like that and really become good friends with some of those magic people out there who actually will make friends with you.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it if you got a chance. You'll never be a better student.
Oh, totally.
So then,
and they love it too. They love it.
So then, like, do you guys need like somebody to do your grocery shopping and laundry? And
I can play with the bunny. I can babysit the bunny.
Oh, there you
go. Everyone wants to babysit the bunny.
I love
mean,
animals.
The bunny's adorable. I mean, come on. Marneve is such a doll. I mean, come on. He would love to be played with.
Well, and Rob, so in keeping with what we've been discussing, would you say that maybe you occupy that position for Dr. Heiser, or is there maybe someone else I'm not aware of where there was a very close relationship towards the end of his life that, just like you were speaking of, that there was a distillation, there was a not just a distillation, but like, okay, I've gone down all these roads. Here's where you want to focus on because I ran out of time.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, I mean, again, like I said at the start of the stream, I would say I know I could be wrong when I say this, but I would like to boast and say that not only am I Heiser's biggest fan and also like a student of his work, even though I've never been under the category of what you would call a student from a educational academic sort of thing. So that being said, I don't want to be like an Esau. You know, like the so-called like no, Heiser's for me and that's it. Because I can point out, for example, Ben Stanhope. Now Ben Stanhope is very interesting because he encountered Heiser and Heiser encountered him, just like how Heiser encountered me. Sort of like in private. But in a unique, special, private way. And then, you know how you just sort of click and then no one really needs to know that? It just so happens that, for me at least, I had the means or I suppose you could say the means to, and the drive to make Heiser that, or try and make him more popular on social media like YouTube. But I can point out to people like Ben Stanhope who, yeah, it's because I don't know if are you familiar with Ben Stanhope?
I've never heard the name.
Okay. Now some people I hear are familiar. He runs this YouTube channel, but he's his own. He's a good friend of mine as well, but he's his own very unique style of sort of like from a very high fundamentalist, younger creationist, King James only sort of background. He goes into theology school, comes across Heiser's work, and just gets totally blown away. So much so that now he's practically starting again. He's got a master's now in first Temple period Kings. Oh wait, is that correct? Like he's like to do with coins, but then there's like
Seals
Egyptian,
and...
a lot
He
of
specialized in
seals.
boule.
Yeah, it's like Egyptian seals or Egyptian symbols on boule and
scarabs, that sort of thing.
Kingdom boule.
Yeah, right. And he has Heiser to thank, and I know Heiser, you know, him and Heiser like have interacted, just the way Heiser and myself have interacted privately through email. Heiser's helped me through a lot of personal life issues. So in other words, I keep, every time I message him, it's not like, I mean, I'll be honest, I actually talk more with, say, David Falk or IP or even Ben Stanhope or any of you guys in a conversational way. I do, I mean, David here he's a scholar, and whenever I do talk with him, I try and keep it like I try not keep it. This is just my upbringing. If I come across a teacher or an educator, or even my own math professors, like even at my own local university, I still, like, they've known me for years, but I still treat them. There's a decorum. At the end of the day, that's my, like, I'm a student sort of thing, right? But that's just my upbringing. So I treat Heiser like that still.
What?
I suppose,
dude, yo.
no, like, I think that's because I was born in India, so that's that Asian background that sort of, because Asians are like that,
I was just about to say that relationship I've had with my martial arts teachers in the past, where it's like, no matter how much you get to know them, there is still a level of respect that you never cross, right?
Yeah.
And it's integral to the training. It's integral to the mindset they're trying to instill upon you, that, we can go out and have dinner afterwards, but there's still a reverence there.
Yeah.
Wait, I get dinner after this?
Come to Portland. I'll treat you to a food truck. No.
I'm not that far away. I'm in Vancouver.
Oh, no way. Oh, that's awesome.
That's right. Dr. Fox Energy is contagious.
Pick you up on that food truck.
All right, man. Yeah.
It better be one of those good food trucks, like one of those taqueria ones.
No, I'm talking like down 3rd Street at the pod.
Gap a dog at least.
Hey, you know what? If you call it.
Okay.
So yeah, Fox. See that, David? Your fans' energy is so contagious. That's
contagious or infectious.
Where are you located again, Rob? I forget where Rob is located.
I'm in Perth, Australia.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, in conclusion,
Dr. Falk, since we live so close together, I mean, that would be amazing I would take you to lunch and pick your brain. Yeah, if you were ever in Portland.
Or if you're ever in Vancouver.
Oh yeah, no. My grandfather and uncle live up there, so
cool.
And it's so close. Yeah. So,
if you're ever up here, really cool, sort of, ring me up. We'll meet.
Awesome. Yeah, and of course now I guess I feel like you can understand why I ask the questions that I do, and I have the track of thinking that I do because I live where I live.
Mm-hmm.
So now that makes me feel a little bit better, because I don't want to be coming out of left field. But anyway, I don't want to take up the floor. So sorry, Rob.
No, that's okay. No, so yeah, just in conclusion to your question, I'll also put it this way: when Heiser started to get really busy, okay, like he then left Faith Life, Logos. He then started this Awaken School. There were people more from the Hispanic community that really then started helping him with the Heiser community. The where you subscribe to that community, and there's like private Q&As and the weekly readings and let's just say Heiser. I'm not jealous, so I'm not I have no issue with Heiser utilizing other people, in a very personal way as well, to continue furthering the sort of the Divine Council community that was growing. Because my relationship with him, and he knows this, is that although we were corresponding a lot, it didn't die down. I suppose it just became where life came in the way. So I'm doing my thing, he's doing his thing. We just know of each other. It's similar. It's a sort of similar relationship I have with Hugh Ross from an astrophysics context. So again, I'm in that field. Hugh knows me personally. I interact with him just like how I would interact with, say, with David. But again, it's that Hugh's out there, he's doing his thing. I'm here, I'm doing my thing, and yeah. So in other words, I don't have to constantly be in their nose, or in their face all the time, and that's that. I'm satisfied with that, and so to honor Heiser and his legacy. So this is why I keep doing what I keep doing. While it's good to see other people. Like I can't do everything, you see. So it's good to see other people then sort of come in and then join and share their abilities and trying to help. So in this case, the Divine Council community, and so I'm happy to see more people come in for Heiser to then interact with and talk with and help him, and so yeah. That's pretty much it. The only biblical scholar that I actually had a very, very close, intimate relationship with, purely because he was a family friend, he's actually friends with the family, was the late David Pawson, the British theologian.
Okay.
So David Pawson was friends with a man named, and he's still alive, Eric Lott. Eric Lott is a biblical translator and scholar, but for the Hindu. So his polemics are Hinduism, like an interfaith dialogue between Hinduism and Christianity. So he learned Sanskrit, he learned Telugu, Urdu, Hindi.
Oh, he learned Sanskrit too? Wow.
Yeah, so his name is Eric Lott, and Eric Lott is a British scholar, practically on the same level as someone like a Kenneth Kitchen type.
Oh.
And wait, I'm hearing an echo. Okay. And David Pawson is friends with Eric Lott. And but Eric Lott, can you hear that? This is an Aussie, what you call a bogan. I'm in the most quiet neighborhood, and stuff like that is very rare.
What is that? So, was that your furnace kicking in or what?
No, that's someone doing a burnout. Like that's. Just
okay. I could kind of tell now. Yeah, you had to explain it. I could barely. It was just a trace.
I thought it was Scratch Rocket. That's what it sounded like. Is that what I don't know what they're actually called. That's what we call.
We call them bogans.
Okay.
and then we hope that they smash into a tree. That's okay. I'll quickly tell you this funny story since you're on that topic. This is like 5 years ago. So there's this road that is about 2 miles long straight, but it goes down like this and then up. So there's one night, this is like 2 a.m, there's this car just revving it, and then probably would have gone easily 80 k's an hour, because you know how you can hear the sound travel from there down to there, so you can sort of gauge it would have taken so many seconds to travel down, and hence the speed. Easily 80 down that road. And then suddenly so you're hearing this mighty like revving of the engine and like that show off sort of thing moment, and then smash. Literally what made me laugh was 2 seconds later suddenly you hear this because so there's this, he's showing off and then he smashes, and then there's this like he's licking his wounds sort of thing. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, David Pawson passed away May 21, 2020. But yeah, his style was like a Jordan Peterson style. So he's truncating all that scholarship, but in typical British fashion of communicating clearly, he treats like, if you watch David Pawson, it sounds like you're familiar with him, but when he speaks even to elderly people in his congregation, he treats them like little children, like how you talk to a child in simple ways, and like in like a nice, approachable way. He even talks to like people his age.
Feynman method, right? Like if you can't explain it to a 5-year-old,
like
you don't know what you're talking about.
Like a Richard. That's even better. It's like he psychologizes the Bible, not to the big extent that, say, Jordan Peterson does, but how Richard Feynman would communicate ideas. That's David Pawson of the Bible. I'll use that next time. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, I've heard the name come up in like the circles that sitting at a table with my mom and my grandparents kind of thing. But he was never somebody that I looked into or listened to.
Right.
But I now need to, because anybody who's got that approach, I absolutely love. It's one of the reasons why I love Richard Feynman. I was like, the guy could have been a stand-up comedian rather than a physicist, and made doing just as fine.
Yeah. So yeah, that's who Heiser is to me. I mean, everyone's story that's been shared so far is just like a one side of a consistently changing shape. And I don't consider myself more special than anyone. I think we're all equal in this. It's just I just happen to be the one that, most of his material is on here, because I just thought to myself, I was impacted by his approach so much because of that Zitchen story that I just shared, and like digging into just the start of his blog and actually seeing it grow through. Finally, then, reading his Unseen Realm, because I was actually reading his draft of Unseen Realm before it was even published. He released it out privately in his blog. It was called. Do you know what the draft was called? It was called "The Myth That Is True."
Right. Yeah, he borrowed it from Tolkien, right? Tolkien.
Right.
Yeah.
So Christianity is the true myth. So the myth that is true is, and it originally had and maybe David, I'm forgetting the name of it, a deity that's seated on cherubs, with like a staff in hand or something. I'll have to go and get the image, but it's like a iconographic drawing of I don't know, it could be L or something, but like a deity with like a staff, and there's like a lion-looking cherub as acting as the where you rest your hands on. And yeah, I'll have to go, but he used that as the book cover for that draft book.
Okay.
Yeah. L-seated.
I think there's an 11, and it's only the first part. There's a bit more that's added on. I think it's like another 2 or 3 hours. But I believe that's the title of the lecture that I have been going through. And he brings that point up. I was like, I wanted to call it "The Myth That Is True," but the publisher just wasn't having it, essentially. Which I thought was cool, because I think Tolkien was probably my introduction into anything that wasn't officially sanctioned by my parents growing up as a Southern Baptist. Whereas like that was considered innocuous enough that I could read The Hobbit, read the trilogy. Whereas like when Harry Potter's coming out, my mom's like, "You're not reading those books." And now 25 years later, she's listening to them on Audible. So.
Yeah,
but
Tolkien's essay on fairy stories ought to be required reading for Christians.
Okay.
It has probably the best close ever to any essay ever written. Legend and history have met and fused. God is the... God, I'm kicking myself because I can't remember it. The savior of angels and of men and of elves. It is just an amazing read, and short.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna put that on my list. What was it called again?
On Fairy Stories by Tolkien.
On
You
Fairy
can find it
Stories.
you
Okay.
can find it for free online just by Googling.
Okay. Yeah, no, it would never popped up on my radar, so thank you. Because I am interested in, as one of my, branches that I branch off to, because it relates to some other stuff that I'm interested in, is, the 411 and, that kind of stuff. Because I'm outdoorsman. That's part of the reason why I, live up here, is I love being out in the wilderness. And I'm always looking for stuff that's a different perspective on that,
You mind if I
even
ask
if
real
it's
quick?
fictional.
By the way,
you mind if I ask real quick about that 411? Is that the guy that's the Mormon that does the missing persons? What you're talking about?
I didn't know that Politis was a Mormon. If that matters
Yeah,
at all.
that's the guy. He's a retired cop. He's
yeah.
he's a Mormon.
Yes. So I got into him just like you get into all this stuff, coast to coast.
Yeah, he talks about current events. He does a news briefing. I don't know. I saw him a while back. Somebody pointed out. Thank you. I just wanted to ask you that real quick.
Yeah. So I got fascinated with that for a while, just because I think it's one of the pieces that ties in. There's an idea that people like Francis Bacon, when he was writing New Atlantis, kind of understood what was possible on this continent because of different things, the geomancy and stuff like that. And so they kind of knew what was here before we even started to, colonize and manifest destiny. And I think that the 411 information might lead to insight as to sort of I think there was a direction, and this is pure speculation, guys. Like I'm not claiming that I know this. This is just information in my brain. That there was a very clear agenda, I guess you'd say, or plan for how and why and where we chose to colonize. And yes, there were natural resources involved, but there was also other stuff that they knew, sort of like the idea of the Nazis going around trying to collect all the stuff that they could. Why I brought up the information about the Baghdad, the Iraqi museums and historical sites and stuff. Like I can't substantiate it, but I see a thing about how throughout human history, it seems like where there's good information, or where there's something that stands as a threat, that's sort of erased or hidden or confiscated or destroyed or whatever it might be, to where as you go down through history, we have less and less to work with. And every once in a while we get something that pops out of nowhere that sort of blows the lid off of something, or takes us down a new path where we were at a dead end. And so I think that there's a lot more necessarily going on from a historical perspective with humans that is running in parallel to the Holy Spirit bringing about the kingdom. Almost like there's two competing, and obviously this goes without saying, that there's two competing plans, and one of them is happening in a historical way out in the open, but it's legitimate, right? Like it's very easily explained away and you don't have to think about it, while the hand of God through the Holy Spirit is trying to, like Dr. Heiser says about the Edenic vision, right? So on one hand, we have the Edenic vision. And then on the other hand, we have very much this this suppression, I feel. But that's just a feeling, right? Like I can't necessarily, it's not something that I could say is provable, right? It's just a sense I get about the world, about how and why we've done certain things at certain times, and for reasons that we may not understand.
I also just want to quickly show, this is one of the images I remember clearly, this particular image. And maybe David, this one, maybe you can clarify, but it was also this one. So I don't know who
Yeah,
drew
this one I
this,
don't
but
recognize.
yeah.
Is that a depiction of the Ark of the Covenant?
Yeah, I mean it's so the juxtaposition of this on top of this, I think the artist is just combining these two, but
Yeah, that doesn't look like a real piece.
yeah. But the point is, this is like a cherub or like a
a winged lion that'd be
yeah, a wing,
sweet.
yeah, who maintains a throne for the deity to sit on, and but then the ark in itself was in itself a type of what, like a throne or like a footstool or a throne.
Well, it was a lot of things.
Yeah,
it was a lot of things.
I like the
but
one
Heiser
that
used
you
that as
render in your book, Dr. Falk, on the on page 2, where you have that kind of AI generated one. It's a very, very nice image.
Thank you. It was done in Blender. It would be a long time to do that.
Yeah, it's very beautiful. I think it's very well done.
Thank you.
So at first I was just roaming around, Rob. I just thought I'd stop. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, man.
I was just kind of channel surfing, and I thought this was like a eulogy broadcast that somebody passed away, but the gentleman has terminal cancer, somebody mentioned.
Yeah.
Are
When the moment people start seeing tribute, they start thinking, how
Well,
many
yeah,
times I
yeah.
have to explain this? Like,
Are a lot of you folks here students in theology seminaries, or basically self-study too, sort of a mix? I mean, are you like students of this guy, or what? Because I heard you mention, Rob, that you knew him personally. Just curious.
yeah, I suppose you could say students from like not actually being like, for example, how David is a student of, say, Kenneth Kitchen and Hofmeyr, like directly under them. Rather, we are a community honoring Heiser's scholarship and work for the sake of the kingdom and the church. And
What general beliefs was he in? A categorization, sort of a quick brevity, of like a synoptic of the guy, synopsis of what he believed.
introducing the bigger picture of Christ's mission with respect to not just the crucifixion, but the resurrection in light of a larger cosmic supernatural worldview, and not your typical Council of Google Plus style. The fall happened in Genesis 3. Skip to a promise in Jeremiah 31 that a new covenant's going to arise. Skip to John 3:16, and then repent in Jesus' name, Acts 2, and then that's that. Like, there's
Follow
a lot
the
more
bouncing
going
ball.
on. Yeah. So Heiser's approach was actually, let me put it this way. Those same fundamentalist type Christians that then encounter things like the critical scholarship start to get intimidated. Heiser's approach wasn't to be like an antidote against critical scholarship. Rather, he loved it. He loved the critical scholarship to then weave through, read between the lines sort of thing, that the gospel can be demonstrated even through critical scholarship. And that's that. Like, I recommend you to just go pick up either his book Unseen Realm or Supernatural, and then the rest is history. So
I just kind of looked on YouTube to see. I just searched his name, the @ symbol that you had there, and I just found some stuff there. I just never heard his name. I was just wondering who it was, what he was about. I saw the gentleman here to my left, to your right, Mr. Falk here. I've seen him on a couple. I don't know if it was Praise I Am's channel or something in the past. I can't remember which channel. Maybe SFT's. I don't remember. Weren't you on one of those channels?
No.
I was never on SFT's channel. SFT would not have me.
He was interviewed on
Smokey Saint, maybe?
Smokey.
Yeah, I was on Smokey's channel a couple of times.
Yeah, that would have been it then. Yeah. Okay. I just don't remember. I noticed you were mentioning you were a Egyptologist.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So you study like Egyptian Christianity, the Coptic kind of stuff, or more than that even?
Actually, what I basically focus on is the relationship between ancient Egypt and the Exodus.
Okay. And
I can tell you about all things about the Exodus
and all the different pharaohs and stuff, and the what do they call? What's the fancy word for the pharaohs? The dynasties.
Well,
yeah,
they are called pharaohs. They're called kings. They are organized in dynasties. Yeah. Yeah. I do a lot on Ramesside and New Kingdom Egypt. I also dabble a little bit in the Bible too.
One more question, Rob. What I was trying to ask you was that the guy that you're talking about here, Heiser, was it? Yeah. What would he be denominationally, though? You know what I mean? What would he be? Something out of the ordinary, or what would it generally be consistent?
No, he would be not like
evangelical.
Like, yeah, but let me put it this way.
Yeah,
wait, there's an echo.
He would be under the evangelical.
I don't know. Is it me that's echoing? I don't think so. I'm gonna bring
I
the
don't know.
volume down here just a little bit. Okay, good.
But basically, if you want to say Orthodox Christianity, like all of us are Orthodox affirming Christians. In other words, Nicene affirming, Athanasian Creed affirming, like even down to the nuance of, say, the new perspective on Paul / Reform ish sort of theology. I'm speaking on my behalf, by the way. I hate labels.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a general idea. I know. Yeah, I kind of do
yeah,
too.
like I
agree
wouldn't
with
say
that.
I'm a Calvinist or an Arminian or a Molinist, blah blah. And guess what? Heiser says the same thing.
Yeah, I had people
again,
asking me the big. Well, I call them the big melting pot of the mixed multitude that I watch a lot. You know, like all these different channels that argue all the time about everything. I call them the competitive apologetics, theological prowess people. But that's my own.
But that's models clashing each other. Heiser is saying that's a waste of time. Being a specialist in the ancient world, he wants to literally walk the shoes of an ancient Israelite, well before Calvin comes on the scene. That's Heiser's approach.
Oh, interesting.
So,
Way before the 1500s and stuff, or whatever it was, 1800s, right?
Yeah.
And then
I would say the message I get is that any context that you try to study the Bible outside of the one that it was written in is incorrect, and that's like I can't come up with anything other than like, oh well, there you go.
So like when you're reading
Paul,
put yourself back in circa 80, 40 to 50-ish, stuff like that.
Precisely. All the other things, what we understand as the denominations, and even the division between Catholic and Protestant, is all other people's contexts and interpretations. So it's like everything that comes along after that time period it was written in is just continuing to bury the lead even further.
Yeah.
Do I have that right?
Yeah. If you were to use big umbrella terms like Catholic, even though you and I would be called Catholic in the first century
with a lowercase c only.
Yeah, but if you were like, say, Roman Catholic or Eastern Orthodox versus, say, the Protestant, well, believe it or not, Heiser is definitely Protestant, but at the same time, when you start dabbling into theosis and all those concepts, which are in how interesting in more ancient church tradition like Eastern Orthodoxy, Heiser's completely comfortable with that. And so yeah, in other words, let's just go back to what was Paul saying when Paul was speaking in the first century. I don't care about Calvin, Molina, and all these guys later on,
really.
In the sense that they are not the primary filters. Paul is the primary filter. Later on, these are just people reflecting on these models as more sophisticated thinking develops, I suppose. And
then it seems almost like that
it's,
there's been a tossing to and fro with every wind of doctrine, and I get upset about it myself, and I do a lot of ranting about it on my channel, but that's because of the current events and everything that's going on, But I'm more, people have asked me to try to categorize me too. I finally came up with an acronym. I don't know if you know it, but it's HBAVO, Holy Bible Authorized Version Only. So they started getting under my skin. You know how I am, Rob. I'm a little bit more eccentric and, kind of outspoken when it comes to some of these guys. But, I decided that's enough of this. I'm Habevo. You want something? I gave it to them. I'm Holy Bible Authorized Version Only. Now they keep their mouth shut. They don't even ask me anymore. They just kind of leave me at that, Because, are you Calvinist? Are you a tulip? Are you... Veckel was telling me Armenians go by a DAISY acronym. I don't even know what it was. I can't repeat it, but I told him I'll plant 2 gardens this year on my lot. I'll plant tulips.
Have some tulips and daisies competing.
I'm going to put a sign up in front of it that says this is a Calvinistic garden. Everyone's an Armenian
It's
garden.
Lily.
Well, and I think
I just came in to say hi. I don't want to bug you guys too much, but I just thought I'd say hello.
Hello. I think the where I was led with the work was that, when we talk about in the church of being a disciple of Jesus, what does that mean? And you ask yourself, what were his disciples? They were Jewish who began to follow Jesus. And I think that if I had to ascribe to Dr. Heiser a denomination, it would be a disciple, right? And that word meaning a person who lived in that time period as a Jew and then met Jesus along his ministry, and now I follow Jesus. So it's like that when I think of disciple, I have to ask myself, what was a disciple at that time? It was a person who was Jewish who then recognized Jesus as the Messiah at the time. And so it's almost like they don't kind of fit in any kind of category because they were Jewish, but now they're following Christ while he's still alive before the Christian religion is established, right? Because it can't be established until after the disciples go out and start to disciple, right? Or start writing the letters and doing the work. And that's not something that's not a framework that I would have come to, I think, on my own, because obviously everything else that you're inundated with, how I grew up, how everyone views it. But that's just one more. I mean, it's like one more gem in his crown is giving us the context of what it means to be a disciple of Jesus, where you are going into the context and putting yourself in those shoes, but also it's not enough to be a Christian, to go to put yourself in the Christian church, because that's a product of all of that came afterwards. You almost have to, in order to be a good Christian, you almost have to start by being Jewish, if that makes sense. If you kind of pick up what I'm laying down.
Well, you're talking about culturally and socially and psychologically that culture.
Yes.
So,
because after they meet Jesus and recognize him as the Messiah, then it's like they're out of place. They're out of place because they're no longer Jewish, right? Because they have recognized the coming of the Messiah.
So, news unit, yes, for example, you're wearing glasses, right? Now imagine you wear maybe, say, 10 lenses sticking out, 10 lenses.
Coke bottles.
where obviously the image would be quite distorted, but not completely. I mean, it's not to the point where you're some weird heretic or something, but you have 10 lenses worth of, maybe one lens is a certain color, the other lens is a certain color, and then one is really clear, one is really maybe a bit
I got the LGBTQ glasses, huh?
Okay, if you want to put it that way. So you have this image, which is the original.
We don't want those kind of glasses on now, Rob. Okay, anyway, go ahead.
And it's filtering, and that's denominations over time, and then people, without realizing it, they don't realize the moment they go into any denominational church. It's this long 2,000-year-old filter, and someone like Heiser has the means to put the glasses aside and go, let's start from scratch, and let's see, have we diverged in any major way? Well, yes and no. It's a more pure Christianity, which, at the end of the day, it's not some Heiser religion that's cropping up. Rather, it's pooling in the scholars that put the glasses aside, and then we see the reasons why things like the Athanasian Creed and the Nicene Creed crop up from a more richer Second Temple, ancient Near Eastern backing, rather than, because Calvin and his institutes wrote what he wrote, therefore, that's enough for me, sort of thing. So
I
that's
heard an
Heiser's legacy.
engineering analogy that sort of gets at what Heiser says when he talks about the ancient Israelite living in your head. It's like, pretend you're a fluids engineer and you want to take the temperature of a bath of water that's 80 degrees centigrade. Now, if you introduce a thermometer that's 23 degrees centigrade, you're going to get a contaminated reading. It's going to slightly cool the bath just a little bit. The ideal thermometer would take a measurement that's already the same temperature as the bath that it's trying to measure. So the idea is that the best reading of Scripture would be if you calibrate your thermometer before you take the reading. Or if you're reading the Old Testament, you have the Israelite in your head reading it. And if you're in the New Testament, you have the first century Second Temple Jew who is familiar with Greco-Roman culture reading the text.
So, for example, Tui, and I think, David, I may have shared this with you, but when I was finishing my Mark writing, I stumbled across a fascinating connection, which Tui simultaneously messaged me going, yeah, I've been thinking about that too, with the sponge. That it's
yes,
the
I heard
Roman
about this
toilet
Dr.
sponge
Funk
thing.
knows. I've already.
And it's like no one knows
the fact
about
is,
that.
The fact is, he didn't even have to go all the way on this. As soon as he mentioned the sponge, I knew where he was going with this, because I knew enough about Roman culture that, oh no, you're not going there. Oh yeah, he is going there. I know he's going there.
Everybody knows what the sponge is.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows the sponge.
Well, I'm proud to say that the famous
it's just little things like that, like
the famous
yeah.
sponge stick paper has gotten past peer review, and it'll be
awesome.
Probably 2 or 3 months from now.
Not the sponge.
Yes.
Yep. Barracks humor.
Rob, stop.
Yes.
Just a quick question, Rob. Where would you put the start of the English language on the timeline, roughly? What?
SpongeBob.
Yeah, SpongeBob.
Oh, I don't know about that. Like, isn't it like English is a Germanic language, right? Like, what, 12th century moving forward?
Yeah, because weren't the
I think it's a little earlier than that.
Earlier?
Well, I mean, you have to take into account Old English.
Okay.
Beowulf.
Because weren't the Anglos part of the barbaric tribes that were scattered by Julius Caesar after he had his Western European conquest? Like, because we have the Gauls, which became the French, right? Because there's a prophecy that talks about the 10 horns, right? And two of the horns were replaced by one horn, and it was referring to the barbarian tribes. And so you've got the Germanics, the Gauls, and they so like the modern day nations of Western Europe, they were started by the leftovers of these barbaric tribes, these Germanic tribes, and wasn't the Anglos one of them, right? Do I not have that
The
right?
Anglo-Saxons were.
Okay.
There were Anglo-Saxons in Britain. And then, of course, you had the Britons, which are supposed to be a little bit different yet again.
Yeah. Because I know it's like it's like the Visigoths and the Vandals went extinct, and those were the two horns that were
there's further
removed
south.
off the beast. Okay.
The Visigoths and the Vandals are further south. They're more towards Italy.
There we go.
Right, but weren't they the two barbaric tribes that went extinct? Like they talked about the 10 tribes, if the 10 horns in this interpretation, if the 10 horns represent those 10 barbaric tribes or whatever.
You mean are you talking about the 10 horns in Revelation or something?
Yeah, and this is just something I'm bringing up, trying to remember because the person laid out what those tribes were. Like the Gauls became the French, right?
Yeah,
and
I wouldn't.
You're right. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't connect the 10 horns with.
No.
Revelation
Not that I'm drawing that as like theology, but the person who was describing that theory of interpretation named the barbaric tribes that we now know as the nations of Western Europe. That's the only reason why my brain, like I'm trying to remember, like, what were those nations he was saying? Because he, like, obviously, then the one that comes to mind is like the Gauls became the French. So then when you said the Angles were technically a Germanic or a barbaric tribe, right? Trying to trace back where the English language comes from.
I don't know who's making up
a bowl of spaghetti.
Yeah, I don't know who's making up that theory, but yeah. Anyway, the 10 horns has nothing to do with what comes post first century. It's all to do with in the happenings of Rome in the first century. So like
that would be like if I could strike that from the record. I was trying to use that to trigger to recall the list of tribes that fell under the Germanics, right? Dan Carlin calls them the Celtics, right? He did an episode of Hardcore History about the Celtic Holocaust, right? But talking about this coalition of barbaric tribes that their leftovers became Western Europe. So I was trying to recall the information that I may or may not have about where the English language comes from. So yeah, but no, I wasn't trying to validate or even put forth that theory. Yeah. I was trying to trigger a different recall. Sorry, not to confuse anybody.
Yeah. There's Old English, by the way, in the text there.
Yeah, just a note, just a peek thing. Barbaric, that was just a label that Rome forced on people who were not Roman.
Naturally, right.
Like,
so like I said,
colonial period when during the colonial period,
if they were your enemy, right? If they were as the enemy to Rome, they were the barbarians. But then, like in anthropology, you hear Celtic, which that's how Dan Carlin labeled that group of people, that their descendants became the separate nations of Western Europe, the Celtic. He called the episode the Celtic Holocaust. It was all about Julius Caesar's conquest of Western Europe, and then. But I guess I was always taught that those were the Germanic tribes, right? So that's, and I don't mean to dovetail here because now I feel a bit embarrassed that I brought all that up. But I was trying to answer the question of where English comes from, because I've always understood it to be Germanic but I could be misunderstanding, right?
Yeah.
I guess the question is, because I'd like it to be answered for myself, is English a Germanic language, or is it such an amalgamation of?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Well, you could say it's style.
English is a Germanic language.
Okay. I should have just asked that question to begin with.
That doesn't mean it's the only influence, but
Latin.
But it is generally considered in the Germanic language family.
Okay. So and then from in your understanding or knowledge, Dr. Falk, is that like, is Western Europe basically like what Western European heritage would be the descendants of those Germanic tribes as opposed to, any other ancient peoples? Like when we're talking about ethnicity. Sorry, I'm
Well,
on
some,
mute because
yes.
of the train.
Okay, you do have, say, Germanic, and then you have Celtic tribes. Now, the Celtic tribes they're gonna populate Galatia and, say, France. And some would even suspect up into Ireland and Scotland, etc. Although that has been really debated.
Right, because I've heard theories that because I'm Scottish ancestry. At least that's the major chunk of my ancestry, other than the other Western European countries. But I've heard somebody, and I can't remember where they were talking about potentially that the Gaelics were descendants of the Sea Peoples, the Phoenicians, or whatever.
That's baloney.
Okay.
Okay, that's baloney.
At best with the Phoenicians, it's very, 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 very minuscule. The majority haplogroup makeup is R1b1b, if I remember correctly, which is predominantly Indo-European or Western European.
Rob, how would you handle somebody that would come to you and say that the word eternity is a corrupt English word that was created by Wycliffe in the circa 1400s? How would you respond to something like that? I'm running into these universalists recently that are telling me this, and they got this concordant literal version of the Bible, and they're telling me that the King James Bible is a bastardized translation that's discordant, and I'm not real happy to discuss matters with them, although I've been locking horns with them on some issues. But how would you handle a guy coming to you and saying the word eternity is a corrupt English word that was manufactured by Wycliffe in the circa 1400s? How would you respond to something like that?
I'm interested in the Greek, and the Greek is doing just fine with that translation. Like,
they're telling you that, well, they go to this forever Aeonian argument that everybody's saved in the end, and we just go through these. Yeah, but I don't want to get into all that.
Yeah. By the way, this is I don't want to distract from.
No, I know. Since the English, I wanted to ask the English part of the question, not the Aeonian Calvinistic.
Oh, you can't address the English question without the Greek question.
Okay.
Yeah, because the English is deriving from the Greek. Yeah.
Yeah, it's silly to say, that you're deriving this from the English question when it's a Greek understanding that you have to come to terms with, and that the Greek is the English is what's being translated from the Greek.
As with any language, meaning equals use. And the question is, how is the Greek word aionios being used in any given instance? I don't really care if somebody manufactured a word in English, as long as we each collectively understand well enough how it's being used, we can communicate well enough.
That's fair, but a lot of these universalists are basically taking the fifth definition of these words.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in any given instance, you have to induce at any given passage what a word means, and you should oftentimes be a little suspicious of what's in a lexicon. When a passage is listed in a lexicon. Helpful, but you should be suspicious.
Well, I mean, they'll take like forever the ages. Ionon of Ionon. That passage in Revelation, and they will basically say, and frankly, I know this because I had personal encounters with Fudge, who wrote the first sort of the groundbreaking book on annihilationism. I knew him personally. I met him personally. My gosh, what a piece of work that guy was. I mean, talk about a guy who was just. How do I say this? I mean, I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but boy, the guy just coped with just incredible sin in his life. just sort of trying to move forward with this by consoling himself that hell wasn't eternal? I don't get it. I honestly don't get it.
Is it the same thing as the? Is it the same thing? And I forget his name. I wish I could recall it. As somebody is attributed to basically coming up with the pre-tribulation rapture interpretation, whereas like it's so debated because the pre-tribulation rapture was something that somebody came up with as like a hook to bring people into their congregation, their denomination. Do you know anything about that?
No, this is different.
Okay.
He wrote a book, and I can't remember what was called. His last name was Fudge. I remember that. Yeah, no, it wasn't a joke. That really was his name. That really was his name. He had been a pastor in Arizona. He had wrote this book basically saying there was no hell, and then he got defrocked.
Okay.
He worked as a lawyer, but he ended up doing like 2 other additional editions of this book where he got criticized, and then he would create a new arguments for his idea that there was no hell, or at least no permanent hell.
Okay.
And really, in reality, he had sort of an annihilationist view. Basically, that those who were in Christ, they lived on in bliss forever and ever and ever and ever, ever and ever and ever. Those who were condemned to hell, they were burnt up in an instant, and they were gone. So there was no real hell.
Because so it's like upon entering hell, they're like dematerialized, like they're phased out of existence, so they're not there being punished. Is that what I'm hearing?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Okay.
They were incinerated.
Right. Like instead of sending someone to prison to serve their sentence for a given amount of time, be it eternity, they're just erased.
Thrown in the furnace. Okay, so instead of going to the prison cell block, they're thrown in the furnace instead. Much better.
Because that's what and I'm still making sure, and I have not. And please let me know if Dr. Heiser addresses this question of the pre-tribulation rapture. But I know growing up Southern Baptist, that was one of the things that I was taught. And then as I come to understand it, that's not an accurate interpretation. And then I came to the information that they could trace back where that idea came from in America, because that when you go other places in the world, that's not necessarily something that they, as part of their theology, that it was sort of cooked up by this guy as a way of like you say, oh, the tribulation is going to come, but we won't have to deal with that. And it was that in a vein of picking and choosing, and even just flat out concocting your own interpretations of the Bible.
I mean, I'm going to be straight up with you. I believe in eternal conscious torment. That's where I stand on this. Okay, and I think there's good textual evidence for this. Nevertheless, one of the arguments that Fudge did was the idea that he took the term aion, and if you're aware of this term, it means the age is forever, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And he went down to the 5th meaning in the lexicon, which was a extended long time. Okay, so when it said, say, in the book of Revelation, forever the ages, aion, I forget but like it translates to forever the ages. He translated this to a long age of long age. which sounded very finite, and then you hear him saying, "Oh, well, you just burn up in an instant." So it seems like a long time, but it's an instant.
Yeah, I just want to quickly show you guys. This is, the Message translation by Eugene Peterson. So, this is his translation of John 3:16. This is how much God loved the world. He gave his Son, his one and only Son, and this is why. So that no one need be destroyed by believing in him. Anyone can have a whole and lasting life.
Ooh.
Oh,
Not everlasting life.
That ain't,
so,
that's not right.
Yeah, so in other words, when you take that, when you take that argumentation, the ages.
Keep going to verse 18.
Oh yeah, I can. You mean in his translation, right?
I mean, I don't know if it's in his translation, but I know.
Never heard of it.
If you go to John 3:16, you should probably go to John 3:18 as well. Keep going. Keep moving on.
Well, let's see. Let me bring it up.
What translation is that, Rob? I'd never heard of it.
This is a highly paraphrased.
It's a Message. It's a paraphrase by Eugene Peterson.
Oh, I think I've seen some people
There
hold
you
that
go.
up in the past. The Message Bible, yeah.
So God didn't go to all the trouble of sending his Son merely to point an accusing finger, telling the world how bad it was. He came to help to put the world right again. Anyone who trusts in him is acquitted. Anyone who refuses to trust in him has long since been under the death sentence without knowing it.
That's a weird way of putting it.
Whoa, so is he saying
already?
Is he saying damnation is predestined? Like damnation is predestined?
No. Because in 18, it's so if you read the original, like the proper rendering of it. So verse 18 reads, "Whoever believes in him is not condemned, but whoever does not believe has already been condemned because he has not believed in the name of God's unique Son." Yeah.
Right, but that still denotes a choice, right? But the way he words it right there has long been under a death sentence without knowing it. That hints at like the people that are going to be saved are saved because that's the path that they will inevitably go down, versus the people who
quit
aren't going to be. You know what I mean?
So
that's how I'm seeing that. Yeah.
No, because he's trying to blend this with Romans 3. Everyone is under this death sentence, but if you place a trust in him, you're acquitted. But if
right, like you have a choice. You have a choice.
It's a paraphrase.
Yeah. It's a
paraphrase. Actually, here is a really poor choice.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like I like when I read the Bible at that verse, you get the message, but when you read that, it muddies the waters because I go, oh, okay, so then even though we have free will and there is a plan, the way Dr. Heiser describes it, as it's like God knows what is possible at all times because of his omnipotence, and he knows that your free will, you can choose to follow him or you can choose not to, and he knows because he talks about the things that God says is going to come to pass and then don't because somebody does something about it. I believe it was when Saul was chasing David.
Yeah.
And so he talks about the idea
married to predestination. Yeah.
Exactly.
The reason why I'm bringing this up is not because of all this stuff. The reason why I'm bringing this up is he translates the Greek word for eternity or everlasting as a whole and lasting life. So it's a complete life, not everlasting life. It's so not eternal salvation, rather it's a
things are cush while you're here.
Well, it's like
you're talking
eternal
as perpetuity, right? You're talking eternal as perpetuity, right, Rob?
Well, John 3:16, as traditionally understood, it's eternal life. It's not just like.
Well, here's what I've never understood about these arguments. Okay, when you go to say Revelation 21, it talks about life everlasting and it's using forever the ages. everyone takes that as, all right, that's never-ending, abundant life for the believer. That's goes almost without saying. Almost everyone buys that, no matter what, and it's just crazy. And then the same phrase, like a chapter earlier, when it talks about the eternal conscious torment of the unbeliever, it uses the same phraseology, and it's just like, oh no, that's just a long age, or it's just a momentary. Same grammatical construction in the previous chapter to the next chapter. Just because one is, say, eternal bliss, hey, we're good with it. Yeah, let's just go with that. Hey, we're all good. It's forever and ever and ever. Amen. Oh, eternal conscious torment. Ooh, we don't want to go with that. Just, ooh.
Yeah. The argument is that there seems to be parity between both.
Yeah.
So
and
did that come about?
That's the way Basil takes it too, St. Basil.
Yeah.
Is that, okay, there seems to be parity in eternity on that way and eternity on that way.
Yeah. So if there's eternity on the one, there has to be eternity on the other.
Did that come about because, like you said, meaning is usage, and he went with a meaning that was not the right usage?
He begged the question on the use in that passage. Or special pleaded is probably the better term. He special pleaded his case.
Okay.
Fudge or
Fudge. I understand enough about translation to know that it's not enough to know what that word means in your language. You have to understand how they're using that word in their language and then match what's best in your language to capture that. So, like, am I correct in understanding that you could have a word in a language, and then if I'm trying to translate it in my language, I might have to use several different words within my language to denote all of the meanings of that one word?
Yeah, like let me
do
give
I have
you an
that right?
example where something is pretty clear in Greek and it's less clear in the English. Let's take the word new in English. If in English you tell someone, I installed a new app on my phone. There's an ambiguity there. Do you mean new in the sense of different and I never installed it before? Or do you mean new as in the publishers released it yesterday? English has difficulty
is it dealing with its recency to the world, or its recency to the device, or to you?
You're getting there, because in Greek we have two totally different words where English has one word, new. In Greek we have kainos, which means new, different, novel as opposed to old, an unused replacement for something that's become obsolete. And then a second word, neos, which is new as in like fresh or youthful.
Okay.
Sometimes
so one has to do with age.
That's the typical use of each adjective. So for example, in John 13:34, Jesus says, a new commandment I give you, love one another. And that's an entolane kainein, new of a different kind, rather than new as in this is the most recent software update. Jesus is not giving a neos new Microsoft security update to the covenant, and your computer's going to reboot in 20 minutes. Jesus is giving a new and different environment entirely.
In fact, since we're on software, as far as I understand it, Windows 11 is a brand new, not a succeeding to Windows 10, right? As far as I know. Like for ground up rebuilt, yeah. Maybe, and I know David is like...
Is that because the covenant... Is that because between the Old Testament and the New Testament, the covenant changed?
I can't even run that on my system. I've got a monster system.
1 Corinthians 11:25. The new covenant given at the Lord's Supper is a heikaine diatheke, a new and a different covenant, new and of a different kind. Jesus'
Right.
blood sacrifice enacts a new covenant where there's no longer a division of blood representing the two parties of the covenant being brought into unity. There's no offering of animal sacrificial blood as a substitute for man, and everything is, in this new covenant, one-sidedly accomplished by Jesus and everlasting. New
If only,
and different
yeah.
and novel
If only,
indeed.
if
So
only,
not only is it new,
if only the church.
new as in novel, it's new as in novel, but it is also new in time, right? So it's new in substance, and it's also new chronologically.
Neos
right?
would be the chronological leaning one.
Okay.
If only the church knew Greek, we wouldn't be facing all the.
Well, this is another
the
argument
heresies
for
and the.
Stop using Strong's, because Strong's isn't going to tell
Exactly.
you about these close
We-
synonyms of words.
We wouldn't.
They're not
we
Don't
would
get
be
me
facing.
started on Strongs.
We
I
would
mean,
be
I can
facing
rant for 20 minutes
petrocults
on
and all
Strongs.
that.
I think that's why for me, I was trying to kind of pinpoint, off the cuff of whether English is a Germanic language, because then if we're going from Hebrew to Greek and then Greek to a Germanic root language, how much is getting lost in translation? And Dr. Heiser came and like one of the people, at least the person from my life, I don't know necessarily all of his contemporaries doing the same work, but the person in my life who pulled all of that out for me and went to the source, right? And that's why it's so important to go to the source, is you can't read you in order to understand the Bible, like you said, you have to learn Greek first, right? Other than that, you're kind of getting stuff lost in translation.
Well, to go back 4.5 hours in the stream, it's the difference between
right.
the black and the white TV watching the game and actually being there in the stadium watching the game. You'll get the information by watching the black and white TV. It's the same game, but nothing compares to being at the game.
Right.
You
but at what point does that information you're saying we're getting the same information, but
you'll find out
are we
who
really,
won
if
the
it's
game.
easy to be,
or like in the pastoral epistles, it's everything needed for salvation.
Okay, well, because the question that comes to my mind is if you're watching it on that fuzzy TV, or maybe to use a different analogy, going back to sort of that secure connection, right? The Greek or the Hebrew, knowing both of those is like the most secure connection, versus the English translation. That's when we get these hermeneutic quagmires where people are, they know what game is being played, but they can't necessarily identify the plays that are being run or whatever. They can't get the detail or the high resolution. And then at that point,
how about wait.
Oh, come on.
How about?
Come on.
It's not. It's
you
not
don't want to
complete.
know the Greek or Hebrew. That'll just confuse you with the truth.
Another analogy I heard from Chad Bird, he called it's like, if you don't learn the original languages, it's like kissing the bride through the veil. You have successfully gotten married. It is still a happy day. You may now kiss the bride. And you do, in reality, kiss your bride, but there's still a barrier in the way.
Well, the analogy I liked is, Greek or Hebrew. Which one do you want to leave behind, your pants or your shirt?
I got a question about going back to the Greek and Hebrew when people do that. And I hear it a lot. In the churches, they tell you what it should say, like the English should say. I've been through a lot of churches, but they always give you the English definition of the Hebrew and Greek. So they come right back to what you have in your Bible pretty much most of the time. So, where do you get a more expositional or whatever, where do you get a more accurate understanding by going back to the Hebrew and Greek and then coming right back to an English definition when nobody really thinks in Hebrew and Greek that claims to be a scholar on these issues? They really don't think it. Most people don't even think it. I mean, they might be able to read it a little bit, but they don't process it in their mind like they do.
So I was going to use Tui's TV analogy with the game. There are a lot of people in this world that may watch American TV, for example, who have never been to America or never been to, say, a game.
Why would they have such atrocious taste?
Nobody's perfect.
And, like, well, I'm speaking on behalf of the fact that I was once upon a time in a third world country, and there was always this. Whoa, there's.
I mean, you were in a third world country, and you were so desperate you had to watch American TV.
No, that was the only thing showing. I kid you not. When Baywatch comes on at 6 p.m., all of India freezes.
Oh boy, that is desperate.
Like I didn't watch it. I'm just being.
Oh, like, of course you didn't watch it. Sure, you didn't.
If any Indians watching this would like nod their heads and be like, yeah,
sure you didn't.
Yeah.
No.
Rob, I love
no,
you
what I'm
both,
saying is
but,
India freezes.
Yeah, you didn't watch any of those.
I left India when I was 9. So so at the age of 9, that's when I left. But it's true. There's the the American, because it was just American TV all the time, just shoved down Indian throats, and it's like the American ideal. Oh, look at the technology, look at the dressing, look at just the way people are, how they look, and
Pam Anderson's bolt-ons.
I mean, a lot of the Indian women, they got quite jealous and selfish, but so there's a difference between there's this image that you're seeing, and imagine all your life, that's all you've seen is this. It's like Plato's cave analogy. It's like you're just seeing the shadow on the wall. That's all you know. So the translation.
Never heard
then,
Baywatch compared to Plato's cave.
Yeah, that was
I'm
that
talking
was a
about.
stroke of genius.
I'm talking.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the same thing. How did you get there?
So the English translation is like the shadow on the wall, but then there's the Greek, which there are a lot of people in the lay community in the church don't even have,
like your friend's meme. The meme you showed us, where it was the picture, the meme
yeah. I mean, it's all
everything's cut out of the picture.
Yes,
and
it's
you
all
just see us and God.
Yes, it's all interconnected. So, yeah, that's basically the point. Is that
okay?
And then when you go to lexicons, so
and how does this compare to supermodels clad in like red bathing suits?
Because as far as Indian television goes, that was on all the time. So
yeah, you said it before. How does that? I still don't get the connection between that and Plato's cave.
I'm trying to say is there's a marketed package. This is apparently the ideal, and it's not. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like the sports game. Like, this is what the sports game is representing because of certain camera angles that the cameraman's chosen, and so on.
Oh yeah, I mean, we don't know about the camera angles, but again, I'm not seeing the connection here to Plato's cave. Bring us home, Rob.
I think you could relate it back to meaning. Meaning is usage, and the meaning you derive is what you're constantly using or seeing, or like so. If someone is for the culture that was experiencing only Baywatch, that's what they were seeing as, like I guess they were picturing that was just going on everywhere in America. Like everyone in America looked like that.
Yeah,
that was going on everywhere in America because that's all the meaning they were able to derive.
The Baywatch girls are the ideal. Then David Hasselhoff is the ideal guy. Like
yeah,
no. That's the height of immaturity and basically horse blinders to think that's basically. But there were a lot of Indians that's what they think. Like
like in Africa for the longest time, their idea of America was the movie Grease.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry.
30 years later, they're still thinking America is like the movie Grease.
If I may propose a much better analogy,
please.
By the way, I don't catch on sarcasm too easy, so it's like we're getting robbed. They're trolling you.
a more perfect analogy would be like Jurassic Park. The movie is the translation. The book is the actual Greek, and is far better and more.
Oh yeah.
There's more.
Well, in
depth
this case, the
to it.
movie would be Eugene Peterson's paraphrase
Okay.
of the actual book.
I've read Jurassic Park the book. I've read Jurassic Park the book. It's exactly like the movie, except all the lines of dialogue are out of other people's mouths.
Well, the book
Yeah,
is a
wasn't
lot
that
better.
weird?
So. David.
Yeah, farmhouse theologian speaking as a true Aussie. I think we finished with the analogies. Please spare us. The original language is better. We got this, fam. Yeah, that's in a nutshell. That's basically the point. Just go to the original.
There's just some things that will not get communicated to you very well in English, and sometimes vice versa.
And that's the whole thread I've been pulling on, and it's why somebody like Dr. Heiser was so essential to me, because all I got was either the King James or the NIV filtered through my family's Southern Baptist theology, and that's what Jesus was to me. That's what being a Christian was to me. That's what God was to me. And subsequently, that's what I rebelled against.
Well, every translator is
you know?
making decisions for you, and there's no way around that. But when
Right.
it comes to
Right.
something
When we're
like
gonna
Eugene Peterson, he's not only making decisions for you, but then he's building additional of his own inferences and piling it on top.
When are we going to get the version that's what it really should say? Because a lot of the pastors tell us it really should say this in Greek, it really should say this in Hebrew. So how about the RSSV version, the really should say version? When is that finally going to show up?
But then that would involve like footnotes, extensive footnotes to say, by the way, this word can also mean this and this, like, and then what, you know?
Well, even further, if a pastor says that, inquire how well in depth and mastered they are in the language, because I was a part of a church. I was part of a congregation where the pastor said just that, and he only knew words, but when you press him further, he couldn't read the Greek. And looking back in hindsight, I'm like, that should have been one of the red flags that set me off. So
in my John's Gospel class, I tried sneaking an interlinear into the classroom and using that as a crutch. And the professor walked up to my desk. He just did it nonchalantly, but he closed the book on my desk and he looked me in the eye and he said, "In this classroom, we read the Greek."
No
And if you were not prepared to read the Greek off the page, you didn't come to class.
You know,
by the way,
I heard a sermon once.
Key question here, David. Do we receive our manhood by participating in the essence of David Hasselhoff?
Which era Hasselhoff?
Yeah, that's a tough question.
Like crying on the floor with a cheeseburger?
I'm gonna send you a super chat, $10 super chat asking this question on your ancient Egypt channel next time.
He's the
So.
All right, cool.
form of manhood.
Because I can sort of see like I can draw a parallel between the decline of the Western male and the decline of Hasselhoff. It kind of syncs up real perfect if you think about it.
Yeah, that's sort of. I can get that. I heard a sermon once when I just came back from England after my PhD, and there was a pastor who will remain nameless to protect the guilty, and he exegeted this sort of Old Testament passage, and he goes, "Well, you know, in the Hebrew it says, when the Israelites did this, and when they did that, and then since they did that, and then since they did that," and I'm going, and I've got my Hebrew Greek, Old Testament in my hand. What the heck? And I mean, he did this for the repeatedly over and over and over again for the whole sermon. I finally went up to him and at the end of the sermon, he goes, "That was a fascinating sermon in Hebrew. It was just so amazing. I mean, you over and over again said, this sort of since and when and all that, and I said, well, which word is that exactly in the Hebrew?" And he goes, "Oh, I can't read Hebrew." I said, "I could tell. Thank you."
That's kind of embarrassing.
Oh my! I mean, yeah. I mean, I totally could tell you couldn't read the Hebrew, but
well, and that's, I guess, my point is, kind of because I always try to stay on topic, even though my brain is a bowl of spaghetti. I think my point is that the reason why the work of Dr. Heiser is so important is because we have a serious crisis in at least the Western world, but particularly in America, because that's what I can speak to, that we're not reading the inspired word of God as we should be, which we can all agree on. And that is not only giving rise to the disputes in interpretation, but it's also driving people away from Christ, from the one answer that the one place that they should be hanging their hat. They're looking for everything else. And that's where I speak from. That's my lived experiences. I went looking for the answers everywhere else because I falsely assumed that there was nothing to see here, or rather that I had seen all that there was to see.
Actually, David has a very good. Yeah,
you are not
David,
kidding.
I remember you telling me once that first century Christians were multilingual.
Yep.
Like maybe just rehash that answer you gave me. Like you're talking about Christians that, yeah, I mean, compared to today, like.
Right. He hit a hot button topic for me. I'll rehash that answer first, and then I'm going to go address that hot button topic because I think that's really important. Yes, early Christians were multilingual. They could read Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, even some of them could read Latin. And some of them could even read Edomite. So it wasn't uncommon for people in the first century to be polyglots. Not uncommon at all. Now, I'm going to get to the hot button topic. For me, that reading of the text, when I have to engage people on the Exodus, people often ask me, what is the sort of the big piece of evidence you have difficulty overcoming? I say to them, my biggest problem is not that people are giving me this killer piece of evidence. My biggest problem is they haven't read the text. Just plain old haven't read the text at all. Or so long ago they've forgotten it. This has been a perennial problem for me over and over and over again. Did you read the freaking text?
Right.
I mean, this was a problem when I had my debate with Titus Kennedy. Judges 11. He hadn't read the text in so long. He did not realize the enemy of the Israelites was the Ammonites, not the Amorites. And he's not alone in this. He's really not alone in this. Over and over and over again, when I engage critics of the Exodus, it's always going to boil down to, did you read the text?
So taking that as what should have primacy, right? Then that it follows the statement that I made previously. That's a continuation. That's a metastasizing of that issue.
Yeah.
Right. Not reading the text, but then, like, not only are we it's like well, if we read it, then we start to get confused depending on what version and through what denominational lens. But then there's just a problem of even beginning to read that version, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. It doesn't even matter what version it is. Even if it was, I mean, I don't care if it's King James, NIV, NASB, ESV. It doesn't matter. If people had just read the basic text, we would be light years ahead of where we are today.
Just even, okay, so just, and sorry, not to, I'm just bringing this up real quickly.
People are so unaware of the basic narrative of the biblical text. I'm not talking about the specifics, but just the basics.
So it's better to watch that fuzzy 10-inch analog TV version than nothing at all. When
exactly.
You're going to get up and speak to
it's
it.
more like they're misremembering parts of the game.
Well, I mean, look, Bart Ehrman's criticism of Titus Kennedy, while most of it was deserved, there was an interesting portion of this, which was that, Titus Kennedy talked about, say, the 10th plague, where the firstborn of Egypt were killed. And Bart Ehrman goes, I don't understand this. What's he talking about, the firstborn being killed? Oh, yeah, that 10th plague where the firstborn were killed. What?
Cue the bottom and laughter.
I mean, it had been so long since he had read the thing, and this is on sort of the verge of him doing a seminar on the Exodus.
Okay, so this is this. Okay, so this is like when you encounter a Christian that's speaking from biblical authority, and they read the Bible a little bit once when they were a teenager, and they're 60 now.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
We need to be primary source guys all the time. This is also in history and classics. You have to be primary source readers.
I agree.
Oh, hey, interesting piece of I don't know if you guys have seen this, but I was looking up something completely innocuous because I don't use Wikipedia for anything other than stuff that's like, if you were incorrect, it would be very easy to call out, like, looking up a band's discography or something, right? Like innocuous information. But there was the
only use for Wikipedia I can imagine.
Right. Yeah. It's just like stuff that is too much it takes up too much room in my brain. So it's got to land somewhere. Right. So I came across this banner on Wikipedia that said, this page uses too many primary sources. And I was like, what? I went and looked that up. And now today in schools, they're not teaching kids to use primary sources because, and I quote, it places too much intellectual responsibility on the students, and they have not developed that skill yet. You're asking too much of them. And I was blown away because, I mean, my high school education, some dual enrollment, all, kind of self-educating, at least trying to continue learning, my whole life. Even I know, as the interested layman, that primary sources are primary and that now we live in a world where they're trying to seemingly, I could be blowing this way out of proportion, are trying to say, you know what, you don't need primary sources.
Yeah.
That's too hard. Have you guys seen this?
Oh, yeah. Wikipedia deprecates primary sources. That's a problem for Wikipedia. Now, I've had some interesting conflicts with Wikipedia. Now,
haven't we all?
Well, Wikipedia, back in 2012, I was part of a consortium of 40 Old Testament scholars that tried to change the Wikipedia page for the Exodus to include, say, the minority period, that minority view that there was a actual historical Exodus that was that goes against, say, the majority consensus. You think we could get that in? Not a
If I might ask Dr. Falk, what is the majority consent? I was always under the belief that the Exodus happened as described in Exodus.
Okay, the majority consensus is that there was no Exodus.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not hard to guess, I suppose.
Yeah.
You look at Wikipedia for something like King David, and the first thing they say is, he probably didn't ever exist, or something like that. It's hotly debated, is what I think the term that they use.
Well, you look at who controls the Wikipedia page for the Exodus, and you discover that it is a pro-Palestinian, anti-Israeli activist. Okay, and you look at this, and it's just like, okay, we're talking about information squatting, where basically people who have, say, a political interest are squatting on the page to prevent, say, scholarly input here. Now,
because I've heard that critique from atheists. I've heard that critique. That's sort of in a nutshell, a stone they chuck at Christians. They'll pick, and it's not necessarily that particular, but that essence that you're speaking to, that that's the stone that they'll throw, is exactly what you're saying.
Yes, that could be. I don't know. In this particular case, that's what we were up against. Now, I was more or less the technical lead on this because I knew more about the technology of Wikipedia than any of those 40 scholars. When I sort of got into this, I had already had like 20 years of technical experience as a systems administrator. So I understood what was going on behind the scenes very well. And I basically told them at the time, good luck trying to get this changed. Because once Wikipedia is squatted by a activist party, it's an uphill battle to get this changed. And even though there were 40 signatories on this attempt to get that changed, we couldn't get it done. Because Wikipedia bogged this in such an administrative process that it was just incredible, just so arduous and impractical to overcome. It would have taken years. Absolutely would have taken years.
Do you think that at the end of the day that it's important or not important where you stand now that we even pick those hills to die on where it's concerned, or like editing Wikipedia or correcting the record? Like, is that, how you feel now? Do you feel like that's a hill that anybody should ever die on? Or,
well, if they're going to die on it, they're going to spend years dying on it.
Right, it's slow death. Because like we said at the very beginning, like, Wikipedia isn't good for anything. So, beating your head up against a brick wall to try and get them to change anything, what you would say is, like, in your opinion, not worth it?
It's not worth it, honestly. You look I would advise anyone who ever wanted to look anything up on Wikipedia to take a brief look at who the editors are, who the contributors are. I mean, you see people like Snoopy Dogg 5574-7.
Beelzebong 6669. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah.
No, Puff 5. And you've got to ask yourself, are they subject matter experts?
Right.
Probably not.
You guys, like, Wikipedia's on its way out anyway. In here in Australia at school, there was this big news story because a boy in class changed Steve Irwin, who's a national icon. They said, like, yay, he died on the Wikipedia page, and it made national news. It was a big deal, and everyone in all the Australian schools, because I was still in school at the time, were like, don't use Wikipedia, never use it, ever. And obviously in high school, they would say, just don't use it.
Wikipedia is a taboo here in Australian schools. Yeah.
The future is
So
you want to get laughed out of grad school? Use Wikipedia.
Was that kid tarred? Was he tarred and feathered for that stunt?
Yeah, probably. It was pretty big
Well,
deal.
my stunt was programming through Notepad and then saving it as a bat file, a message. The principal is a chicken man. And then I executed
Don't dispatch files. Don't dispatch files. I'll tell you a little story when I was still a computer systems analyst. I worked for Equifax. Now, Equifax is a huge...
That's the credit reporting agency, right?
Yeah, they're a credit reporting agency, but they also did trusts as well. Now, I had been employed at Equifax to basically go through these files and manually correct them where there was mistakes. But one of the things I noticed was these mistakes were all the same. There was no variance in these mistakes. They're just, okay, someone didn't enter it correctly or whatever. And being the lazy guy that I am, I figured, okay, I can get a computer to do this because I'm a talented programmer. I know what I'm doing. But they wouldn't let you put a programming language on the computers. But I happen to know that you could do search and replace with bash files.
Mm-hmm.
So I programmed this bash file. And of course, I kept this to myself until the last day I worked there. That I had this bash file that basically went through the entire, essentially the file, changed the mistakes and saved it. And it's like, okay, I had to be careful not to go a little too fast to make people think that I was using a trick, but fast enough that I was more efficient than everyone else.
Automate boring stuff. That's what it's good for.
Exactly.
I only have one bad story.
On the last day I worked there, on the very last day I work, someone came up to me and goes, "Hey, how did you do this so quickly and get through so many files so fast?"
Hey.
You know, I said, "Look, I programmed a bash file." And he said, "Dang, that's clever. I wish I had thought of that myself."
I had learned Python too just before entering seminary.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out, well, during my last year at seminary, I had to do some kind of a prank before I had left. And so I made a tiny little program that would auto-exec off of a flash drive back when you could still do these things. It would silently run in the background, and after a random interval of 30 seconds to 60 seconds, it would pop open the CD-ROM drive.
Okay.
Just at a random interval.
Patui, you didn't set up a program in Linux to call flood the university, did you?
No, I wasn't that evil.
Well, what was so funny was in Equifax, their IT security team went computer to computer looking for all these off programs. So you couldn't install Perl, you couldn't install Python, didn't have any of that.
Oh, man.
You just had the base operating system.
All the useful tools? No, you're not allowed those.
Bash is a programming language, so you can do almost anything if you try.
No Bash. You don't get Bash.
Well, if
No
you can
Bash.
write a Bash, if you can write a Bash, you can write almost anything.
If you can, but Bash has some powerful facilities all on its own that very few people know about.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm learning.
So the idea to prevent installing programming languages but still providing Bash is kind of worthless.
Well, if you're learning Linux or Kali Linux, you kind of have to know the Bash language because that's how its primary function. It can work on Python, but Bash is
There's Bash and there's Batch. They're very different.
Windows.
Batch is on Windows. Bash is on Linux. I mean, heck, if I had Bash, I could have done wonders.
Oh, you had Batch, you said?
I said Batch.
Oh, okay, I see. Sorry. Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Batch file. That's different.
That's quite a big difference. I agree. Yeah.
That's art.
Art. Yeah. That's art. Yeah.
I mean, Bash is science. Batch is art.
Maybe. Yeah.
If you can do in Batch what you can do in Bash.
Although some Bash script are vandalism too. So.
Yeah, vandalism.
Well, okay. I mean, I was a Unix systems administrator, so for me, doing Bash would have been paradise. That would be my home and native land.
Yeah.
But without that, having nothing but Batch, that's a different matter. That's a challenge.
Yeah.
And having that intellectual challenge is just like, oh, you're just tempting me here. I mean, come on. You think I can't do this in Batch? Think again. Think again.
So what you're saying is all those hours I spent playing Skyrim, I could have been having way more fun.
Yeah, you probably could have.
That's about my relationship to computing and software and programming.
And
not the end product.
not taking an arrow to the knee, right? So.
Well, I mean, it's part of the experience.
I mean, you can't see it behind me here, but I have a bunch of computers on the shelf, beside Mr. Empty Conjecture there, which are like Linux servers.
Okay.
So all my websites are actually hosted out of my own home here. I have just I'm going to say this. I have a very, very robust computational infrastructure in my own home.
Okay.
I have a NAS under my desk. I have a web server behind me. Underneath that, I have my firewall. Actually, I have a pair of firewalls back there because I like redundancy. Redundancy is a good thing. And I have a high-speed network that relays it all out. One of the reasons why I never have latency, too, when I do my streamings.
Oh. So that setup you have is not just for your scholarly work, right?
No.
Okay.
Although it does include that as well. For example, the website will also host my a groundhog chronology test laboratory. But I'm not dependent on that for saving live stream. My live stream will will bypass that right through the firewall.
Okay. Yeah, because you were talking about having computational power to translate cuneiform, and I didn't get to ask, like, what does that look like? Is that something you can do on a laptop, or do you need a serious setup to be able to do that kind of work?
You shouldn't need a serious setup for that kind of work. Now, there are some computational things that you do need serious power for. When I do, say, chronology work, because we're talking hundreds of thousands to millions of calculations, yeah, you need serious power for that. For doing,
all going back to the idea that Sitchin couldn't have possibly done what he claims to have done.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he does, I mean, there's a lot of his, I don't know if it's the same thing, but I feel like a lot of his work, I mean, if chronology is a narrative, in trying to establish that narrative, I feel like that was what the narrative that he writes is like fantastical, you know, given what it takes, you know, hearing from actual language and biblical scholars of the effort it takes. And he didn't even have a computer, right?
Okay. One of the things you got to understand is that I developed the first major computer program that was able to calculate a consistent chronology for the ancient Near East.
Okay.
Okay.
What language?
Python and Perl.
Nice mix.
Okay. Oh yeah, the technical specs on this is just phenomenal, and we'll get in, if you want to get into that sometime. I'll be more than happy to fill you in on that, because it's we get into total geekdom here, okay? But I don't want to confuse people too much. It's multi-core. It is potentially multi-processor, so I can use many nodes and many computers across a wide network. It includes right now 500 kings of the ancient Near East and about 200 synchronisms.
Synchronism being what, like corroborating data points, or
yeah, basically a synchronism is when you've got, say, a data point where one king is contemporary with another.
Okay.
Okay. And even if it's not exact to the date, the computer can shift it around to figure it out.
Okay.
And in all this, the computer can basically determine a consistent chronology for this. Or, if it's not consistent, it can tell you it's not consistent. Which is really cool all on its own. For example, when I plug in, say, for example, David Roll's chronology, it breaks at 40 points.
Mm.
It has 40 points of inconsistency.
So it's almost like a BS detector, right? There's a threshold where you begin to understand that what it's putting out is, you know, not accurate, or not like you said, if you put in his chronology into your system won't run it, basically.
Well, it will run it, but it will give you the data back that tells you where it breaks and why it breaks.
So it goes past the threshold of error.
I want to try this on the Quran. This is fascinating.
I never thought of that.
And then it's usage of the Apocrypha, Civic Graph, all that stuff. Like,
right, because you spot a liar in interrogation through inconsistency, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you get enough repeated inconsistencies, you can trap them. That's the art of interrogation, is string somebody out long enough to where the inconsistencies in their story pile up, and then that's how you basically get them to confess before they confess.
Well, I mean, I kind of picked this up when I was, as I said, Kenneth Kitchen's research assistant.
Okay.
Okay, because I got the idea that, okay, I could I mean, his way of making a chronology was so mechanical. I could figure out, okay, this could be done by a computer. It was that mechanical, that consistent. So I figured, okay, I can do this computer. So I did a little sort of proof of concept.
Okay.
And then I discovered, hey, wait, if this is not consistent, it just won't compute. Interesting. We had the first proof that a chronology could be inconsistent and therefore false.
Whoa.
Yeah. Whoa. That was a game changer.
By the way,
so it's like you programmed a Sherlock Holmes for your subject material.
Exactly. No one had ever done it before. Up to that point, everyone thought that a chronology was something that no one could prove, that you could just say, oh, well, yeah, all right, I have my chronology. There's no way to prove it true or false. We'll just have to accept it as it is. Now we had a means to show your chronology is either at least plausible or false.
That's like, so do folks know about this? Is this something that you discussed?
I have published this
with Dr. Heiser, or
no. I published this. Okay. I actually published this in James Hoffmeyer's Festschrift.
Okay.
But on the other hand, too, people still, it still has yet to sort of filter into the greater scholarly community because old ideas die hard.
Now, could the application of this be extrapolated? Because there's a few things in our society or areas of my study that I come across in our landscape where most of the evidence is anecdotal.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if that could be applied to a body of anecdotal evidence. What gave me the idea is when you talk about the synchronisms, is if you could take a body of anecdotal evidence, put it into your software, your program, and see what happens, right? So like the body of anecdotal evidence in any of the areas that I've spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours just on the anecdotal evidence, because to me, one of my ideas was that if you get enough anecdotal evidence of anything and you come across the corroborating data points of you pick out the data points of any of the individual anecdotes and then you cross-reference all of those, then you get a pattern and then you develop the profile. And it's much easier to do that by just loading in all of the anecdotal evidence instead of trying to parse out those data points and do the work manually or, mentally versus computationally. Am I way off base with that?
It's going to depend on the evidence and the data points you have. This really works with certain kinds of evidence.
Okay.
If it's evidence that sort of correlates two, say, people together, yeah, that'll work fine.
Okay.
If it's sort of a little more ambiguous, less so.
Okay, so then to give you context, just to give you sort of an idea of what I was thinking was, say, take let's say, going on 70 years now of UFO sightings, abductions, where all of this evidence is anecdotal purely. It only has a value to the research when added all up and cross-referenced, right? Because it doesn't necessarily stand as proof, but it still has value because it's a person's experience, subjective though it may be. Would your tool be an efficient means of wading through all of that and
A, getting a distilled picture, or B, detecting fraud, like detecting where, okay, like we think we have thousands of these anecdotes, but really it's just like 3 that people just keep retelling, and that may or may not be because they're just lying. Or, see what I'm saying? Like having that BS detector for a body of anecdotal evidence versus a body of scholarly evidence.
Yeah, that's going to really depend.
Okay.
You are going to have to prima facie determine what is a disqualifying criteria.
Well, and that's something that gets sticky, I believe. But somebody like David Politis with the missing 411, that's the correct, that's the meat and potatoes of everything he does. It's all anecdotal, and he sets up a profile that if you don't match these criteria, you don't even make it into the pool of data. But then within that pool of data, there are inconsistencies, but then consistencies. And so he does do that prima facie. Okay, if it doesn't meet all 12, let's say, I don't remember the number, but let's say there's 12 criteria it has to at least meet in order to be considered as one of these cases, right? And I'm just using this as an example, right? Just to kind of get in the sense of what your tool could be used for, other than
in the case of chronology. In the case of chronology, you have, think of it this way: you've got you have King's lists.
Okay.
Right? That's your data set, King's lists. And they are plotting out certain number of years for each king in succession. Right? So you got a King's list for Egypt, a King's list for Mesopotamia or Assyria, Elam, the Hatti Empire, Ugarit, all these disconnected King's lists.
And are the King's lists just for that culture or that city, or are they King's lists also of all the kings in that?
Across the ancient Near East.
So like the Babylonians would have had a King's list for all their kings and the kings in the, okay, all right.
Yeah. So from Egypt to Elam.
Okay.
So you have Babylonians, you have Assyrians, you have Mitanni, you have Ugarit, you have Hittite Empire, you've got Egypt, you've got Israel in there.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you gotta also figure in the synchronisms. Who is connected to whom?
When you say connected, are we talking about through marriage and association, or like in let's say the Assyrians would name this king this and the Babylonians would name this king that, and they're talking about the same person?
Okay. The King's lists are our test set. That's what we're trying to prove, one way or the other.
Okay.
The data that we're testing against is the synchronisms. Those don't change.
So the synchronisms are your control.
They're your control. They're your control. Your people will say, okay, this king will reign for 6 years. Some say, well, 10 years, 4 years. You might not be sure. So that is what you're testing. Are you understanding me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm following.
Okay. So your control is the synchronisms. Like, for example, we have a synchronism that connects, say, Ramses II to Mursili II. Okay, there's a letter that's been sent between them.
Okay.
Okay, that is an immutable point of data.
Because you have a tablet or something else, right? Like you have
exactly.
You have a physical piece of evidence.
Yeah, we have a piece of evidence that basically says that Ramses II was alive at the same time as Mursili II.
Yeah, because they were talking. Yeah.
Yeah, they were talking.
Yeah.
Buriash II. He sent a letter to Tutankhamun. There's no way you can get out of that. That is going to be a permanent, link between them. And I mean, there's dozens and dozens and dozens of these. I mean, over 200. So you have 200 of these synchronisms that are tying together 500 kings. So what you do, basically, okay, you put in your data, which is the kings list. You have your control, which is the synchronisms, and then you hit run.
Okay.
And then the computer figures out what would be a logical outcome for the dates of all of these kings lists.
Given what you know to be true based on physical evidence.
Exactly.
Okay. So my what I'm suggesting wouldn't work because with anecdotal body of evidence, it's just that. It's anecdotal. You don't have physical proof to act as your control.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Because I've been trying to come up with a way to amalgamate all this information and do something useful with it other than, like it's like I can spend thousands of hours listening to all these stories and reading all of these reports, right? Like in quotes. Mm-hmm. But I feel like at the end of the day, to save time, if somebody just got whatever they could get their hands on any, you take a data set, if it qualifies for that data set, do it as exhaustive as possible, right? So,
okay, I will give you. I will give you a bonus here.
Okay,
I'll give you a bonus. If I was looking at your particular issue, if I was an IT consultant, which I have been, and don't hold that against me, and don't hire me because I don't want to do this for you. But
no, it's just
if I was an IT consultant looking at your particular problem, what I would do is I would do a graph-based simulation.
Okay.
Where I would take each, say, UFO encounter. Because that's your problem, right?
With any of the data sets of the anecdotal evidence that you can find on any long-running
let's just
podcast.
say any paranormal encounter. I don't care.
Right?
Which.
Yeah. It doesn't. That's neither here nor there. Yeah, of course.
Take your graph. Take each encounter. Put it in a graph, as in a computer science graph.
Okay.
And from that graph, once you have it structured in a graph-based data structure, you can then draw certain conclusions based upon proximity of things within the graph. And you could actually come up with a way of saying, hey, these encounters are more plausible, these ones are not, based upon the graph.
Exactly, because it's just because you brought up and shared with us the program.
Rob is laughing at me right now, and it's just like, okay, he has no idea what sort of crap I've had to program for in the past.
I'm using the wonders of programming to bring James White on the stream. So
yeah, Rob. Hey, look. I mean, you're laughing now, but I've had to program stuff that you wouldn't believe and would make your hair stand on end. Okay. I've had to do stupid shit like what was it? Business analytics, all the way to nuclear weapons. So okay.
What?
What?
Well, I never told you that.
No.
This Are you even allowed to disclose that?
Oh.
I guess why I was pursuing that line of questioning, Dr. Falk, is because when you described or you agreed with the understanding that what you've created is sort of a BS detector. I've longed for something that would do that for anecdotal evidence, because you have, I can understand that every story you hear is not necessarily the truth, right? Or even the subjective memory of somebody, right? Like, there are charlatans, there are frauds within any
you can
given,
get a probabilistic outcome. You can get a probabilistic outcome with a graph-based metric.
Okay.
But it's going to take work. It's going to take a lot of work and a lot of programming.
And that's like I said, that's A, it's over my head, and B, I don't think that I don't think the benefits or the potential usefulness of something like that is worth the effort, I guess. I just wish that there was some way you could plug into it. Just like somewhere where you could plug in all of this stuff and find out, Bob Lazar was making that crap up. I don't know. I just I would love a
won't know till you do it. This is the thing about these sort of analytic projects.
Okay.
When I started this chronology thing, I did not know what was the outcomes going to be. I did not know, first of all, that it would result in being a proof, or at least a negation of chronology. I did not know that I could provide a analytic project that could show me a consistent chronology.
Okay.
These are open research questions. So when you enter into this sort of thing, even though it might seem a little daft to some people here, putting these experiences in a web in a multivariate way can lead to very interesting research results, but you don't know till you do it.
Okay. So, and just for my own, just to make sure, what I'm asking and what I'm discussing with you, this isn't crazy, right? It's not something that I'm way off base with thinking that this would be.
Okay.
All right.
Stop.
Everyone's been quiet except you and me, and I feel like, am I taking the conversation down a road where everyone's like, why are you worried about that, man?
Yeah, probably. You probably are, but I'll say this too. There are roads that seem incredulous or crazy, and can lead to really interesting research results.
So
don't dismiss it automatically just because it sounds crazy.
Okay, because if there's anything I've learned in all my life is that all of this is connected, and I would like to contribute in whatever way I can to helping.
I've seen some crazy
that,
shit. I have seen some crazy stuff in my life.
Same here. Yeah.
I haven't seen a lot of UFOs, but okay.
Oh no! Someone's asking in the chat. Someone's asking. They want to see Maury and the pugs. No, you guys keep talking. It's just
Is this okay, Rob? I'm not.
Look.
No, I think the stream needs to end soon, and I need to end it on a prayer note for Heiser. If someone can pray. But yeah. Now finish your points, and then
Okay.
Well, that's I guess as far as I would want to take that. Just that I think it's fascinating that you shared that work with us, Dr. Falk, because it got me thinking and kind of thinking in a way that I wasn't thinking before necessarily. I don't know.
Just a point of order. Who's that? There's a woman that joined us here. Who is she?
Oh yes, and
hello.
Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Nicole. Probably shouldn't have said
Hi, Nicole.
Hi. And your channel, Dr. Fork, introduced me to Rob's channel, and it's been, both of your channels have been a real blessing to me. So I supported your channel earlier on last year, but yes.
Well, thank you.
So it's been all very under a different name channel thing that I have. So, you know, have one for
Okay,
trolling
well,
people and one for
good to
pretending
meet
to be
you.
professional.
Yeah. The fact is, I didn't recognize you, and it's like, okay, she just showed up at the last minute. Okay, who is this person? Interesting. All right.
Yeah, I had to put my kids to sleep, and then I was still on the phone watching you guys, and I was like, hang on a second, the kids are asleep. I should just get on, say hi.
Well, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, and since this is a Heiser tribute stream, I mean, I already said in the comment section earlier on, like, I'm only just a baby Heiserian. I've only just sort of gotten used to, sort of gotten acquainted with this stuff about a year ago, and it's been awesome. So I didn't really come from any sort of particular tradition. So I'd read when I attempted to read the Bible when I was a kid, it was kind of naked reading of it anyway. But as a kid, I didn't have any of the nuance or understanding of like the ancient Near East or anything. So that's been one of the great things about, you know, learning, you know, from Heiser's work and Walton's work and, you know, a whole series of other works. And of course, adding your Egyptology work to it has been brilliant. So thank you for that.
Cool. Yeah, I'm more of a Heiser peer. So for me, he's a colleague. Although I wish I never got to meet him. I wish I had. And it was a crazy because Heiser and I are doing very similar work. We agree on a lot of stuff, and yet we sort of kept passing in the night. Very strange. Yet,
I imagine there's quite a few. Like everyone's got their own different niche and field, and I'm assuming that you guys are all going to like various universities across North America. So there must be like just heaps of people. So it doesn't surprise me at all that not everyone's met each other. But nevertheless, it's great to have kind of this community that Rob's got. It's kind of like a melting pot of all these people from their various educational backgrounds coming together. It's great.
Yeah, it's really awesome. It's really awesome. And I love the fact that Heiser has been able to break the solid ground of how do I say this? It's
like from scholar to layperson.
Well, not just scholar to layperson, but he in many ways he's opened the world to the scholarly world to a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I think that's really a great thing. I think that's been a bonus, and it's been such a boon to us all.
I think that's why you guys, I think you can figure out that's how I ended up here. I'm no scholar. I try to be, but I fall short of, you know, you guys.
Dude, I'm not a scholar either. I just read stuff and try to digest it and regurgitate it. And along the lines, piss a lot of people off for, even though I'm just trying to be cordial and as possible.
Right. Well, and I know I you know, you inevitably when you are not, this is not your discipline and your profession, you're going to say stuff that makes you sound uneducated. So I've learned to be okay with that as the interested layman.
Well, just to give you an idea, I try to communicate this as plain as possible, and a lot of people are like, I don't understand one word you say. Like the information you feed them, they're not going to grasp it right away because they come up in an environment where the language is used a particular way, and stuff that you're going to be telling them that's like academic, like divine counsel, Hebrew, Greek, and eschatology, a lot of times it's going to go over their heads. So you're going to want to try to synthesize it as much as you can so they can get it. That's how it's going to be.
Well, and I feel like where I'm coming from. I'm not going to try and do that. I'll just direct people to Dr. Heiser's work. You know, I feel like if I try to speak on scholarly work, not as a scholar, for me, I can learn it and understand it. But then when I try to, like you said, synthesize and regurgitate, I don't want to do it a disservice. So I tell them just go straight to the horse's mouth.
Do you guys get?
That's why.
Do you guys?
That's why. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. What were you saying, Rob?
I was
just
going
wanting
to say
to
that.
bring it back to Nicole. Like, I think you're sharing something, Nicole. Or
sorry,
Oh,
Nicole.
I was going to say, well, I was just more curious because where I live in a country town of 1,300 people and a church that has about 9 people, 20 on a good day, what it's like. Are you guys all from churches that have like several hundred people?
No.
That you can share
Yeah,
this
I
stuff with?
have home church background, which has a few very great advantages, but also quite a few disadvantages.
I'd say mine's medium size. It's not mega church, but the congregation's pretty big.
But what is medium sized? Like you're talking to someone.
Well, like
who
so in
literally has
the
been
United
experienced.
States, we have the like look up Google CCV. It's a church that's in Glendale, Arizona. It's a mega church, so there's several thousand members attending multiple services on any given Sunday. Whereas like my church has 2 services and it seats maybe 200 people and both services fill up. So it's not to your experience of a rural small town church. It's
No. So does
not
that
a
mean
mega
that you have?
church where they have a Starbucks and a mall. It's like middle of the road.
Right. That sort of thing I can't even imagine. So, but that means that you guys like must have like sort of large Christian friendship circles, right? Like you know lots of Christians and you can talk to them about this sort of stuff, or you don't.
I know them, but there are certain people I could talk about certain things to a certain degree with. I don't go full send like I'm doing here because I feel like that not only are you folks all kind of a common mind, but it all kind of relates back to how we came from our different walks to Christ through Dr. Heiser, who sort of reshaped my paradigm and my worldview. Which again, if that's going to happen for somebody that I talk to, it's really just going to be me saying, "Hey, check out this scholar. He really helped me," and that's kind of where it has to end for me.
Quantity is not quality.
Sure, but if you don't have many people to talk to and they're all of a certain age bracket, shall we say,
But you see
and
that,
you say, "Hey, look at this scholar," and they're like, "What's a scholar?"
But the Heiser
That's
stuff,
right.
in trouble.
Yeah.
the Heiser stuff, like the unseen realm stuff, is even in a slightly bigger church with, let's say, 100 or 200 people. It's very difficult to find people that are like interested even to talk about it. So
I just want to say what Sam said. You're right when you're talking about a small community. How do you think I feel here in Perth, where I could maybe speak to like there's like a church down the road that maybe like 50 people attend easily. That would be what you'd call like your average. And all 50 would say, "What's a scholar?" It's like, which is it? Which do you prefer? 50 people saying "What's a scholar" versus 5 people saying "What's a scholar"? The point is, I get more frustrated that there's 50 people saying that rather than 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
I really like to talk about the topics, and I just can't talk with my wife about it because she's just not. Yeah, well, that scholar says this, and that pastor says that, and so who knows? I'll just follow God, which is fine with me. But it's just like you can't get the conversation started like you can get with the online communities.
Well, and my heart is to bring this information in a relevant way that connects everyone back to Christ like it did for me. But I almost feel like that's a personal rabbit hole and everyone has their own personal rabbit hole. I would love to be that guy that puts together a presentation and goes and shares it with my church. But in reality, they're like, I'm coming from a very paranormal, X-Files, body of interest. And that's not really going to fly with most people. So it's like, I don't necessarily get to have discussions about this stuff except in very special circumstances. And even so far as going in just dealing purely with the unseen realm, it's like there's a very acquired taste for this stuff, at least in what I've encountered. So I'd love to just shout this from the rooftops, but I also know that I would probably be committed.
Hey, Rob. I'm gonna take off now. It's like 3 a.m. here.
Yeah.
I do have to get up to work in the morning. I'm gonna take off here. It was great to join you here tonight. Wonderful live stream. Loved it. We are praying for Dr. Heiser and his family.
David, is it possible you could give a small prayer? Because I'll probably end the stream now. Would you like to do that?
Sure. Sure. Yeah. I'd love to give a prayer.
Okay, sweet. That's
all right. Okay. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you as just mere creatures. We know you are the great God, the maker of all things, giver of life and of hope and of peace. Heavenly Father, we just ask you to put your grace and mercy upon the Heiser family. We know that Dr. Heiser right now is undergoing cancer, and that the prognosis looks good. We ask for healing if possible, but we also pray that you may give all the Heiser family the peace that passes understanding, that you may give hope and joy and just security that you are the great God, that all our lives are in your hands, that all salvation and glory and hope is in you. So we ask that you may just bless their family, and we ask that you may just put your healing hand upon them in both body and spirit, that they may just know that you are with them. We ask this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
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 Amen. Thank you.
Amen.
All right, folks. I'm going to head out. God bless everyone.
Yeah, God bless you guys. Thank you.
God bless you. Talk to y'all soon.